heart was pounding as they crossed the threshold into the store, which was silent but for the buzz of the overhead lights. Sarah motioned skyward toward a closed-circuit television mounted near the ceiling, still functioning. The pictures cycled from one angle of the store to the next, giving clear views of each aisle. The store appeared empty, but Sarah maintained her position, crouched over, her hands gripped tight around her weapon. "Stay alert," she whispered, her face taut, her jaw set like stone. Using the long shelves for cover, they moved from aisle to aisle, poking their heads around ransacked displays of sunscreen, disposable cameras, and corn chips. After they finished their sweep, Sarah led him back to the middle of the store, and they moved in tandem down the center aisle, back to back. The place was a mess, the shelves stripped bare, disheveled, toys and tchotchkes littering the linoleum floor. An issue of People lay face up on the floor, a pair of married celebrities adorning the cover. The headline read, "More Kids for Hollywood's Power Couple." It was dated August 6, a harsh reminder of how quickly the world had ended. As they moved deeper into the store, Adam began to lose hope, as the place had been picked over pretty well. The pharmacy, which was at the back of the store, was dark, the overhead lights shattered. Bits of glass littered the floor, crunching under their feet as Adam checked the shelves. There wasn't much left. Bulk containers holding pills to treat high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and erectile dysfunction lined the shelves, but the antibiotics and narcotics were gone. He was about to give up hope when 2 stray bottles on a nearly bare shelf caught his eye. Please, please, he thought. He grabbed one of the bottles and studied the label. Oseltamivir phosphate, the antiviral. It was the generic form, with nothing on the label to indicate that it was an antiviral. It was in capsule form, so they'd have to crush the contents into a bottle of formula for him. He still didn't think it was going to work, but at least they were doing something, and he owed that to Caroline, to let her know he had done all he could. "I've got it," he called out. When Sarah didn't reply, he froze. He leaned back, staying in shadow, and peeked out toward the store proper. From his vantage point, he could just make out Sarah's profile. Behind her, a slender arm, holding a gun to the back of her head. He looked around and saw a closed-circuit monitor mounted on the counter. The black and white picture flickered through 2 shots of the store before snapping over to the pharmacy area. In the 3 seconds the shot remained on screen, Adam picked out 2 bandits, a skinny man and a heavier-set woman, both young. "Come out with your hands up," a gruff voice called. "Gonna count to 3, then the bitch gets it." Bitch. Well, he thought, at least that told him what kind of folks he was dealing with here. "You hear me?" the man barked, his voice screeching now. Adam chewed on his lip, the edges of a plan taking shape in his mind. He pulled the gun from his waistband and considered his options. He stared at the gun like it was an alien artifact, beyond the powers of his puny human comprehension. 1 versus 2, and Sarah was being held hostage. In his untrained hands, the gun would be about as useful as a ball of yarn. "I'm coming out," he said, setting the gun and the antiviral down. He scanned the shelves and grabbed 2 more bottles. "Oh, Adam, what the hell are you doing, buddy?" He eased his way around the counter and out into the aisle fronting the pharmacy, his hands sky high, the pill bottles visible in his partially clenched fist. Sarah was about 6 feet away, a girl close in behind her, the gun pressed firmly against her temple. The girl's face was blank, betraying not a single emotion. She was heavier set, her hair cut short. The second gunman, whose wide face and even wider set eyes reminded Adam of an owl, stood just off their shoulder, brandishing a shotgun. Sarah's M4 hung from his shoulder. He aimed the shotgun directly at Adam's face. The twin bores, black and empty, stared at Adam like a dead-eyed monster. "What's in your hand?" the owl said, his words marinated with a thick southern accent. "Medicine." "What for?" "You promise to let us go if I tell you?" Adam asked. "How about you give it to me before I kill you?" Owl snapped. "If you kill me, you won't know how to use it." "What's it for?" The temperature seemed to be climbing with each passing moment. Adam felt rivulets of sweat channeling down his sides, and he tried to steady his breathing. "It." An audible gasp. "You mean snake?" the girl said. Snake, Medusa, so many names. Adam nodded as gravely as he could. "That shit's gone," the girl snapped, her words clipped and desperate. "Everyone's left immune." "Lucy's just bullshitting you," the owl said. Yeah, we thought everyone was immune too, Adam said, gently lowering his hands to his head. It was a calculated risk, but he thought if he kept his hands over his head, they wouldn't notice, especially given the bomb he was about to drop on them. His arms were starting to burn. It was time to play his hand. He held his final card, holding, as he watched their jaws tighten, their eyes widen with fear. Until she came down with it yesterday, he said, jutting his chin directly toward Sarah. Lucy's deep-seated instinct to survive kicked in, and she shoved Sarah away from her hard, stumbling backwards as she did so. Sarah lost her own footing, crashing into Adam and sending them both to the ground. Owl was on the retreat now too, holding his hand up, as if that might stop the spread of the phantom illness. Lucy was wiping her hands down on her jeans, pulling her shirt collar up over her lips and nose. No, no, Owl said. He raised the gun back up and covered his mouth with its sleeve. No, wait, Adam said. If you shoot her, you'll spray blood everywhere. Then you'll definitely be exposed. There's still time. She hasn't coughed or sneezed since we came inside the store. What? Lucy said. I'm a doctor, trust me, Adam said. Medusa spreads like the common cold. You have to be exposed to droplets of the virus. You can't get it otherwise. You're shitting me, Owl said. No, I was with the CDC team in Kansas City during the outbreak, Adam lied. We figured out that the disease spreads easily, but not that easily. But you gotta get out of here now. The owl stood there, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Jack, let's go, cried Lucy. I fucking touched her. Go on now, Adam said as grimly as he could, before it's too late. She's been coughing and sneezing a lot. I can't believe she hasn't yet in the store. What about you? Jack asked. Adam shook his head. Jack's fingers slipped in and out of the trigger guard as he swung from one choice to the other. Murder or flight? Please hurry, Adam yelled. Please, I don't want you all to get sick. What about the medicine? Owl asked. It won't work. If it worked, everyone would still be alive. This medicine works, Adam said. They just didn't have enough of it. I found some hidden in the bag. This is the last of it. Give it to me, he said. Adam gingerly handed the bottles to the man, as though the very act of it pained him. As Jack took the bottles, Sarah's M4 slid off his shoulder and clattered to the tile floor. But Jack left it there and fled down the aisle. Jackie, wait, shouted Lucy, pursuing her companion. Stay away from me, he called out, his panic-filled voice echoing through the nearly empty drugstore. Don't you come near me! Their howls continued out the door into the parking lot. Eventually they drifted away, leaving Adam and Sarah alone in the store. Adam placed his hands on his knees and took some deep breaths. He felt dizzy and hot. Jesus Christ, he said. I thought we were dead. Wow, Sarah said, retrieving her M4. Where did you come up with that? I don't know, he said. I knew I had no chance with the gun. Then it occurred to me that if there's one thing everyone's still afraid of, it's Medusa. Wait here. Where are you going? I gave him blood pressure medication. The antiviral is still in the back. Sarah laughed out loud. Adam retrieved the bottles from the pharmacy, and they left the store. The rain had stopped, but it was still cloudy and misty. He threw the truck into drive and screeched out of the parking lot. Chapter 26. They buried baby Stephen in the shade of a large pine tree on the edge of camp. Deep down, he'd known there was nothing they'd be able to do, that the trip he'd taken with Sarah had been nothing more than a lark and frolic, one that had nearly gotten them killed. They'd fought the good fight, administering as much medicine as they could, as often as they could. It had given Caroline a small measure of comfort, there at the end, as Stephen drew his last few breaths. But in the end, it hadn't done any good. His fever continued climbing, the cough worsening and deepening, and, as Adam expected, Medusa did to Stephen what it had done to everyone else, and he had died on the morning of September 30th. Thank you for trying, she said to Adam, holding Stephen close to her, quiet and free of his suffering. Freddie spent the afternoon digging a tiny grave for Stephen. He took great care in doing so, excavating a small but virtually perfect rectangle that faced east. Caroline liked that it looked back across the empty country toward Georgia, where, in another life, another universe, another dimension, little Stephen would have grown up. The women stood at the foot of the grave. Caroline wept silently, her left arm linked in Sarah's, her right in Nadia's. Max stood next to Adam, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, silent, miserable. At Caroline's request, Adam held Stephen and would be the one to hand him over to Freddie for his final internment. Can I touch him one more time? Caroline asked, looking over at Adam. He didn't know why she thought she had to ask, but he looked into her pleading eyes, flowing with tears, and it seemed important to her that he bless her request. He nodded. Stephen's body was wrapped in a light blue baby blanket, peppered with all manner of airplanes and helicopters and spaceships, which Caroline had been carrying with her for weeks. It had become a talisman in the last days of her pregnancy, but now, instead of nap times and comfort, this blanket would serve as his shroud. She took him into her arms, held him close, and kissed him on the head. Adam wondered if she would uncover his face, and he hoped she wouldn't. See, in her mind, she was picturing the face she'd seen upon his birth, the face she'd imagined a million times as an expectant mommy. To look at his face now, in the aftermath of its terrible war with Medusa, would destroy that and remind her of all that was awful and dark and evil. But she did. She unwrapped the blanket and kissed his forehead and his cheeks, and she began to wail. Adam closed his eyes and waited for it to be over. "It's time to say goodbye," he heard Sarah say. He opened his eyes and saw Sarah holding Caroline's face, red and gaunt, in her hands. He thought she did this to discourage her from kissing the baby again. "It's time to say goodbye," Sarah said again. Caroline nodded and passed the baby to Freddie, who lay Stephen down on the black dirt, so tiny and small, given back to the world that hadn't given him anything, not even a chance. The big man knelt down and picked a few stray bits of dirt off the blanket, an act of kindness that Adam found almost incomprehensibly sad. "Adam?" Caroline asked, her face still in Sarah's hands. He looked at her. "Would you say something?" she asked. "For Stephen." She looked at him again, with that expectant face, the one that had once looked upon him with hope and promise and belief that it was all going to work out, because seriously, what were the odds that she'd find an obstetrician after all this? "Of course," he said, his words barely a whisper. He cleared his throat and searched for something to say, anything to give this poor woman comfort, any of them really. He looked down at the small figure, free of all the horrors this world had seen fit to share with them. "Dear Lord, we gather here today to say goodbye to a very brave, very beautiful little boy." Caroline began to sob. "This world we live in now, it's a new world for all of us." He paused, the words not coming easily. He didn't know if he was coming across as sincere. He didn't know if this was comforting Caroline or torturing her. They were just words. What good could these stupid words do? No matter how beautifully or eloquently he spoke, Stephen would still be dead. The world would still be a graveyard. But he pressed onward, aware of his voice, his posture, everything feeling wrong, wrong, wrong. "And I don't know why you chose to take him back so soon after he got here, but I suppose that may not be for us to know. So, all we can ask is that you welcome baby Stephen into your loving arms, that you look after him now and always, that you bring his mother comfort and solace for the difficult days ahead, that you protect us and give us the guidance and wisdom we will need going forward. Amen." A ripple of amens from the others. They all looked at Caroline, who continued staring down into her son's grave. "Thank you, Adam," she said. "That was very nice." She said it flatly, without emotion. Adam felt like she was just going through the paces, saying the things she thought people would expect her to say. Each of them carefully poured a shovelful of dirt into the grave, Caroline going last. She sprinkled the dirt gently over her son and handed the shovel back to Freddie. As Freddie refilled the hole with the loose dirt, Caroline drifted away from the group, away to deal with her grief, however she planned to deal with it. Adam, Sarah, Nadia, and Max watched as the dirt piled up, until the hole was full. The scotch tasted different. What had been warm and inviting on the day Stephen had been born, like a roaring fire on a cold New England night, now tasted swampy and hot. It reminded Adam of all those houses under gunmetal skies and all those towns and cities they'd passed through, the air conditioning long dead, full of roasting corpses. But Adam drank it just the same. He tipped the bottle to his mouth, feeling it scorch its way down like gasoline, and nestled the bottle between his thighs. He was seated on the floor of his tent, at the foot of his sleeping bag, exhausted but awake. It was late, after midnight. Fast-moving clouds zipped along overhead, giving a slight strobe effect to the night. As a clinical matter, he knew he was drunk. If he'd been out driving and had been pulled over by an observant state trooper, and what he wouldn't have given to see a cruiser blow by on a busy highway, its blue lights oscillating, pulsing with tremendous urgency and importance. He'd blow right past the limit just as simple as you please. But he didn't feel drunk. He didn't feel anything. Whatever the opposite of feeling was, that's what it was. He suspected it might have been within shouting distance of what Caroline was feeling. Sure, the world had ended, had come undone around him like a sandcastle at high tide, but even then he'd felt something. Terror, panic, confusion. Those were all full-blooded feelings. And then he'd heard the message from Rachel. That had been another feeling, joy, relief. So there, the gamut of human emotion was still there, even at the end of all things. But this was something else. An absence of emotion, numbness, the way your lips feel after the Novocaine. How easy it had been to say the words at Stephen's memorial, to make them sound good. He'd never enjoyed laying down words of comfort when a patient had lost a pregnancy, or the pap smear had come back abnormal, but they seemed to work. And so he had done it, without believing the words he was saying, the way he hadn't believed the words he was uttering at Stephen's funeral. After the memorial, each of them had retreated from the gravesite into his or her own tent, forsaking the group dinner. No one felt like eating anyway. As night had fallen, the camp had grown quieter and quieter. Even Caroline's sobs had petered out to silence, a once rushing river drying up in a salt flat. The next morning, no one had emerged from their tent, and they'd spent the day grieving for Stephen, for Caroline, for all of those lost, for all they still had to lose. He heard a rustling outside his tent. "Adam? In here," he said. The tent flap drew back and Sarah eased inside. Even by the weak light of the lantern, he could see the sadness etched on her lovely face. "Have a seat," Adam said, motioning toward the ground. Sarah took a seat, cross-legged, directly across from Adam. "Drink?" he said, tilting the bottle toward her. She shook her head. "Suit yourself." He tilted the bottle back and took a drink. The slug went down the wrong way, and he began hacking and coughing, the alcohol burning his nostrils and throat, until he was able to clear his airway. "You okay?" He nodded, turning his head and spitting in the corner of the tent. Then he screwed the cap back on the bottle and tossed it near his pillow. "Sorry. I've seen worse. You're not here to tell me that I did everything I could, right?" "Nope. Any idea how he caught it?" "From his mother, I suppose," he said. "If I had to guess, her antibodies protected him in utero, but after he was born, he was on his own." "That doesn't bode well for us," Sarah said. "No, it doesn't." He reached into his bag and took out 2 chocolate bars. "Want one?" "No, thank you." "You're really turning down a lot of southern hospitality here." He opened the first bar, snapped off a quarter of it, and popped it in his mouth. He chewed slowly, trying to enjoy the taste, but with the residue of the scotch lingering on his tongue, it tasted bitter and hot. "You need something?" he asked. "No need to get nasty." He rubbed his eyes with the thumb and index finger of his left hand. "You're right, I'm sorry." "I thought we needed to talk," she said. Great, he thought. A big heaping spoonful of humiliation on top of the shit sundae. "Nothing to talk about," he said. "I'm a big boy." "No, I know. You don't understand." He was too tired to argue, so he sat silently as Sarah struggled to organize her thoughts. He took another bite of the candy bar. This piece tasted a little better. "It's just that—" chew, chew, chew. He honestly had no clue where she was headed, and he figured he could only make things worse by saying anything, so he continued eating the candy bar. When he finished it, he unwrapped the second one. This seemed to derail her, and she pointed at the chocolate in his hand. "Really throwing caution to the wind, huh?" "All that time, worrying about what I ate," he said. "I could be dead tomorrow. Not in the abstract sense, like people used to say. For real. Any of us could be dead tomorrow. After that thing with the fox, I'm lucky I'm not already dead. So I'm going to have 2 candy bars tonight. And if I'm still alive tomorrow night, I'll have 2 more. Then he nodded his head at her, forcefully, demonstrably. And that was when she started laughing. Her whole body shook, and she clapped her hand over her mouth, presumably to keep herself from making too much noise, but she couldn't stop. The giggles overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but these weren't tears of sadness. Her eyes sparkled in the dim light, and for a moment, even Adam's chocolate bar tasted good. The laughter subsided after a few seconds, and then they were back in the moment. She took a few deep breaths to settle herself down. "The way you nodded your head at me," she said. She pressed the tip of her thumb against her teeth and closed her eyes tight. "That was just too much." "If you're willing to share," she said, "I think I will take you up on a little of that chocolate." He snapped off the piece he'd bitten from and handed her the rest. She took a bite and smiled, perhaps tasting the chocolate the way it was supposed to taste, the cocoa hitting her dopamine receptors. He winked at her as he chewed, and she winked back. "So," Adam said, crumpling up the wrapper and tucking it into his duffel bag, "what was it you wanted to talk about?" She held the remaining chocolate up. "You know what?" He raised his eyebrows. "I think it can—" A deep primal howl exploded through the camp, shattering the night calm. Sarah dropped the candy bar as she scampered to her feet. She pulled the flap of the tent back just enough to peek out toward the center of the camp. Her heart thudded crazily, and she was relieved she'd made it a rule not to go anywhere without her M4. She glanced over at Adam, who'd retrieved his own gun and had taken post opposite her. 10 seconds. That's how close she'd come to telling him. Another 10 seconds, and she'd have told him about the Huntingtons. Yeah, she thought, focus on that right now. The camp could be crawling with killers right now, but you're near tell-all to the handsome doctor. That's what's important. Idiot. She primed her ears and listened for the telltale sounds of intruders in the camp, but she heard nothing. She looked over at Adam, who was craning his head this way and that, trying to make out what was going on, but he shrugged his shoulders upon returning her gaze. Years of embedded training took over. Yet another drill drilled, another scenario planned for, repeated ad nauseum until she could execute it in her sleep. In Iraq and Afghanistan, they gamed it, a terrorist or supposedly friendly local sneaking into camp at night and looking to massacre U.S. soldiers. She ducked out into the darkness, her weapon up and ready, sweeping it from side to side. She scurried along the edge of the tents, trying to stay invisible. "Help! Somebody help!" Freddie. Freddie's tent was across the way, but his voice seemed to be coming from this side of the camp, where Caroline had pitched hers. She pulled back the flap of Caroline's tent and ducked inside. The smell was what she noticed first, a thick slap of sourness hanging in the air, as though someone had been sick recently. A lantern glowed in the corner, casting the interior in a ghastly yellow light, the color of sickness and infection and jaundice. Freddie was on his knees in the corner, near Caroline's bedroll, his massive frame blocking Sarah's view of Caroline. "No, no, no," Freddie was pleading. "What's wrong?" Adam barked. "I think she's dead," Freddie said softly, his words coming out in barely a whisper, more like a sigh. A touch on Sarah's shoulder startled her, and she looked back to see Adam's face, tight and drawn, staring back at her. He had the look of a man who'd seen about all he could take, and she glanced away so she wouldn't have to look into that fallen face, the face devoid of anything. "Let me see," Adam said, curling around Sarah like smoke. He knelt next to Freddie and felt for a pulse, first in Caroline's wrist, and then in her neck. His shoulders sagged, and he rocked back on his haunches, his arms draped over his knees. "She's dead," Adam said. Freddie stood up, his head in his hands, grimacing like he was experiencing the world's worst migraine. He paced around the tent, muttering to himself over and over, "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" Sarah edged toward Adam for a closer look and saw Caroline's face. Her eyes were open, blank. Her mouth hung open, a thin film on her lips. "What happened?" Adam asked. "Couldn't sleep," Freddie said. "Saw her lantern was on, so I came over to check on her. Found her lying here." Adam began scouring Caroline's sleeping area while Freddie resumed his pacing. "God damn it," Adam muttered a moment later. "What?" Sarah asked. He held up a small pill bottle. Its amber color glinted in the light of the lantern. "This is oxycodone," Adam said. "Did anyone know she had these?" "Oh, no," Freddie said. "What?" "She said her leg was bothering her this afternoon and asked me for something," Freddie said. "Where did you get these?" "Before we hooked up with you guys, on the road." "And you didn't think to check with me before prescribing these, doctor?" Adam snapped. Freddie stood silently, towering over Sarah and Adam, who looked like a toy action figure next to the big man's mass. Sarah didn't like where this was going at all. "At least I thought to check on her," Freddie said. "I'd given her a sleeping pill," Adam said. "I'm her doctor, not you." Freddie's head rocked backward, like a championship boxer taking an unexpected right cross from a lightly regarded challenger. Sarah herself felt her insides drop when she heard this. "Maybe it was an accident," Sarah offered. "I specifically told her not to take any other painkillers for this very reason," Adam said. He stood in the center of the tent with his hands on his hips, shaking his head. Sarah exhaled, sadness rushing in to replace the fear and terror that had gripped her when she first heard the scream. She slung her rifle over her shoulder and stared at the sweet woman, who now lay dead before her. It had been a shitty couple of months for everyone, but Caroline's surviving Medusa, only to watch her firstborn perish, had seemed particularly cruel. Death, death, death. It had been a routine part of her adult life, swirling around her like fog. From the first time she'd seen a fellow soldier die in battle, to her first confirmed kill, an insurgent hiding in a house who'd gotten the drop on her, only to see his rifle jam, and then blooming into many fellow soldiers and many confirmed kills. She'd expected to die somewhere along the line, not because she was cloaked with an extra strength dose of bravery and volunteering for the most dangerous missions, but because how much better it would have been to die in battle than to be slowly squeezed by Huntingtons. Suicide had never been an option. She could never abandon her troops. As long as she could serve, she couldn't bear the thought of one of her soldiers dying because she hadn't been there for him or her. Even if that meant denying herself an early exit from the scourge that awaited her, the Grim Reaper, his bony arms crossed against his skeletal chest, tapping his foot impatiently. She'd always thought suicide the coward's way out, and even here, she found herself thinking that a little bit about the late Caroline Braddock. She felt bad about thinking it, but that didn't mean she didn't think it. "I think she left a note," Adam said, derailing Sarah's train of thought. "It's got your name on it," he said. Sarah took the page, which had been folded neatly into a square. Sarah's name was etched in big block letters on the outside. She unfolded it and read silently. "Dear Sarah, I'm sorry for what I've done, but this world fucking sucks. I don't want any part of it. I don't want to live without Stephen. I don't, and I won't. Good luck. Love, Caroline." "What did she say?" Freddie asked. She tucked the note into her pocket and glanced at Freddie. His eyes were wide with anticipation, and she could see how much it mattered to him to know he'd helped Caroline. She looked at Adam and saw something different, his face blank, his eyes looking somewhere else. She said she was sorry, and thank you. Adam covered Caroline's body with a blanket and extinguished the lantern. "We can bury her in the morning," he said softly. "It's too dark to do anything now." They wrapped her body in a blanket, and at first light, Freddie dug a second grave next to Stephen's. Sarah, Nadia, and Max watched as Freddie and Adam lowered Caroline into it. They refilled the hole in silence. Sarah was thankful for this. She didn't think she had it in her to hear a rote recitation of platitudes. She'd heard enough eulogies to last 10 lifetimes, and at the end of the day, dead was still dead. She had a terrible fear that someone would suggest exhuming Stephen's body so they could bury him with his mother, but mercifully, no one did. When it was over, they all began packing. No one had to say anything. Everyone just seemed to understand it was time to hit the road. They'd been here for nearly 2 weeks, the longest any of them had spent in one place since the epidemic. But what had once borne the stirrings of home now felt dead and cold. Sarah packed quickly and then helped Max with his things. The baby's death had rattled him badly, and he was morose. They consulted their maps before pushing out. "We should head south out of Salina," Adam said, tapping a finger in the center of Kansas. "If we stay on I-70, we could hit snow in the Rockies. We can pick up I-40 in Oklahoma City and turn west there. That'll take us south of the mountains." Sarah found herself nodding in agreement. She sensed a decisiveness in Adam's voice, one that hadn't been there before. She sensed the same thing in the commanding officers she'd looked up to in her career, the ones who'd earned their ranks. They hit the road in a cool drizzle, and wasn't that the most symbolic thing ever, she thought, as the wipers squeaked back and forth across the thick glass. They took I-135 south out of Salina and set a course for Wichita, where they could slingshot around the city onto I-35 and chart a westerly course. No one spoke. Chapter 27. It was the hardest stretch on the road yet. 90 miles from Salina to Wichita, and they'd be walking nearly all of it through an astonishing automobile graveyard. It seemed that as the world had come tumbling down, the residents of each of those cities had concluded that the grass was much greener and healthier in the other. And so into their cars they'd climbed, sick, blind with panic, and in their cars they had died, along that stretch of interstate highway. A few miles of clear road, and then nothing but gridlock. Worse, the traffic jam appeared to be as wide as it was long, spreading off-road into the plains, into the grasslands, creating a sea of steel. Hundreds of thousands of vehicles glinted in the morning light, the shimmer of windshields stretching away to all horizons. They tried going around the jam, taking advantage of the big SUV's four-wheel drive, but after a few miles bouncing through thick grasses with no end in sight, they'd abandoned the truck on October 1st. But for a short dogleg about halfway between the two cities, the highway ran straight as an arrow, and it was along that ribbon of asphalt that Adam and the others trekked for those 10 days in October. They averaged 8 to 10 miles a day through the Big Jam, as they had taken to calling it. The cars were jammed together like sardines, leaving the narrowest of openings to negotiate. In some places, they'd had to walk topside, skittering from trunk to roof to hood, and then back to trunk. And in almost every car, a sad story. A body, or 3 or 6. Families, children, mommies and daddies and nanas and papas, entombed for all eternity. The bodies dried up and brown. They made camp early on the 7th day, agreeing that they could use some extra rest, some extra time just doing nothing. As had been their habit, they scoured the vehicles for supplies first, and then pitched their tents wherever they could find enough room. The cars were treasure troves of supplies. People had packed well for their final road trips, protein bars and bottled water and medicines, as though any of that could have stopped Medusa's relentless march across the globe. When they were settled in, Freddie walked the perimeter while the others sat around the campfire. It would be a chilly night, and Adam made a note they'd need to stop for more cold weather gear when they made it to Wichita. God knew how long they'd be walking. Just a few feet clear of the fire's reach, and the night cold gripped hard. Amazing, he thought, the logistics involved in this trek. How their forefathers had done it, without SUVs and Gore-Tex and reliable guns, he'd never know. Just cut from different cloth, he suspected. Tougher cloth. Max sat across from Adam, the boy's face blank as he scarfed down his dinner. Adam smiled as he watched the boy eat. Max was possessed of a teenage appetite that would not be denied, apocalypse or not. Throw in the long hike they were on, and his stomach was basically a bottomless pit. He was doing reasonably well, Adam thought, given the circumstances. He'd taken a shine to Freddie, that was for sure. Freddie was big, larger than life. Adam still didn't know what the man had done for a living, but it no longer seemed appropriate to ask. That was all in the time before, when things like that might have mattered. But now they were all the same. Sarah was making decent progress with Nadia. She was originally from Stillwater and had just turned 41 a few weeks before the outbreak. Her husband and 3 teenage sons had died on 4 consecutive days in August. That was as far as they'd gotten, but Adam was still impressed. Nadia slept close to Sarah, almost like a frightened child curled up with her mother, and she rarely, if ever, let her out of her sight. But tonight, she'd had a bit of a breakthrough. When Adam had served her the canned spaghetti, warmed over the fire, she smiled demurely and said thank you. Those were the first words she had spoken to anyone other than Sarah. It was a small victory, almost nothing, but it had made Adam feel good, an emotion in increasingly short supply. Man, he was beat. It was getting to the point he couldn't remember a world before the epidemic, a world in which he wasn't on this westward quest, his own personal manifest destiny. Sometimes he'd felt like he'd been on this journey his whole life, that it had no beginning, that it would have no end. A hamster on a wheel. He reached into his pack for the photograph of Rachel he'd snatched from his bedside stand before leaving Richmond. At first, he'd felt silly taking it, but he was glad he did. He looked at it every night before retiring, and every morning before setting off, to remind him what was at stake, to keep his eyes on the prize. She was out there somewhere. She had to be. She had to be. He traced the outline of her face with his finger, then along the thick mane of her perpetually messy brown hair. Her eyes were deep brown, like pools of dark chocolate. He looked up and saw Nadia staring at him, another smile on her face. "Your family?" she asked. Her voice had a hint of a Texas twang, buried just under the still-pronounced Middle Eastern accent. "I'm sorry?" he said. "The photograph," she said, nodding toward the picture in Adam's hand. "Oh," he said, "yes, my daughter. It's possible she survived." Nadia's eyes widened at this. "Really? That would be very unusual, no?" "Yes, very, and I'm not 100% certain she's alive, but I have to be sure." "Of course," Nadia said. "May I?" Adam proudly handed over the photograph of his daughter, excited to introduce her to someone else. It was times like these he wished he hadn't missed so much of Rachel's childhood, missed the chance to brag about her. Nadia looked at the photograph and gasped, her hand clapping hard against her mouth. She mumbled something unintelligible, possibly in Arabic. Sarah, who'd been reading by the campfire, looked up, alarm evident on her face. Nadia, what's wrong? Ya Allah, Ya Allah, Ya Allah, she said over and over, staring at the photograph, as though she'd seen a ghost. What did you say? Sarah barked at Adam. Nothing. She asked to look at the picture. Nadia, what is it? Sarah said, grabbing Nadia's chin with her hand. Nadia reared back and looked up at Adam, her eyes boring directly into his. I know her, Nadia said, pointing at the photograph. Adam felt his insides drop. What do you mean you know her? Sarah asked. She was there, Rachel. Yes, yes, Adam shouted. Her name is Rachel. Adam got up and stumbled around the camp, feeling lightheaded, dizzy, almost drunk. She's alive? He said to no one, his hands clasped together behind his head. Nadia nodded and shifted away from Adam. Maybe he'd freaked her out a little, but Adam didn't care. Tears stung his eyes. Rachel was alive. Rachel was alive. His daughter was alive. Yeah! He howled, his bellow echoing across the empty plains like a sonic wave. Evergreen, Book 3. We always pay dearly for chasing after what is cheap. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Chapter 28. Stupidity. Sheer, unvarnished, in-the-raw stupidity. Free-range, organic stupidity. That's what had gotten her in this mess. Rattled by the horror that had unfolded before her, she had made decisions she never would have made in ordinary circumstances, and that's what really pissed her off. With her back against the wall, she failed to make the right decisions at the moments they'd mattered most. You'd never have busted Rachel Fisher for something asinine like going to the grocery store on an empty stomach, but no. When the apocalypse hits, she'd run around like a goddamn fool. She'd done what other people did. People who let their emotions get the best of them. Heat of passion decisions. Perhaps it could be excused, and maybe someone else would have been quicker to forgive herself. But not Rachel Fisher. And now here she was, stirring her bubbling pot of regret like a thick soup in winter. Now that she was here, she was trying to keep her wits about her. Focus, study, learn. The others were panicky, weepy. But Rachel didn't want to be like the others. She wanted to know more about this place, find out what the hell was going on. They'd started to look to her, these women that were 10 or 15 years her senior, looking to her for answers, for reassurance, for help. She didn't know why. She'd never been particularly good at making friends, and she really hadn't had many in her life. It wasn't that she didn't want friends, it was just that she seemed to be missing some key piece of equipment that let people connect with one another in some meaningful way. She was lying on her side, dressed in the sky-blue jumpsuit that was their standard uniform. She studied her arm, the small pie etched on the inside of her left wrist. It was weird to look at the tat now, this thing she'd carried with her from the old world. In fact, it was the only thing she had left from before. Never had she thought she'd have a tattoo, but it was math, and she was a programmer, and that made it seem okay. On the opposite wrist, of course, was the tattoo these monsters had tagged her with, but she didn't bother looking at that one anymore. The room was small and getting smaller each day, a noose tightening around her, threatening to choke off her sanity. A cot, a small banker's box, in which she kept her 3 jumpsuits and the few personal effects the captives were allowed. She got up and crossed over to the window, a perk of the room for which she was ever grateful. The prairie stretched on interminably, stark and endless. She thought they were in Kansas or Nebraska, but she wasn't entirely sure about that. The last few days had been relatively uneventful. No testing, no speeches or ridiculous orientation sessions. Just 3 relatively square meals and an hour of free time in the yard with her fellow captives. Rachel didn't know who these people were, but there was something very off about them. Granted, she'd been a loner most of her life, happiest in the soft glow of a computer screen or with a problem set. She wasn't good at small talk, and she was even worse at big talk, and so as she'd gotten older, she'd become more and more comfortable with herself, and less comfortable with the world outside her door. But when she thought about the dead world around her, the panic would rise up like a rapidly inflating balloon, taking her breath away. These people, however, seemed to have taken the end of the world in stride. Just because she didn't play nicely with others didn't mean she'd welcomed mankind's extermination, and she would think about math and programming and remind herself that unchecked emotion wasn't going to help anything, certainly not how to solve the mess she was in. And now she thought back to her life, and how she'd spent most of her years avoiding other people. One evening, a couple of weeks before the outbreak, she'd been at a Starbucks with her laptop. A nice guy wearing those tight jeans had started chatting with her, and she had just ignored him, trying to disappear into the glow of her MacBook. Why did she do things like that? And now, she supposed, that nice guy was almost certainly dead. Jesus, what a clusterfuck the end of the world had turned out to be. She had been getting ready to head back to Caltech when the virus hit Southern California like a meteor. By August 15th, commercial air travel had been shut down. The buses and trains had stopped running. Hell, all interstate travel had been banned, and it hadn't made a lick of difference. Medusa still got in, the most uninvited guest of all time, and burned through the population like a brush fire. Her stepdad Jerry had gone totally apeshit when things started to get bad. He'd barricaded them in the house, filled the tub with water, rationed out the food. She'd argued with him, telling him he was blowing things out of proportion, and if she was being honest with herself now, she was worried he'd mess up her upcoming move back to Pasadena. He didn't sleep, spent every waking minute in front of the television, his iPad and iPhone close by, Twitter feeds monitored. Internet access became spotty around August 15th, but by then, it was spitting out the same old shit hour after hour after hour. None of them got sick until the 16th, when her mom woke up with it, crying. Jerry had quarantined her in her bedroom, leaving food and water at the door, and that hadn't gone over particularly well, especially after Jerry came down with it. At first, and she was ashamed to admit it to herself, even now, 2 months after it had happened, she'd been fascinated by the outbreak, to be alive for such a paradigm shift. But then her mom had died on August 17th, and Jerry was dead by the 18th. Although she hadn't been that close to her mom and Jerry was kind of an idiot, watching them die had been pretty goddamn horrible, because she saw how she would die. But then a day would go by, then another, and it began to dawn on her that she wasn't going to catch it. Then the urge to see another living person, any living person, became overwhelming, and she finally was ready to chance going outside. On the afternoon of the 19th, she tiptoed down the brick walk with the kitchen knife in hand, the sun shining the sky crystal clear blue, so blue it made your head hurt. And far away, she'd hear a wayward gunshot or a mournful scream, like she was hearing a television in another room. House by house in their Tony subdivision she had gone, knocking on doors, looking for someone, anyone who was still alive, and every door remained pulled tight. 6 doors down, her knocks had been greeted by a series of painful moans, which had scared her back down the porch steps and fleeing for the safety of her bedroom, her bladder letting go on the way back. Still wearing her soiled clothes, she hid under the bed the rest of that day and all that night, like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. By August 20th, when the sirens and helicopters buzzing overhead were gone, and the power was out, and the silence encased the city in a thick crust, she decided it was time to take action. With her mom and Jerry lying dead in their bedroom, because she didn't know what the hell to do with their bodies, she sat at their expensive antique dining table and made a list of things to do. It was a project, one she nicknamed Shawshank, a little homage to her mom's favorite movie, the one with Tim Robbins spending 2 decades in a Maine prison for a double murder he didn't commit. It was not unlike the programming projects or computer hacks she'd undertaken. You start with a goal, and you just work backward from the end result you wanted, and then figured out the pieces you absolutely had to have to get to that outcome. Tahoe had been a bust. She made it to the outskirts of town on August 28th, only to find it had burned to the ground, nothing left but smoldering ruins, thick tendrils of smoke still reaching for the sky. With that gone and done with, she decided to head east, holding out hope her dad was still alive. It sounded like he'd survived deep into the second week, and well, it wasn't like she had many other options. The idea that he was still alive was grist for the mill, enough to keep her moving each day, especially as the scope of the disaster became apparent. So she had headed east, back toward the place she had been born, for the first time since her mom had moved her out to California nearly 2 decades earlier. By mid-September, she'd made it east of the Rockies, past Denver, feeling pretty good about herself. And then she'd gone and gotten herself caught by these yahoos. At precisely 7 a.m., the jiggle of the door, which of course only locked from the outside, she leapt out of bed to greet her guard, Ned. He was a tall, nervous fellow with a narrow face that he was constantly touching with his slender fingers. As captors went, he was about as good as one could hope for. He was almost apologetic about it. He rarely spoke and refused to make eye contact, as though he was embarrassed to be part of this. "Good morning, Ned," she said, as warmly and cheerily as she could. The greeting had become part of their daily dance, and per their usual agreement, Ned replied with an almost imperceptible nod. "You just don't seem like the kind of guy to get caught up in all this," she said. Each day, she dug a little deeper, a little at a time. She didn't know where any of this was going, but it was a project that might one day bear fruit. An experiment you stuck in the corner of the lab, and maybe it paid dividends down the road. He let out a small sigh, one he may not have intended, and he caught himself midstream. He looked at her for a moment, scrunching up his lips as though he were deep in thought. Even though they were alone in the room, he glanced over his shoulder. "What's it really like out there?" he whispered. Her eyes went wide. "Don't you know? Management keeps things kind of close to the vest." "It was bad, Ned." She let that set for a moment before continuing. "Every city and town in America is a rotting, stinking graveyard. It killed almost everybody." She paused for dramatic effect, and then repeated the last word slowly, emphasizing each syllable. "Now I want to ask you a question," she said, moving in while his guard was down, while he was processing her report from the field. "What am I doing here?" His eyes, which had been drifting, snapped into focus. "We shouldn't be talking about this," he whispered. Rachel's heart leapt into her throat. Not a "shut up," but the more conspiratorial "we shouldn't." "Bad enough what your bosses are doing," she said. "Important to start separating him from the monsters at the top. It has to stop." "Stop it," he snapped at her. Enough, she told herself. That was enough for today. But the plant was starting to bear fruit, if only a small bud. A healthy bud, perhaps, but still a small bud. Too much attention now could strangle it. They ate breakfast together every morning, to the extent it could be called breakfast. They ate protein bars and MREs, vitamins, water, coffee, but shit coffee, like someone had rebrewed it through a used diaper. Part of her was surprised that they let the women commingle like sorority sisters at a brunch, but she gathered it was important to their captors that they enjoy a semblance of normalcy. After breakfast was their hour in the yard. A 6-foot-high fence had been strung around their building, leaving them just a little patch of hardpack to get all the fresh air they were going to get for the day. Rachel chose to walk the perimeter, ever mindful of the guards with their automatic weapons. The complex was unlike any place she'd ever seen, fortress-like. Off in the distance, to her west and north, high walls enclosed the compound. Sounds of activity elsewhere in the compound filled the air. Generators, trucks, tractors, revving to life on this cool but not cold morning. Life was moving on here, and for the 1000th time, she wished she knew more about this place. So many questions. Who were these people? What were they doing here? Had anyone died of the plague here? Had they really just ridden it out? And most importantly, what was in store for her and the other women? She'd made a full loop of the perimeter when she noticed a handful of women had gathered at the center of the yard. This was the crying group, the ones committed to telling their sad stories of the plague over and over, in new and horrifying ways. And they were at it again this morning. Stories of how this child or that spouse had died, when they had died, what they had done after the person had died. Why relive it? She tried to listen and understand it from their point of view. Maybe the simple act of telling it flushed it out, leached the poison from their systems. The fact that all of them had experienced the same kinds of losses, she supposed, didn't make each person's individual loss any less profound. She had to remember that. Her mom had died, but she'd known lots of people who had lost a parent, and it hadn't been the end of the world. Except in her case, it had been. Ha ha, will this gallows humor ever stop? And her dad might even still be alive, so who was she to judge them and their terrible fate? Was it because she was still single and childless? Was she just a sociopath? Erin Thompson was telling her tale now, the tears flowing, her shoulders heaving. Rachel looked at her. She really looked at her. She was a pretty woman, down there deep, underneath the grief, underneath the hard shell that had formed in the years she had spent constructing her appropriate middle-class life. It no longer mattered whether it had made her happy or whether she had mortgaged her dreams to become a stay-at-home mom, because all of it, from the endless parade of birthday parties to her husband's somewhat lackadaisical attitude toward marriage and fatherhood and family in general, was better than this hellscape in which they'd been abandoned. "All my life I prayed to God to protect my family," she said. Then, "God can go fuck himself." A few of the other women gasped, and 2 crossed themselves. Undone. These women were coming undone, a little bit at a time. She glanced around the faces that grew more familiar every day. One of the faces that had been there in the early days was still missing. The Middle Eastern woman, Nadia. A sweet lady. This would be the 3rd or 4th day that Rachel hadn't seen her. Maybe she'd escaped. She was probably dead. So easy, that word. Dead. Once spoken in hushed tones, never around children unless it was spelled out, and always with eternal respect, lest it be your lot sooner than later. Now it was just a word. A market flooded with it, its value cheapened. But that was the thing. While dead might have become valueless currency, life was now the gold standard. Simply by being alive, Nadia had earned some measure of respect. Undoubtedly, her very existence had been important to these people. But why? As sex slaves? Given the number of female faces she'd seen, many of them quite attractive, that didn't quite add up. Dozens of beautiful women here, lean, athletic, vibrant, intelligent. And Rachel's group of 12 was, on the surface, very ordinary. She herself didn't hold a candle to most of the women here. This wasn't low self-esteem talking. It was just who she was. After a classmate's messy death from anorexia in high school, Rachel had long since made her peace with her slightly pear-shaped build. And just like that, the hour was up, and Ned and the other guard herded them back inside. Rachel took in a lungful of fresh air, fixating on its cool sweetness, something to remember as she spent the next 23 hours indoors. Ned escorted her again, his face looking long and drawn. He kept looking at her, long enough for her to catch him, and then he would cut his eyes away. She wondered if she could trade what she knew about the outside for more information about what was happening here. As they made their way down the narrow corridor back to her room, the last one on the end, she considered faking a sexual interest in him, but she dismissed the idea just as quickly. For one thing, she'd never tried anything like that before, and she didn't think she was a good enough actor to pull it off. But the most important reason was that she'd sensed she had the upper hand in the relationship. As a woman, she'd been a relative rarity in her chosen field. Something like 90% of engineers and programmers had been men, and she'd drawn her share of interest at Caltech and during her 2 summer internships. Even from gross professors, who had years to perfect their game with the undergraduates, but still pathetic, with their clumsy, 1-beat-too-long invites for a programming session, and, hey, let's order some Chinese food, and I've got this bottle of wine someone left in my office. Like they were reading from a script of a romantic comedy, making fun of dirty old computer geeks. You lose anyone? She asked as they arrived at her room. All the other women were secured in their rooms. No, he said harshly. He shoved her into the room. As she stepped back out into the hallway, he paused and looked back over his shoulder. My sister and her family, he whispered. They lived outside Chicago. I don't know what happened to them. I'm sorry, she said. He scraped a flake of dried paint from the door jamb. Sometimes things are different in practice than in theory, he said. What? Nothing. I'll be back at dinner, he said. He walked away without another word. Chapter 29. A stomach bug swept through the group in the second week of October, and Adam called for a good long break from the road to let them recover and figure out their next step. Although the trip had been extremely difficult, especially in the wake of the deaths of Stephen and Caroline, and had taken its toll, Nadia's bombshell about Rachel energized the group's spirits as they recovered. They took up residence in a dilapidated travel motel called the Cadillac Inn in South Haven, about 50 miles south of Wichita. It was the kind of place that had fallen on hard times long before Medusa, where the cheap electronic marquee always blinked vacancy and made fancy promises of free cable and clean rooms. It sat on the access road paralleling I-35, a sad little island in the middle of nowhere. Adam couldn't imagine it had been much busier before the plague than it was now. In the last room, Adam had found a family of 5, dead long enough that the smell had either faded or they were all becoming way too used to it. He pulled the door together as quickly as he could and retreated to the other side of the motel, where the rest of the group had started establishing camp. Adam took a room with Max. Nadia had agreed to share a room with Sarah, and Freddie moved into a room at the far end of the corridor, which was fine with Adam. The less he saw of the man, the better. Adam had taken a chance that one of the 2 vehicles still in the parking lot, a red Subaru Outback with nearly a full tank of gas, had belonged to the deceased family in the last room, and it had. It seemed terribly morbid, returning to ransack the room for the keys, but it was necessary. Adam didn't know whether to be happy or depressed about understanding the necessity of these things, but they'd walked nearly 130 miles in the last 2 weeks, and they were exhausted. Worse, having to walk limited the stock of supplies they could carry, making them more dependent on what they could find out here. The further they got away from the metropolitan areas, the harder it was to find your Walmarts and your big grocery stores. Sure, the supply of goods was far exceeding demand these days, but if you weren't able to find those goods, they didn't do you a hell of a lot of good. And the truth was that he was having a hard time thinking about all these variables. Ever since Nadia had recognized Rachel's photograph, Adam had forgotten everything and everyone. The stolen kiss, his concern about Freddie, all these issues had evaporated under the bright light of the news of Rachel's whereabouts. But all he knew so far was that Nadia had known Rachel, that they had been held captive together, and about a week before they'd found her, Nadia had escaped. He'd bitten his tongue when he considered asking her if it would have been too much trouble to take Rachel with her, and that was probably a wise move. Even without that bit of commentary, he'd come on too strong, way too strong, peppering her with questions about who she was, where she'd been, what she'd been doing there. Within seconds of unleashing his fusillade, Nadia had closed up tight like a turtle drawing up in its shell. This had just made Adam even more desperate, his questions becoming ever sharper and more pointed, the way a fly trapped in a spider web made things worse, simply by struggling harder. Eventually, Sarah had stepped in, draping a comforting arm around Nadia, and shooting Adam an icy stare that would haunt him, and that had been that. That had been days ago, and Nadia hadn't spoken since, not even to Sarah. In the meantime, Adam and Max had ranged out in every direction gathering supplies. In addition to the basics, they each found their special treat, Nadia's tea, now added to the list. Freddie, in all his stubbornness, still refused to ask for anything. Adam desperately wanted to begin a focused search for Rachel, but without help from Nadia, he knew he would be wasting his time and energy. They started taking their meals together in the motel's reception area. Afterwards, they'd play cards or just sit around and talk. Freddie rarely joined them, choosing instead to eat in his room, which bothered Adam immensely. The more he tried to include the man in the group, the more he pulled away. He had taken Caroline's death incredibly hard. In his mind, he was 0 for 2 in the protection business. On their 4th day at the Cadillac Inn, Adam was propped up in bed, reading an old John Grisham book, when a knock on his door interrupted him. A steady rain was falling, the patter of raindrops on the rooftop comforting, as it always had been. Max napped on the other bed. Adam opened the door to find Sarah there, Nadia standing just off her left shoulder. "Got a minute?" Sarah asked. "Of course," he said, backing away from the door to give Nadia her space. He invited them in and then propped the door open with the table in the room. It might make her feel more comfortable, knowing the door was open. "Nadia wants to talk." "Great," he said, his heart racing, his body flush with shame. He held his hands out toward the 2 cheap chairs. "Please, have a seat." His formality struck him as a bit ridiculous, but he was desperate not to mess this up. He couldn't have done a worse job handling Nadia's revelation about Rachel had he sat down and planned it. As they took their seats, he sat on the edge of the bed facing them, his left leg crossed over his right one, his hands laced around the knee. God, please let this be the least offensive, least aggressive pose possible. Jesus, his career had put him between women's thighs on a daily basis for more than a decade, and he'd become a pro in neutralizing the uncomfortable, keeping it cool, professional, as clinical and unsavory as possible. He kept his mouth zipped tight, waiting for Nadia to kick things off. "Go ahead," Sarah said. "Tell him what you told me." Nadia was sitting ramrod straight, her hands stacked neatly on her lap. She eyed him warily, the look of a child after a severe beating at the hands of an angry father. "I met your daughter at the camp," she said. She paused, as though she were trying to figure out which way to go with the narrative. Adam desperately wanted to unload a barrage of questions, but he bit his lip, sinking his teeth into his lower lip until his eyes welled with tears from the pain. "There were a lot of people there, dozens." Even these vague descriptions set off explosions in his mind. She stopped and gently tapped her lips with a clenched fist. She cleared her throat, shoving aside the emotional roadblock, and continued. "After my family was gone, I left Stillwater. It was very scary at night, and the smell." Sarah placed a well-timed hand on the woman's knee, and Nadia looked over at her, nodding her head. Yeah, I think we're all pretty goddamn familiar with the smell, Adam thought, and he felt shitty for thinking it. He hated the way such thoughts just crashed through like an unwanted party guest. "I hated to leave my family there," she said, spreading her arms wide. "But what could I do? What could I do?" Sarah took Nadia's small hand in between hers, enveloping it, protecting it. "I walked for many days. It was so hot and I felt crazy. Dead bodies everywhere. Sometimes I would hear a dog barking, and it sounded so close, but then I would walk 10 miles, and it sounded exactly the same." Adam felt like he was about to burst, but he kept quiet, knowing she had to do this, that she had to unload it. It was poison cargo, and if she didn't get rid of it, slough it off like the dead skin it was, she'd have no chance to heal the terrible wound that had been inflicted on her soul. "I ended up with a small group of people. 2 men and an older woman. We were headed west. I'm not even sure why we were headed that way." Her olive skin colored red, as though her act of self-preservation had been something to be ashamed of.
They came for us at night, she said, her voice softening. I woke up to the sound of screaming, horrible screaming, and then I was being pulled out of my tent. I remember the moon was very bright, and I could see them. There were 4 of them, so clearly, even though it was the middle of the night. They marched us out to the road and they shot the men, just shot them like they were dogs. Then they asked us how old we were.
Her voice barely a whisper, and Adam had to lean forward to hear Nadia's tale.
The other woman, she said she was 51, and they shot her right in the head. So I lied and I said I was 34, but this is a lie. I am really 41. And I thought they would shoot me, but they didn't. They just shoved me inside this truck and drove me to this big place where they kept us in a building.
Adam uncrossed his legs and leaned forward, his elbows propped on his knees. His mind was spinning, questions sprouting like mushrooms on a dark, damp forest floor. What was this place? Who were these people? How could there be so many still alive? They probably hadn't seen 100 people total since leaving Richmond, let alone that many in one place. Did they have a vaccine?
They did tests on us, she said, her voice cracking now.
She jerked her hand clear of Sarah's, as if she'd touched a hot stove, and her chin dropped to her chest. They were losing her. She was headed for a dark place, one she obviously had no desire to navigate right now, and he had to steer her away from it. And you met Rachel? He asked, as gently as he could.
Yes, she said with a sigh,
lifting her chin up. She seemed relieved that Adam had changed the subject, as though she'd lost control of her own narrative, a jetliner spiraling toward Earth, its pilot frozen and unable to pull up.
I met her the day after I got there, she said, at breakfast. She's a very sweet girl.
Adam's heart thumped crazily, and he was certain they could all hear it. And she's okay?
Yes, I think so, she said. How did you get away? Sarah asked.
She turned to Sarah. Her face darkened again.
One morning, they drove me away from the camp, 2 of them, out near the woods. They were going to kill me, so as soon as they stopped, I got out and ran as fast as I could into the trees. It was raining so hard, and the forest, it was very thick, so I think they didn't look for me for very long. I ran and ran and ran. I didn't stop until it was dark.
It occurred to Adam that this mysterious camp was likely no more than a day or two's drive from where he now sat.
I was by myself until I found you, she said, her voice going stiff and flat,
the tone of a woman who was wrapping things up. The trio fell silent. Adam massaged his temples with the points of his index fingers, trying to decide what to say next. "Can I ask you a couple of questions?" he asked. Nadia looked at Sarah, who nodded.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about where this place was?
No, I really don't, she said,
her face dour.
They wouldn't say.
This place, was it like a city or a town?
No, she said. It was like a castle, but not really. There were walls around it. There was a farm and they had electricity. They seemed very prepared for all this.
After you left, were you on foot the whole time?
Yes.
Which way were you walking?
I'm not really sure exactly. Mostly east, so the sun wouldn't be in my face in the afternoon. But I can't say it was due east.
How many days before we picked you up did you escape?
A week, she said. Maybe 10 days. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more helpful.
He resisted the almost overwhelming urge to express his disappointment. After all, this woman was his sole link to Rachel. If they hadn't found her, he probably would have never seen Rachel again. He smiled his best smile. Please, you've given me the best news I could have hoped for. A thin smile appeared on Nadia's lips.
I think I'd like to rest, she said.
Sarah escorted Nadia back to her room. While she was gone, he wrote down as much as he could remember on a notepad he found in the drawer of the end table by the bed.
What do you think? Sarah asked when she returned.
Hard to believe, he said, but she did know Rachel's name.
Yeah, Sarah said. What now?
Adam sighed. We were near Topeka when we picked her up, he said. She said she'd been on the road a week, maybe 10 days?
More or less.
Say she walked 10, 15 miles a day. She probably made it 100 miles or so on foot. So this camp she's talking about is probably within 150 miles of here. Let's round up to 200 miles. Hell, we may have driven by it already. Sounds about right, but that's a huge search radius, and that's assuming she's remembering things correctly. She had a pretty rough go. I don't know what other choice I have, Adam said. I'll get some maps, lay out some search grids, and start looking.
It could take months to find this place, if you ever do.
Months I've got, he said. Years I've got. A strange look crossed Sarah's face, and then it hit him. You guys don't have to stay, he said. Sarah chewed on her fingernail, her eyes focused on something behind him. I can't thank you enough for what you've done, he said. More silence. I know this is a shithole in the middle of nowhere, but I have to stay and look for her. Sarah nodded and went back outside. She stood under the overhang and smoked a cigarette as the rain continued to fall. Adam watched her for a moment through the door and then joined her. I'll stay, she said, not looking at him. She held out a hand and let rainwater collect in her palm. Are you sure? He asked. It's just sort of hitting me now, she said, shaking the water from her hand. There's nothing out there. On the road for 2 months and there's just nothing. It was easy not to think about it while we were headed west, you know? Then St. Louis was a bust, and Caroline died, and now we're here. You found what you were looking for. Not exactly, but you know what I mean. It's like the rest of us have been supporting characters in the story of Adam. I didn't mean... I know, she said. I know, and that came out wrong. I was happy to be part of your story. It meant I didn't have to think about what came next. But now, next is here. They stood silently as the rain intensified. You remember that night I asked you about God? Yeah. I think I was still in shock, she said. Like we were watching this terrible thing that had happened to all these other people, and it was a thing to talk about, like we were in some college seminar. But now, it hurt so bad. To be left here all alone. And being with you, with the others, it made it hurt a little less. So, I'll stay. Nadia will do whatever I do. Max will stay, and we'll just keep going like before. She walked away. Chapter 30. He always checked the mailbox first. No specific reason, it just seemed like the right thing to do. Dr. James Rogers flipped open the mailbox's small metal door, which squeaked on rusty hinges, and pulled out a stack of mail, probably 2 or 3 days' worth. A greeting card postmarked August 10th, right around the time everything started going to hell. A credit card solicitation, an LL Bean catalog. The mail was mostly intact, but the catalog was damp and swollen, the ink having run and smeared. He gently closed the box and made his way up the driveway to the front door of the small ranch house, snaking around the silver minivan still parked in the driveway. Plastic toys littered the front yard, which was choked with knee-high weeds. Dead leaves and branches clogged the streets and storm drains, leaving a thick soup sloshing along the curbside. I'll meet you inside, he called back toward Ned. Ned nodded and collected the gear from the car, the cleaning supplies, water jugs, mops, the garbage bags. Rogers briefly wondered if anyone had noticed his and Ned's absence from the Citadel, but even if they had, he wasn't sure he cared all that much. The first time he'd done this, about 3 weeks ago, he'd been terrified, but he hadn't been able to stop himself from taking a pickup truck and making the 20-minute drive here to Beatrice, Nebraska. In the weeks since Medusa had finished its terrible work, he hadn't been sleeping, he hadn't been eating. He'd lie down at night and picture the house he'd grown up in, a little rancher in Lansing, Michigan, not very different than this one he now stood before. Eventually, it was all he thought about. It began to eat away at him, a little bit at a time, knowing that the bodies of his brother Jeff, who bought out Roger's share in the house in Lansing after their parents had died, his wife Shannon and their 3 kids were almost certainly in there, rotting away, that they would lie there for all eternity, until the bones were dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This was his 6th trip to Beatrice, and it was the only thing that brought him any joy anymore. Well, joy might have been too strong a word. Relief. Peace. They were entering a period of terrible danger, and for them to be effective, they would need peace. There were 5 others, and each had already accompanied Rogers on an excursion. It had become their sacred pilgrimage. Today, it was Ned's turn. The front door was locked, but a swift kick at the lock took care of that. The door had swung hard inward, slamming against the interior wall before bouncing back toward him. The house was a mess, as the others had been. Clothes and blankets and spoiled food lay everywhere. The stench of death had largely faded, leaving behind just a hint of mustiness and decay. The living room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn. After setting the mail down, he did a quick loop through the house. In a back bedroom, the body of a small child lay on the floor, tucked under a pathetic-looking blue blanket. On the bed was a female body, still dressed in a thin nightgown, the corpse gray, the skin drawn tight. He sat down on the bed. He always sat with the bodies. You did this. He cried. The tears came harder with each successive trip he made here. How had he let this happen? Congratulations, Jimmy. You're going to go down in history as the man with the worst case of regret ever. When the tears finally stopped flowing, a minute, an hour, he didn't know, he got up and got to work. They started in the living room, cleaning up the trash and the junk that had piled up as this woman and her son had succumbed to Medusa. He dusted and fluffed pillows and washed dishes and scrubbed the little gas stove. He made the beds and scoured the toilet and the bathtub and stacked mail and magazines. He shined the counters and swept the floors. He carried out 2 trash bags and set them in the can on the side of the house. Then they carried the bodies of the woman and her child outside and buried them in their tiny backyard. It took them the rest of the afternoon, but eventually they were both in the ground. When he topped off the makeshift graves with the last bit of dirt, he felt better. It would be short-lived, of course, because dead was dead, and they were dead because of him, because he had been too much of a coward to stop it, and there were tens of millions of other houses, just like this one, and what the hell difference did it make whether he cleaned these poor people's houses anyway? Dead was dead. This was probably going to be the last time he did this, he realized. He was due to leave the Citadel in a week, to leave forever. They were waiting for him. It had all been part of the plan, you see. But then the plan had changed, and no one knew it but him. When he and Ned were done, they sat on the back steps and smoked stale cigarettes. Rogers was up to a pack a day, and he prayed he would develop lung cancer. At least emphysema or COPD. He deserved it. Suicide was too good for him, he knew that. He needed to suffer. He would smoke 3 packs a day if that's what it took. They sat in silence for a few minutes. In the distance, a coyote howled its mournful cry. He was scared, so scared. "How are you feeling?" Rogers asked. "I don't know," Ned said, his voice cracking. "A little better, I guess." "We can't undo what has been done," Rogers said. "I know," Ned said, his shoulders sagging. He'd recruited Ned last. Ned's last few psychological evaluations had revealed markers of guilt and remorse about what they had done. He was growing erratic. His work performance was suffering. He'd originally been brought on for his survivalist skills, one of these apocalypse junkies, but when the shit had hit the fan, he hadn't been able to handle it. Their stupid psych evals. As if they really would have been able to tell how people would react after they murdered 7 billion people. When Rogers had finally broached the subject with him, Ned had seemed almost relieved. Ned dropped his cigarette to the brick step. They drove back to the Citadel in silence. It was raining when Rogers made it back to his quarters on the eastern side of the compound. He fixed himself a cup of tea and sat down with the file that had brought him to this point, the file that had finally pushed him over the edge. Rogers had debated telling the others what he had found, but he hadn't been able to form the words. Not that it mattered, really, but he should tell them. They had a right to know that they'd been lied to from the beginning. He could barely wrap his head around it. He thought he'd known all there was to know about the project. But then they'd captured her. He ran the tip of his finger over the name hastily written on the tab. Rachel. Last name unknown. It was supposed to be a routine physical. Gynecological examination, fertility testing, blood, urine, the whole 9 yards. The results of her tests, however, had been anything but routine. There, clear as day, flowing through her veins, was the nanovaccine, not the one that he'd administered to Chadwick and the 98 other residents of the Citadel. It had all been part of the plan, you see. The sterility hadn't been an unintended side effect. Rogers had programmed it into the nanotech under Gruber's orders. Miles Chadwick didn't know what the Citadel really was. Compartmentalization and all that. Gruber had desperately wanted Chadwick to succeed, but it was never guaranteed that he would. And if things had gone south, Gruber had wanted to make sure that there was no link back to him. Everything had been carefully constructed to make sure that the trail ended with Chadwick. Cut the loose thread. Rogers thought he had known everything, but he hadn't, and he really shouldn't have been surprised. He made a deal with the devil, after all. But who was this girl? How had she gotten the vaccine? Did Gruber know about her? Did she know about Gruber? He was too afraid to ask her. When he saw the nanovaccine coursing through her blood, that's when he knew that it was all doomed to fail. It was too big. A crack here, a fissure there. It would all come apart. Nebraska. Colorado. Colorado. Chadwick had changed the game by bringing in these women. It was something Rogers hadn't counted on, and looking back, it was pretty goddamn stupid of them. Chadwick was brilliant. Of course he'd want to use survivors as surrogates. It made sense. It was a good idea. And the truth was, Rogers was a bit curious about whether it would work. But then he'd think about Jeff and Shannon and Mikey and Jessica, and the little one, the cute butterball whose name he always forgot, and he'd hate himself all over again. Why? Why had he agreed to it? Had he let Gruber brainwash him? All those years working at Nanomed, one of Penumbra's many subsidiaries, Rogers had always looked up to the man, even saw him as a bit of a father figure, where his own had been an abusive, alcoholic plumber who couldn't hold a job. And there's your Freudian link, Jimmy. Good job. What a goddamn mess. He closed the file and set it on his lap. The tea had cooled enough to drink, and he took a swallow. He couldn't undo what had been done, but he could help these women, and then he would disappear. It was almost time. Chapter 31. By the evening of October 23rd, Adam had spent 54 hours looking for Nadia's camp and had nothing to show for it. They'd been on the road since first light. Riding shotgun while Sarah drove, sipping 3-day-old coffee, he studied his maps, a Sharpie in hand. A chilly rain was falling. They were still holed up in the Cadillac Inn, trying to ignore the fact the days had gotten progressively cooler, and the nights were much, much colder. They'd taken to stripping the empty rooms of their bedding and loading up with blankets and quilts and towels to stay warm at night. That would do for now, but they were approaching a come-to-Jesus moment in a couple of areas. A few more weeks, and freezing to death would become a legitimate possibility. If they didn't find Rachel by November the 1st, they'd probably have to pull up and head south for the winter, like a flock of Canadian geese. Second, motorized transportation was becoming increasingly hit or miss. A bad load of gasoline had grounded the Outback, and since then, they'd resorted to peeling vehicles off the big jam like fruit from an automotive tree. Some ran, others didn't. He spent as much time as he could searching for the camp. Some days he had company. Others he traveled alone. Today, Sarah had come along, and for that he was glad. As they banged around the back roads of the empty Midwest, sometimes they talked, mostly about the world gone by, and sometimes they said nothing. This afternoon, he'd been quiet, feeling particularly morose about their quest. Now darkness was setting in, earlier and earlier with each passing day. He checked his watch. It was a hair before 7 o'clock. As he shaded in a map section they'd searched that afternoon, he felt the vehicle decelerate sharply. "What is it?" he asked, looking over at Sarah. "That light," Sarah said, slowing to a stop on the shoulder. They were up in the panhandle of Oklahoma, a couple 100 miles from their little home base in South Haven. He followed her gaze toward a soft glow to the northwest, at his 10 o'clock. The rain had pushed off to the east late in the afternoon, taking the cloud cover with it, and leaving behind a dark, moonless night. Very dark. This effervescence was a lighthouse in an ocean of darkness. Adam's pulse quickened. "What do you think it is?" she asked. "Hopefully a steakhouse." She laughed. "That would be good." "We should check it out," he said. "Well, we can use the light as a beacon. If we wait until daylight, we might not be able to find it again." "Agreed." She went to shift into gear, and then paused. "Look," she said, touching Adam on the arm. A small herd of deer crossed the road in front of them, emerging ghost-like from the tall prairie grasses at the side of the road. A large doe paused and turned her head toward the windshield, her eyes glinting in the shine of the headlights. Her head, a creamy light brown and speckled with white spots, as though she were a careless painter, twitched once, and then she followed her herd mates into the prairie on the other side. "Hunting season would be coming up soon," she said. "Probably going to be a good one for the deer." She laughed as she guided the truck back on the road, the glow in the distance their only guide. "Be interesting to see what nature does without us in the way," she said. "I've been thinking about that," Adam said. "The virus didn't seem to have much impact on animals, at least that I've seen, but nature is going to roar back in a hurry, I can promise you that. Think how fast grass and weeds grew, even when we were staying right on top of it. The wild animal population, the ones usually culled by hunting, will probably explode until the food chain stabilizes again. Oceans and rivers will start to cleanse themselves. Suppose overfishing will be a thing of the past, at least for the next few centuries." "Think our society will ever reform?" "Hard to say," Adam said. "We've probably seen the last of the good old US of A, much as it pains me to say. I could see a bunch of little communities popping up all over the place, particularly in the south, in the rural areas, where the temperatures are warmer, and where there probably aren't as many bodies to deal with. Assuming that some of the babies survive, and the communities begin to sustain themselves with food, water, shelter, they'll begin to interact. Possibly violently at first." "Violently?" "I hope not, but that's what I'm afraid of. Some of these communities, they may be headed by dictatorial types. Remember, the people who survived, they weren't selected for their ability to survive in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. They were selected for their ability to survive exposure to the Medusa virus, and that's it. All over the world, there were infants and quadriplegics and Alzheimer's patients who were immune, but died within a few days because there was no one there to care for them. So you're going to have people who won the genetic lottery, but who have no idea how to survive on their own. They may be more than happy to let someone else run the show, and those are the kinds of people who scare me. There's going to be a huge push to get the power turned back on, or at least some facsimile of it. People are going to start stockpiling things like weapons. In fact, we should be doing that ourselves, even if we don't need them right away. He paused and considered all the challenges that lay ahead, and it began to make his head spin. And if the babies aren't immune? Sarah asked. Then we turn the lights out before we leave. The mood in the car soured. His back ached, and he wanted nothing more than to climb into his big king bed back home, in a world where none of this had happened, where he could sit in front of the TV with some old DVDs, slurping down spicy chicken tortilla soup. How are we on gas? He asked, deciding to change the subject. Not great, she said after checking the gauge. We can either keep going and possibly run out of gas before we find this place, or turn back and possibly run out before we get home. Super. He chewed on a fingernail, trying to push emotion aside and focus on the logical choice. I'm up for it if you are, she said. You're right, it may be hard to find again. It's risky, he said. I want to find Rachel more than anyone, but I don't want you to do something you don't need to do. Fuck it, she said. What was it the kids were saying before the virus hit? YOLO? YOLO? You only live once. Oh, YOLO. The kids, Doctor. The kids. They spent the next 90 minutes zipping along back roads, cutting through fields, and then back onto state highways, the ever-present glow drawing closer on the northwest horizon. Sarah forded an overgrown farm, the bodies of half a dozen horses dotting the landscape in the sweep of the headlights, dead of thirst, if Adam had to guess. At the farm's gated entrance, Sarah turned west onto Route 815, the glow dead ahead. Just then, the truck sputtered and hitched, the final warning that they were riding on fumes. Kill the headlights, he said. Sarah flicked the lights off, leaving them cocooned in darkness. You think this is her camp? I don't know, she said. I don't see any walls. Well, either way, we're committed now. He was sort of glad there was no turning back. The glow was hypnotic, drawing him in. Something different about this place. Why it felt different than the others, he didn't know. Maybe this was a destination, rather than a way station. He thought often of Sarah's query about what he would do after he found Rachel. There would have to be something to make life worth living. Otherwise, they could all be headed for a dark place indeed. The problems were piling up quickly. His feelings for Sarah at the top of the pyramid, not because it was the most pressing, but it was the most familiar type of problem. Unrequited love. That was a road he'd been down before. Beneath that, Freddie's state of mind. Okay, not your everyday problem, but still in the range of human experience. He was still worried about the guy. Of course, Rachel. And the last one, of course, the foundation of all the other problems they were facing, the one that vexed him, had been baby Stephen's death. Of course, it looked like he had died of Medusa, but had his body put up any fight at all? Had he inherited any resistance from his mother? If Medusa resistance required a complete copy of the gene, meaning a baby needed to be born to two immune parents or worse, if it wasn't hereditary at all, then they were all in a lot of trouble indeed. Even if it was hereditary, the survivors were so scattered he didn't know how enough of them would reconnect to rebuild the species. Conceivably, not enough women would become pregnant, and going forward, each successive generation would be smaller than the last, until it was too late, until the population dipped below the point of no return, and that would be that. The engine finally quit, and the SUV rolled to a stop as Sarah guided it to the shoulder. They slipped out of the truck, grabbed their guns, and zipped up their jackets against the night's chill. A cold wind blew in off the prairie, frosting the back of Adam's neck. They walked for another 90 minutes along Route 815, a two-lane groove slicing through the flatlands. About 5 miles west of where they abandoned the SUV, a sign rose up from the darkness. It read, "Welcome to Evergreen, America's greenest city." Just beyond the sign, the city of Evergreen rose up like the pages inside a child's pop-up book. Bright and sprawling, slapped down in the middle of the wide, empty prairie. As they drew closer, the soft white glow sharpened into the thousands of twinkling lights illuminating the town. Adam felt dizzy, sort of the way he'd felt the day that he'd gone for that fateful run along the ocean front at Holden Beach, when he'd found the beach empty and deserted, outside normal limits, nothing moved. They crept along the sidewalk at city's edge, keeping close, their weapons at the ready. A low-slung white brick building, the name North Star, stenciled along the side, fronted this block. Across the street, a post office and an ice cream shop called Erica's. How could all the lights be on? Adam shook his head. He checked his watch. It was nearly 11 p.m. They were hours overdue, but there wasn't anything they could do about that. He hated to think about them worrying, knowing there was nothing they could do but sit and wait and wonder how long they should wait before deciding Adam and Sarah weren't coming back. They moved street by street, block by block. The streets were virginal, as though they'd just been poured. Bright streetlights poured warm, inviting light across the town square. At one intersection, which bracketed the west side of the town square, they found a park starting to go to seed. At its center was a lake, its surface shimmery and still and dark. It had been a lovely park, ringed by young saplings, their leaves in full technicolor now. Shiny late-model cars and small SUVs dotted the town. "Notice anything about the cars?" Adam asked. Something about the place had been nagging him as they made their way into the town proper, and it had finally clicked. Sarah shrugged. "They're all electric." A flicker of movement ahead of them, on the east side of the park. A small figure, perhaps a child or teenager, waving frantically at them. "Help!" the figure called out. "We need help!" "Let's go," Sarah hissed, breaking into a run. "Wait!" Adam bolted across the park after her, his gun up at the ready. His legs swished against the tall grass as he knifed toward her, but she was fast, quickly widening the distance between them as he zeroed in on her target. Just ahead, just as Sarah had started to gain on her quarry, the figure slipped through the park gate, across the street toward a residential area, and around a corner. "This way!" "Sarah!" he yelled. He had no idea what she was thinking. What would possess her to take such a risk? He barreled through the gate and across the street, pausing to look both ways because some habits were damn hard to break, and around the same corner. As he cleared the turn onto a narrow dead-end side street, finding an array of guns trained on Sarah, he realized how big a mistake they'd made. Chapter 32. If there was one lesson Adam was learning in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, one nugget of knowledge he was really taking to heart, it was that everyone had a gun, and people thought it had been easy to get a gun before the plague. Badum crash cymbals. He was staring at the business end of 4 firearms, a tightly grouped bunch, 2 women and 2 men, their faces tight and drawn, plus the rail-thin teenage girl that had initially drawn their attention. Sarah had her gun up as well, and wasn't this just a hell of a scene? "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" he yelled out casually, like he were warning a driver about to back into a shopping cart. "Step back, Adam," Sarah hissed. "Everybody calm down," he said as calmly as he could, holding up his palms. "Put your guns down," a voice squeaked. Adam cut his eyes toward the sound and saw its owner, a heavier-set, bespectacled man of about 50. "Look, let's all be real careful here," Adam said. He hoped his voice sounded calm. "If we put our guns down, will you promise not to shoot us?" As a show of good faith, Adam slowly rotated his gun in his hand, taking it by the barrel, and laid it on the ground. "Put it down and we'll see what's what," the teenage girl said. She had a husky voice, coated with the smoke of illicit cigarettes. She was older than Adam had initially thought, probably closer to 18 or 19. "Sarah," Adam said, "put the gun down." She gave him a stare that might as well have been lined with battery acid, but she relented. Holding one palm up, she lowered the heavy gun and dropped it on the ground. It clattered ominously on the asphalt, and just like that, both of them were unarmed. "See?" Adam said. "We're not here to hurt you." "Who are you people?" the man asked. "We saw the lights." "Are you with them?" "Are you?" "With who?" "Don't lie to me." "We're not with anyone, I swear. My name is Adam. This is Sarah." "Let's just shoot them," one of the women said. "I don't want to shoot anyone," the man said, his shoulders sagging. His eyes were baggy with exhaustion. "We don't even know if they're with them. They haven't been back in weeks. Let's take them down to the cells. We'll let the mayor sort this out." "Jeff, we don't even know if the mayor is—" "Shut up!" The group fell silent, and their captors marched them down the main drag, named Main Street, back the way Sarah and Adam had come. They passed a diner, a law office, a dry cleaner, and a few other staples of a downtown area. There was a small-town feel to it, sure, but there was something about the place Adam couldn't quite put his finger on. One thing he was sure of, this was not Nadia's mysterious camp. The town hall, back near the lake, was a modern-looking brick building with a wide utilitarian staircase. Adam and Sarah followed inside, where they felt the warmth of the heat blowing through the vents, which felt indescribably good. Jeff led them downstairs to a trio of jail cells. After confiscating their personal items, they put Adam in the cell on the far end and Sarah into the one closest to the door, leaving the middle one empty. Jeff had started sliding the cell door shut when the frantic footsteps of someone descending the stairs filled the air. "Jeff!" a woman called out. Adam craned his neck for a better view. A middle-aged woman emerged from the shadows. Her forehead was shiny with sweat, and she looked to be in tears. "What is it?" Jeff asked. "Gwen just had a seizure." Adam shivered with dread. Medusa? "Hey, I'm a doctor," Adam said. "Let me help." Jeff and the woman looked up at Adam. "I swear," Adam said, "there's ID in my wallet." Jeff didn't seem to be interested in the identification. "Are you really a doctor?" "Yes, I was an OB-GYN. "All the doctors and nurses here died or left town," the woman said. "Will you look at Gwen?" "If you agree to let us out." Jeff grunted, a noise suggesting he'd known this ultimatum was coming. "Jeff, come on, we can't let her die." "She might die anyway," he said. "Please, Jeff." He sighed. "Fine." He opened up the cells and said, "Follow me. If you try to run, I will shoot you." "Any idea what's wrong with her?" "Let me think. Today's Saturday. Friday morning, we were at breakfast. Anyway, she complained she was tired and dizzy. And hot. She said she was hot, tired, and dizzy. Then she fainted." Adam set his mind to work, running a differential diagnosis as best he could, drawing on all his medical knowledge, from medical school textbooks, through the continuing education courses, through every random ailment his patients had experienced in his 16 years in practice. "Go on," he said. "Every detail matters, no matter how minor you may think it is." They went up a stairwell to the second floor, Jeff narrating the entire way. Trailing behind was the young woman they'd initially spotted coming into Evergreen. Her name was Charlotte Spencer. "We had to wake her up for dinner that night," Charlotte said, cutting in. "She ate a little, but she was still out of it. Kind of a mess, actually." "Fever?" "Not that I could tell." They moved into a large room at the end of the corridor, where they found Gwen Townsend on a couch, wrapped in blankets, sleeping. It was an ornate office, one wall lined with bookshelves. Another wall consisted entirely of glass and looked out toward the center of town. A middle-aged woman was sitting with her. The mayor was sweating, her hair matted to her face, but her forehead was cool to the touch. Her pulse was flying. "Does she have any health problems?" "I don't know," Jeff said. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," he said. "Not your job to know. This is her private office, right?" "Yes." "Does she have any medicine she keeps here?" "I'm not really sure. Maybe her desk?" He pointed to a large antique-looking desk on the far side of the room. Adam hurried over to the desk and began pawing through the drawers. In the third one down on the left, he found a black pouch containing several vials of liquid glucagon. Behind that, several sealed syringes and hypodermic needles. He studied the label of the glucagon and was relieved to discover it was one of the newer formulas, the ones that didn't require reconstitution before use. Glucagon was notoriously unstable in solution, but the drug companies had started to figure out how to stabilize it, which allowed for quicker injection. "She's diabetic," he called out. He measured out a dose quickly, tapping the syringe to clear the air bubble, and then rushed back to the mayor's side. "Jeff," he said, "help me get these blankets off her." Together, they unrolled the blankets and hoisted Mayor Townsend to a seated position. He jabbed her thigh with the needle and depressed the plunger. "Will this work?" "Assuming she hasn't suffered any irreversible damage, it should work quickly." Adam held his breath as he waited for the woman's blood glucose levels to recover. "Please," he thought, "please." Patient A's name was Kelly Stoddard. She was a 30-year-old architect expecting her first child, a boy. She'd spent every free second reading every book and pamphlet she could about pregnancy, delivery, and motherhood. She cut out all coffee and soda, even after Adam had assured her that a little caffeine posed no risk to the baby. Hell, even a glass of wine a night probably wouldn't harm the fetus, but Adam would never dare tell an expectant mother that. Kelly's pregnancy had been unremarkable in every way until her 38-week checkup had revealed a slightly elevated blood pressure reading. Adam reminded Kelly to notify him at once if she noticed any unusual symptoms. The next evening, she called and reported she was feeling a bit lightheaded at dinner, and he told her he'd meet her at the hospital. He was pretty sure he would go ahead and induce labor at that point. The baby was full term, measuring more than 8 pounds, and there was no reason to keep him in there any longer. Adam couldn't point to any specific reason why he'd made that decision. It wasn't the result of any quantifiable analysis he'd done. It was just a decision constructed with the raw materials of 10,000 other choices he'd made in his career as an obstetrician. The labor and delivery ward was quiet when he'd arrived at 11:21 p.m., about 5 minutes before Kelly and her husband Hank. It was a slow night, devoid of even a sliver of the moon or thunderstorm or anything that might have triggered a mass wave of labor across the area, which made what happened later that night all the more maddening. There was nothing else Adam could point to, no distractions, no complicated deliveries or emergency C-sections that might have explained, if not necessarily excused, whatever had constituted the first link in the chain of events that had ended with Kelly and her baby both dead long before their time. To this day, he still didn't know the moment that had constituted the point of no return, the subtle change in her condition that sent things over the cliff, irretrievably so. Her blood pressure was normal, but her pulse was a bit elevated. The baby's heartbeat was normal. Cervix was dilated to 4 centimeters, the contractions intermittent and irregular. Adam administered the oxytocin, the synthetic hormone designed to induce labor, at 12:34 a.m. on November 14th. Another patient, at 32 weeks, came in at 12:57 a.m. with what turned out to be false labor, and she spent the night resting as her contractions faded. At 1:34 a.m., Kelly, who was then dilated to 8 centimeters, suddenly began complaining of a severe headache. At 1:47 a.m., her blood pressure skyrocketed to 165/120, sending her card alarm into conniptions. Adam rushed her into the operating room for a C-section and made the first incision at 1:59 a.m. The surgery proceeded normally, but Kelly's headache continued to worsen, and her blood pressure began climbing again. A neurologist scrubbed in and began monitoring Kelly's neurological condition. Her husband, who'd been friendly and chatty through his wife's pregnancy, grew quieter as he began to notice that something was amiss. At 2:10 a.m., just as Adam had successfully opened the uterus, Kelly suffered a massive seizure. A nurse escorted Kelly's husband into the cold off-white corridor outside the operating room, where he watched his own personal apocalypse unfold through the tiny window cutout in the door. As Adam extracted the baby from the uterus, Kelly went into full cardiac arrest. Despite extensive attempts at resuscitation, Kelly was declared dead at 2:34 a.m. The baby was alive but minimally responsive. Instead of pinking up, his skin remained the color of a light bruise, and instead of crying, he gasped for air like a fish out of water. His heart rate was dangerously low. The neonatal intensive care staff rushed the baby into an incubator and placed him on 100% oxygen, but inexplicably, the infant passed away at 2:44 a.m., exactly 70 minutes after Adam's patient had first complained of a headache. Adam grimly carried out both pronouncements of death. Adam could not remember specific details of the discussions with his surgical team, but when it was over and the machines had been turned off, he remembered bellowing, "What the fuck just happened?" It was a rhetorical question, and he didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he slowly made his way to the corridor to talk to the husband, whose face had gone pale and ashen as the cinder-block walls. Adam could barely stand to look at him, having failed him so egregiously, so he kept his surgical mask draped across his face, hoping that it hid the shame and bewilderment he was feeling. The man crumpled to the floor, his face in his hands. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Stoddard," Adam said. "Your wife and baby experienced significant complications during the surgery. Despite all our efforts, they did not survive." He left it at that, namely because he didn't know what else he could say. Oh, they'd experienced complications all right, on par with a perfectly maintained jetliner plummeting into a field on a clear windless day. "No!" the man bawled, his sobs mixing with his howls of grief. Adam stood there, towering over the puddle of a man like an unforgiving god, whose answer to a penitent's prayer had been not only no, but fuck no, his mind a mess of regret and shame, reminding himself not to say a word that might be construed as an admission of guilt, and then hating himself for remembering to remind himself. He waited with the husband for one of the hospital's grief counselors, and when she arrived to counsel the bereaved, Adam slithered away, feeling very much like a cockroach exposed to bright light. In the meantime, a staffer from the morgue came to collect the bodies, where they would await autopsies. Adam worked the rest of his shift, and when he got home, he went for a long walk, replaying the episode in his head. He'd had one patient die in childbirth before, but she had severe underlying health conditions that had put her at extreme risk for complications. Never before had a delivery unspooled so quickly and so unexpectedly. An autopsy classified the manner of Kelly Stoddard's death as natural, and the cause of death as sudden cardiac arrest. The baby had died of hypoxia. At the Morbidity and Mortality Conference 2 months later, Adam sat ashamed while his colleagues armchaired his decision-making. It did not make him feel better that, but for a few minor details, the other physicians would have followed the same course of action that Adam had followed that fateful night. A hospital investigation into the matter concluded that Adam had done nothing wrong, but in January, Kelly Stoddard's widower filed a complaint with the Virginia Board of Medicine and retained a well-known medical malpractice lawyer. The board's investigation and the lawsuit hummed quietly in the background of Adam's life for the next 7 months, up until the day he'd received the letter from the board summoning him to appear before it. The day, as it turned out, he'd first seen the Medusa virus in action. Gwen Townsend's eyelids fluttered and flew open a few minutes later. "She's awake," Charlotte said, rushing in and taking the mayor's hand in her own. Adam eased behind her, out of the way of the reunion. Townsend turned her head slowly toward the sound, her lips curling up in a smile when she saw Charlotte at her side. "Hiya, sweetheart," she said. "This doctor saved you," Charlotte said, leaning in and kissing the mayor on the cheek. Mayor Townsend's eyes roamed around the room until she found the stranger's face. "Ms. Mayor, how are you feeling?" Adam asked. "Better," she said. "Please, call me Gwen." "My name is Adam, and you still need to rest," he said. "And you're going to have to carefully monitor your diet and insulin levels." She blew out a soft sigh. "I know. We've just had a tough couple of weeks. I let it get away from me." "That stops now." "Yes, sir," she said, winking at him. Adam asked Charlotte to gather some diabetic-friendly foods for the mayor. The others approached one at a time and gave the mayor a warm embrace. "Can I stand up?" "Let's wait on that," he said. "So what's your story?" she asked after the room had emptied out and it was just him, Sarah, and Jeff. He told her. He told her about Rachel's 6-week-old voicemail message, about their westward trek across America, about Caroline, and about Nadia and the mysterious camp. He told her the whole story, the words rushing out of him like a swollen river after a storm. He didn't know why he felt the urge to unload his emotional cargo on this woman he'd never met, but he felt like he'd been carrying it for weeks, and after all, she was a captive audience. There was no motivation to lie, or shade, or hold back. Out came the truth as best as he could remember it. Maybe the fact he didn't know her made it easier to tell it like it was. Maybe it was because he'd gotten a chance to do a little doctoring here, even if it had been nothing more than administering a simple injection. He thought about his next move and decided that bluntness would be the best approach. There could be no sugarcoating it. Winter was on its way, Rachel was out there, and he was well on his way to becoming convinced that they all faced a dangerous enemy out there in the never-ending darkness. "Well, I guess it's my lucky day that you showed up here," Gwen said. "What is this place?" Adam asked. "What do you mean?" the mayor replied. "How is all the power still on?" "Haven't you ever heard of Evergreen, Oklahoma? America's greenest city?" He shook his head. Sarah did the same. "The town generates its own power," Gwen said. "Wind turbines and solar panels. It's not on the electrical grid." "I didn't think that was possible on such a big scale," Adam said. "The town was owned by North Star Corporation. Ever heard of them?" "Sure," Adam said. North Star had been one of the nation's largest power companies, supplying electricity to much of the Plain States. "The plant is about a mile away from here. I don't know all the science behind it, but North Star figured out a way to make wind and solar power work on a bigger scale." "And North Star owns the town?" "They own every bit of the land and every building on it," she said. "Or they used to, at least." "How long will the power stay on?" Sarah asked. "They said indefinitely, as long as the plant was properly maintained," Gwen said, "even if the nation's power grid went down." "Who lived here?" "Only North Star employees and family." "And you all are the only ones left?" "We think about 150 survived the plague. About a month ago, a group of folks from down the road tried to take the town. Things got ugly. We lost another dozen or so that day. I couldn't believe how folks just turned on each other. We fought them off." Adam glanced at Sarah, who nodded. "Would you think about taking me and my friends in here?" Adam asked. "You don't beat around the bush, do you?" Gwen replied. "No, I guess not." "You going to be the town doc?" "I think that would be a fair trade," Adam said, "and we can help defend the town again if need be." She sighed and her shoulders sagged. It seemed like what little fight she'd had in her just sluiced away. "It's been a rough couple of months," she said. "I know it looks like we've got it made in the shade, but people are on edge with winter coming and no doctor. We got some disabled folks. I'm not sure what to do about them. One of them's a sex offender. Believe that? Luckily, he's got Alzheimer's, so he doesn't seem to remember he's a goddamn pervert. What's he doing here? His son Jim was a big North Star executive. He got kicked out of his last residential facility, so his son arranged for him to come live here about a month before the outbreaks. Jim neglected to tell the Housing Commission about Dad's proclivities. And of course, the dirty old man survives, but I watched 1,000 children die in the span of a week. It was an equal opportunity virus. When I woke up here a few minutes ago, she began, I was sort of hoping I'd dreamed the whole thing and I was back in my own bed. You know that feeling when you wake up from a nightmare and it takes you a second to realize it was just a bad dream? He nodded. That's what it was like, she said. I kept waiting for that realization, but it never came. Her eyes spilled over with tears. God damn it, look at me. She wiped her cheeks with the heel of her hand. I'm 67 years old. What good can I do? I can't keep up with my insulin. Why did this goddamn thing spare me? The virus didn't spare you, Adam said. It did what viruses do. She waved him off with a guffaw. Then she covered her mouth with her hands and wept. How many of you are there? She asked. 4 adults, 1 teenager. How long have you been out there? 2 months. I started in Virginia. Sarah came from New York City. What's it like out there? I mean, what's it really like? I haven't left town since it happened. Quiet, Adam said. You can go days without seeing another person, but there's this constant feeling of dread, death just a blink of an eye away. It just hits you more and more each day that we're all on our own, no one coming to help. I can relate to that. Something else came to mind, and it felt weird. It wasn't something he'd given a lot of thought to, but there it was, all the same. On the other hand, what? He scraped a fingernail against his chin. With all the noise of the world gone, it can be quite peaceful. When everything else is stripped away, when it's just you and the land out there. Shame flooded through him like the ocean intent on capsizing a boat. Jesus, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. No, I think I understand. It almost sounds like I'm glad it happened. Whether you're glad or not, Gwen said, taking his hand in her own, the fact of the matter is that it happened. How we deal with it, that's going to determine whether we make it or not. That'll be true for each of us. I will admit, I probably had it easier than most in this thing. I've been divorced 30 years, never remarried, never had kids. Parents dead a decade. I had me a stepbrother in Minneapolis, but we weren't close. I tried calling him when things started getting bad, but I never heard back. But I'm getting off track here. The point I'm trying to make is that this is the world we've been left with, a world with its danger and this quiet beauty you talk about. You're a young man. Hell, even I've got another 15 years coming to me, according to the actuarial tables. Assuming I can remember my damn insulin, that is. If we can't find something worth living for, if we can't find some joy in something simple, if we can't be the tiniest bit grateful we're still alive, then we might as well have died with the others. The room was silent. True. I'll tell you all something I haven't told a soul, she said, pointing a bony, frail finger at him and Sarah. When it started to occur to me I wasn't going to catch it, I was overjoyed. I didn't want to die. I was so scared I could barely see straight. I can't even imagine what it must have been like to be that scared and sick to boot. I didn't think about what kind of world I'd be facing, or that I'd be one of a handful of survivors, or what have you. All I could think about was surviving. And each day I didn't come down with it. I was just glad to be alive, even as the world came crashing down around us. Know what I mean? He nodded. God forgive me. I know it's a terrible thing to have felt, to have been so happy as the world ended. But I was. I wanted to live. Now Adam was the one crying. He'd thought all these things, and he'd felt guilty for thinking them. It had felt so wrong, goddamn near immoral, to have been glad to have survived. He suspected that most survivors were torn between these conflicting feelings, happy to be alive, but sad to have survived such a terrible thing. It seemed like a distinction without a difference, but there was a real, if not faint line there. So are you waiting for an invitation? She asked. He smiled with embarrassment. Maybe. She blew out an exasperated sigh. So, Doctor, you think you and your friends like to stay here in Evergreen? Yes, he said. He felt a lightness in his chest, the sense that he'd accomplished something. There was more to be done, of course. Rachel was still out there, but finding a permanent home had also been on the to-do list, a place where they could be safe from the world beyond. It was a dangerous world out there, of that there was no question. For so many reasons, making Evergreen home seemed like the right thing at the right time. Yes, I think we'd like that very much. Chapter 33. Rachel had been watching Erin Thompson for the better part of their hour in the yard. Erin had spent most of her time in the corner, her fingers interlocked with the chain-link fencing, looking west toward the wall. Despite a chill in the air, Erin had come outside wearing her short-sleeved orange jumpsuit, imprinted with the words, South Nebraska Women's Regional Jail, but nothing else. She wore no coat. She was trembling in the cold. Rachel could see that from where she stood, but Erin did not seem to care. It was a change in the routine, and that alone made it interesting for Rachel. Erin was normally the chattiest of the bunch, the center of the largest clique of Rachel's fellow captives. She liked to talk to everyone, to get to know everyone, as though the very act of socialization would make things easier to deal with, or perhaps forget that they'd happen at all. Rachel liked her because she was good to the other women, the women still in shock from everything that had happened. But today was different. A few of the others, Julian, Latasha, and Robin, had approached her, tried talking to her, but Erin had acted like they weren't even there. After a while, they'd given up and retreated back into their clique, forgetting, for the moment, their suddenly quiet friend. Maybe it had all been an act, Rachel thought. Maybe Erin's Good Samaritan was nothing more than a quick coat of paint over a devastated landscape. Maybe the wreckage that was Erin's personal horror story was seeping back through that simple covering. It was possible that Erin's shock was finally wearing off, and she was now seeing the world the way it really was. Rachel glanced at the guards, Ned and Jeremy. They were smoking cigarettes by the door, their machine guns slung casually over their shoulders. Then she drifted slowly toward Erin, walking casually, moving toward the fence. She didn't want to come on too strong, make the woman feel like she was invading her space. She wanted it to seem natural, that she too saw the truth, that they were bonded. Erin needed someone now to look after her, the way she had looked after the others, and no one else was doing it. Rachel feigned interest in the hardpack of the yard, crouching down and plucking small stones from the ground. She flung two over the fence, keeping her eye on Erin as she felt the dirt and grit embed her nails. Then she saw it, a flash, a shimmer in Erin's left hand. Rachel glanced back toward the guards, who were deep in their conversation, not paying much attention. She wondered if Ned was feeding Jeremy the info she'd given him, about what things were like outside the walls. She cocked her head to the left, hoping to secure a better view of the object in Erin's hand. Erin's head was turned to the right, away from Rachel, but back toward the guards. Rachel stood back up and moved a little closer to Erin, a tiny alarm sounding in her head that something bad was about to happen. Erin turned away from the fence and toward the yard, her eyes locked in now on Jeremy and Ned. And now Rachel had a clear line of sight toward the object in Erin's hand. It was some kind of homemade shank. Oh no. Rachel picked up the pace. She was about 20 yards away from Erin. She had to get there before the guards realized that something was amiss, or Erin would be dead. She picked up the pace as fast as she could go without running, because that was something the guards would notice. Behind her, the other women continued to chatter, oblivious to the fact that death was now in the yard with them, waiting to see what would happen. 10 yards, then 5, then a foot. Then she clamped her hand on Erin's elbow. Erin swung her head toward Rachel, a look of total mania enveloping her face. It was a look of someone who'd somehow managed to lose something even after all was already lost. She ripped her elbow free of Rachel's grip and started to shove her aside. They tussled for a second as Rachel struggled to grab Erin's arm again. Anything to interrupt her suicide mission. Don't, Rachel said as firmly as she could. This stopped Erin cold. Her face loosened, her jaw sagging as though some great burden had been lifted from her. Put it in your pocket, Rachel hissed. Do it now, quickly. Erin's breath was coming in ragged gasps, and her eye was twitching. But you don't know what they've done. I have to. Did they hurt you? Rachel asked. Part of her dreaded the answer, because if they had, she wasn't sure she could begrudge Erin her wish to exact some sort of justice on these assholes. Hell, maybe she would join in, go all Thelma and Louise on these yahoos. They overpower these two, get the guns, then anything would be possible. No, Erin said. Yes. No, I don't know. Erin's legs buckled underneath her, and she dropped to the ground, sobbing. Rachel glanced over her shoulder. This had drawn the guards' notice, but they didn't seem inclined to intervene. What's wrong? Rachel asked, taking a knee next to the hysterical woman. She looked up at Rachel, her eyes red, her grimy cheeks glassy with tears. I'm pregnant. The words were like a knife to the heart. What? I think that's what we're here for, Erin said robotically, without a hint of emotion. Her words chilled Rachel to the core. They chilled her because she knew that Erin was right. That's what all the testing was for. Prenatal testing. And she knew that Erin hadn't been raped, at least not in the traditional sense of some young thug crawling through an old lady's window at 3 a.m. and forcing himself on her. But it was still a violation of the highest order, done with syringes and petri dishes and blood draws. It was clean and dirty, all at the same time. She stole a glance at the guards, chatting, laughing, smoking their stupid cigarettes like they were at a post-softball game keg party, and she hated them. Never had she thought it possible to hate something with such breadth and depth. It radiated from her core, replicating like the virus that had overcome the world, braiding itself to the thing that had once been Rachel Fisher. She understood now what it meant to give oneself over to something completely and totally, the way a late-blooming evangelical found God late in adulthood, the way a jihadist was willing to sacrifice his own life in furtherance of his cause. Her cheeks felt warm with it. If it was the last thing she did, these monsters were going to wish they'd never captured her. She thought these things, and she came to one conclusion. There could be no other outcome. Miles Chadwick had to die. She was silent as Ned escorted her back to her room, chewing on the news that Erin was pregnant, trying to read the tea leaves. Why was this happening? Who were these people? What was the endgame? But it just made her head throb. Trying to unravel the mystery of this place was beyond her powers of comprehension. She had no reference point, nothing to start from. It was like trying to solve a thorny programming issue in a language you didn't even know. She wondered how the others would react to Erin's pregnancy. Nearly all of them had been mothers, which meant that nearly all of them had experienced the singular misery of outliving their children. This could destabilize the group's tenuous calm. Before she knew it, she was back at her door. Ned removed the zip ties and she went inside her room. As she stood there in the center of the cell, she became aware of a presence behind her. She glanced over her shoulder and saw Ned still standing there, like a bellman waiting for a tip. He had a goofy grin on his face. "What?" she asked. She was in no mood for him right now. He took one step inside the room. "Thank you for stopping her," Ned said. "That could have been ugly." The comment caught her off guard, and she didn't know how to respond. She stood there dully, watching Ned watch her. "Be ready," he said. Then he disappeared down the corridor. Chapter 34. It was closing in on dark on the last day of October. At dusk, Evergreen's streetlights kicked on, bathing the town in a soft, warm glow, leaving it an illuminated oasis in a world gone dark. It was Adam's favorite time of day. The lights made things seem almost normal, the indigo sky softening the edges of their harsh world. Adam had been busy all day with his preparations, which had been complicated by the secrecy of his plans. At 5:30, he conducted a final inventory of his supplies. When he was finished, he threw on a jacket, loaded everything into a large wheeled suitcase, and headed out of his small apartment on the north end of town. He found it hard to believe they'd been here a week. Harder still that their group had remained intact. Getting Freddie to agree to come here had been nothing short of a miracle. When he and Sarah made it back to the Cadillac Inn the morning after they'd found Evergreen, courtesy of one of Evergreen's electric cars, Max and Nadia were beside themselves with worry, and Freddie was on the warpath, packing his bags, ready to hit the road without them. And Adam would have been happy to let him go, but for the fact that Max wanted to go with him. The argument had been terribly bitter. "This could be a place we can call home," Adam had said. "I think it's the best move." "Best for us, or best for you?" Freddie said. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You act like you care what happens to the rest of us," he said. "But you don't give a shit. All you care about is finding Rachel." "Haven't I taken care of the group?" Adam shot back. "Haven't I made sure we've stayed safe and healthy?" "What have you done for us?" Freddie bellowed, his voice booming across the parking lot and out into the emptiness. "Steven's dead. Caroline's dead. Just our luck, hooking up with the shittiest doctor in America." Adam pointed at the desolate road fronting the motel, trying not to show how much that last barb had stung. "Well, there's the road, big guy," he said. "There's the road." Freddie stood there, frozen. "Well?" "No, please," Max begged. "I want him to stay." Freddie stumped off, Max trailing behind him. "Please, Freddie, can I come with you?" The combatants retired to their rooms. An hour went by, then 2, and then finally, Freddie emerged from his room. He agreed to travel to Evergreen and check things out, but he wouldn't commit to anything until he'd seen it with his own eyes. "Fair enough," Adam had said. "For what it's worth, I think we should stay together. I think we're better off together than we are out on our own. We've all seen how dangerous it can be. If we're going to stay, I think we should all agree on it." Freddie's barbs had stung, as much as Adam hated to admit it. He was only doing what he thought best, and yeah, that probably meant thinking about himself and finding Rachel. But if the shoe had been on the other foot, if it were Freddie's daughter out there, he wanted to believe he'd be there for the big man, that he'd be the sidekick in the story of Freddie. The truth was that nothing was keeping them together but the promise of human companionship and the possibility of a happy ending in a world woefully short on them. Then again, although it may not have seemed like it on the surface, in this empty world, that was pretty strong glue. He'd watched Freddie stare out across the open road, wondering what, if anything else, was out there. What was the old saying? The devil you know? And so they'd made the hour-long trek back to Evergreen, where Adam and Sarah had introduced them to the residents of the town. Freddie spent hours exploring the town, drilling the mayor about the power, about the residents, about who would be responsible for watching after the kids, about where their supplies would come from, about mounting a defense against future raids, about immigration. He'd actually called it that. They took a tour of Evergreen's mystical power facility. Finally, that evening, he'd cast his vote in favor of staying. Max, of course, voted to stay, and Nadia went along with whatever Sarah wanted. So on his first full morning as a resident of Evergreen, Adam had gone to the town library at the north end of town to do a little research. The musty aroma of old books and dust hung in the air. He found a large map of the Plain States, rolled up tight, in the reference room, and he spread it out on a long oak table. The corners insisted on curling up, so he weighed them down with encyclopedias from a dusty, forgotten shelf. In the absence of the internet, the day of the book had returned. No more movies, no more Facebook or Twitter, no YouTube videos. What they needed was an army of librarians who could shepherd this new world through the mountain of information they'd need, information that would only be available in books. He spent hours studying the map. Using a black Sharpie, he enclosed Evergreen in a thick square and divided the rest of the map into searchable grids, about 5 miles by 5 miles square. It had taken him all day, processing all of the variables, their current location, where they had found Nadia, her own reports of her time on the road. But he wanted to do this right. He wanted to make sure he didn't spend the next month walking in circles, especially as cold weather set in. The next day, he and Sarah had set out on their first expedition. They were gone one night, making slow progress through the search grid. They saw nothing resembling Nadia's description of a walled compound in the middle of the plains, and that first night, as he lay in his tent in the cold, wrapped up in Gore-Tex and long johns and gloves and hat, the needle in a haystackness of it all swirled around him. He dreamed he was wandering the plains, his hands gnarled with arthritis, unable to remember what he was looking for. He woke up, afraid he'd yelled out in his sleep. And so it had gone since then, 6 trips into the empty wilds of the American plains with nothing to show for it. It was a hell of an expedition, that was for certain. They passed through empty town after empty town, south to Amarillo, north into Kansas, through border towns, all silent and still, but for the trash and debris swirling through the streets. He spotted elk and antelope loping about the grasslands, venturing closer to the highways and back roads that they had long avoided as the balloon of humanity had swelled around them. At night, the sky rippled with starlight. He stayed up late watching them, the billions and billions of stars, shining their ancient light on this little blue-green rock. It made him sad to think there was no longer anything down here worth shining a light on. If there was intelligent life out there, and he'd believed there was because it made scientific sense to believe it, they'd no longer have any interest in them, unless they needed a move-in-ready planet. As for Sarah, there was no revisiting the kiss weeks earlier, but Adam still wondered about it, even as time clouded the details of the memory. It seemed like a lifetime ago. He didn't know why she had pulled away from him. He had sensed her interest. He had known it was there, but there was no answer to these things sometimes. His second year in medical school, before he'd met Rachel's mother, a girlfriend had ended things after a year-long relationship, after they'd been talking seriously about marriage and a future and children. Just like that, she'd said she didn't love him anymore. Just like that. So they searched and searched, but those excursions had turned up nothing but the big black X through one of Adam's 60 search grids. But today, he was putting all that aside. It was time to think about someone besides himself. These were good people he'd found here, and they deserved whatever he could give them. They had welcomed him and the others without question, and on the condition that they help out, to start transitioning to a life worth living, rather than one spent looking back at what could not be undone. He needed a break from the increasingly maddening search, the frustration of chewing up mile after mile with nothing to show for it. A break from the little voice in his mind that sometimes drowned out all the other ones and shouted at the top of its lungs that it would all be for nothing. He could search for the rest of his life, and he would never see his daughter again. He continued wheeling the suitcase down Evergreen Boulevard, the wheels thrumming over the pristine asphalt as he made his way toward the town hall. It was a chilly, cloudy night, and the low sky threatened rain. Another few weeks, and this kind of sky might be bringing a load of the white stuff. He hated snow, and pushed that out of his mind for now. He wasn't quite ready to deal with that. When he got to the town hall, the others were already there waiting, buzzing with anticipation. Dozens of evergreeners were present, and it looked like all the kids, about 15 of them in total, were there. He didn't know if any of the children had an inkling of what he had planned, but he doubted it. As hard as it was for the adults to keep track of the days, the calendar had ceased to have any meaning for these kids. Probably be a long time before the day of the week mattered again. "What's in the suitcase?" asked one child, a little girl named Madeline. She was a precocious brunette who had attached herself to Sarah. "That's for me to know, and you to find out." The children giggled and squealed. "Mayor Townsend," he said, turning toward Gwen, "can you take these kids inside and wait with them in the first office on the right?" "Of course. Come along, kids." She herded them inside like sheep. The curiosity was killing them, their little heads turning back to watch Adam, even as he shuffled them inside the thick oak doors. When they were inside and out of sight, he called the adults around and unzipped the suitcase. He showed them the dozen Halloween costumes and candy he'd been collecting during the past couple of days. The calendar on his watch had reminded him Halloween was approaching, and unless they did something about it, these kids were never going to have another Halloween or any other holiday again. He glanced up at the others and saw their eyes moisten, their lips curled upwards in sad smiles. "They're going to love this," Nadia said. "Where did you find this stuff?" Sarah asked. "I've got my little secrets," he said. He handed them each a bag of goodies and dispatched them to the various rooms of the town hall, where the excited trick-or-treaters would visit them. Then he stepped inside the office, where the kids were impatiently waiting. "Does anyone know what day it is?" Adam asked after he was able to quiet the kids down to something resembling a dull roar. The kids looked at each other blankly and shook their heads. "Are you sure? Maybe this will help." When he removed the first costume, a Spider-Man mask, the kids lost their minds. An Iron Man and ninja costume followed, and eventually they sorted it out. Madeline went with the doctor's lab coat. After a few minutes, all the kids were appropriately decked out, each holding a plastic orange bag. Mayor Townsend bear-hugged Adam and planted a kiss right on his mouth. The kids spent the next hour trick-or-treating, making loop after loop through the building until their bags bulged. Even Max got in on the fun, after watching it from the sidelines for a bit, insisting he was too old for Halloween. He dug through Adam's bag and found a werewolf mask. He pulled it on and chased the children through the building. At first, Adam thought the scare might be more than the kids could handle, but they loved it, exploding with squeals and screeches of joy as Max lumbered after them with a throaty deep growl. When they were done, the group gathered in the mayor's office and enjoyed the spoils of war. Adam ate a bag of corn chips and drank a lukewarm fruit punch, while he watched the kids absolutely ruin their dinner with junk food. Sarah gently teased Madeline by hiding her bag of goodies from her, feigning ignorance when the little girl found her bag tucked behind Sarah's back. He caught the mayor staring at him. When their eyes met, she placed her hand across her heart and mouthed the words, "Thank you." He nodded, feeling his throat tighten, his eyes water. It had gone off just as he'd hoped. These kids were incredibly important, the most important thing this world had. Each of the adults here had a responsibility to them, beyond simply housing and feeding them. If the world at large was going to have any chance at some peaceful future, these kids were going to be a big part of it. They would be the last generation to remember the old world, and for the younger ones like Madeline, that memory would fade soon enough. They would be the last ones to teach any future generations about the good that had been present in the world, and warn them about the bad. He smiled at the mayor, and hoped they would be up to the job. Sarah towed the welcome mat at Adam's front door, her heart pounding in her chest. She'd known for a while that she was in love with him, but for whatever reason, it had taken his little Halloween stunt to drive it home like a nail into a 2x4. It had been an amazing thing to watch, people forming their first truly good memories since the cataclysm had befallen the world. The children, who had developed a heaviness about them, seemed light and carefree, and it had been all due to Adam. Another memory, that of their disastrous kiss, loomed large in her mind, a thing she had to fix, a chore she kept pushing off and finding ways to avoid. She'd been in love before, but it had ended because he'd been a civilian, and he'd never quite understood what it meant for her to wear the uniform. That had been before the diagnosis, when there was still a chance things would go her way, and there was still the prospect of finding someone she might grow old with. Then she'd gotten the bad news, and she made a point not to get too close to anyone, because even if it were meant to be, it was meant to end badly, and the thought of the stupid disease being the thing that broke it up was more than she could deal with. But then the world had gone off and ended, and left her behind in what had to be the biggest cosmic joke ever. She wondered about others like her, and it came close to driving her mad. The poor quadriplegic, unable to do a single goddamn thing for himself, perfectly Medusa-free, and abandoned. She pictured him, and in her mind it was always some young guy with shaggy brown hair who'd been injured in a snowboarding accident, slowly dying of thirst, terrified, his lips cracking, his mouth drying like a desert. The door opened before she knocked, startling her, making her feel exposed, like she'd been snooping, a peeping Tom. Adam was wearing a Crosby for President sweatshirt and blue jeans. An ambient hiss in the background, from one of those efficient space heaters they'd all agreed to use to reduce the load on the town's power supply, kicked off, leaving the apartment deathly quiet, as though waiting for someone to fill the void of silence. "Howdy," he said. "Can I come in?" she asked. "Please," he replied, stepping out of her way. They sat on the sofa, Sarah in the pool of light spilling from the lamp on the end table, Adam on the other end, shrouded in darkness. On the coffee table in front of her was a book about farming. It was a project he was working on. The center of his personal solar system might have been his search for Rachel, but he was starting to fill in the orbit with other things. She didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Adam sat with one leg crossed over the other, his left arm draped across the back of the couch, and she almost called him on it, the way he was going out of his way to look casual, but she decided against it. She stared at the empty cushion between them and found herself wishing they were sitting closer together. Jesus, she hadn't been this lovesick since high school. She tented her hands at her lips and lightly tapped her fingers together, cursing herself for not knowing what to say. Finally, she thought of something. "That was a hell of a thing you did," she said. "It meant a whole lot to those kids." "Yeah, thanks." "Just throw yourself at him. He's a guy. He hasn't had any action other than his hand in months. Neither have you, I might add. He's not going to resist." "It really worked out." "I love you," she said. Blur. What the fuck was that? She didn't even recall forming the words before they just blew out of her mouth like they'd stolen something. He sat there, looking at her, and for a moment, she hoped she'd just imagined herself saying it, because seriously, no one could be that stupid, right? But what? She replied, confused. He smiled at her and slid over one cushion, into that void between them, for which she was grateful. "You love me, but..." She couldn't hold his stare, and her eyes wandered off, looking for something else to fix on. She landed on a bookcase in the corner, lined with paperback books, the familiar names on the spines facing her: Bond, Clancy, Grisham. "Look, I'm a pretty smart guy. I went to college for like 12 years. Just pretend you're talking to the bookcase," she thought. Easier than looking him in the eye, right? "I'm dying," she said finally. "What?" It took all she had, but she swung her head around and stared him directly in the face. Let him see this stupid woman, this dumb chick who just told him she loved him and would be dead in the next 5 years, if she was lucky enough to live that long. Huntington's. She said it like she was lobbing a grenade, and she expected to see on his face the look one might express when seeing one roll up by her feet. But he just stared at her. His face didn't sink or shatter, his eyes didn't well up, and his lower lip did not begin to quiver. He simply looked at her. "My mom had it," she said. "She died when she was 40. I had the testing done when I turned 30. I carry the gene for it. You're a doctor. You know what that means." "Yes, I know what that means." "So there it is." "There it is. I love you anyway," he said. "You do?" He'd moved closer to her, his arms still draped casually over the back, but their knees were touching now. She felt his hand on the back of her neck, stroking it softly. Then he was drawing her toward him, and it felt warm and safe, like she was sliding into a bath, like they had done it 1,000,000 times before. Their lips met, and she tasted fruit punch from the Halloween party. A light kiss at first, and then her hands were on him, peeling off his sweatshirt. She felt her shirt come up over her head, and she was wrenching her jeans off because she couldn't wait any longer. The air in the apartment was cool on her skin, but she felt heat everywhere else as his hands roamed across her body, finding her breasts, slipping between her thighs, and she pushed hard into his touch. Their clothes shed in a pile on the floor, and she pulled him down on top of her, and then he was inside her, and she was happy. Fuck Huntington's, fuck this stupid graveyard world, she thought, as their bodies rocked together, her hands holding his face. As she climaxed, her body quivering, she thought of the life stolen from her, the one only made possible by 7 billion deaths, one where she and Adam might have grown old together in a clean, empty world. She thought of the hysterectomy, which she'd undergone when the test had come back positive, because there was no way she would chance conceiving a baby into a world where there was a 50% chance it would contract Huntington's. When it was over, he led her to the bedroom, where they made love again. After, she curled up alongside him, draping an arm across his bare chest, and lay there in the dark. He kissed the top of her head and fell asleep. She lay awake, staring at the cheap plaster ceiling in the blackness of the night, wishing that so many things could be different. Chapter 35. Rough hands shook her awake, and Rachel felt her throat close up with fear. This was it, she thought, the idea clear, even as her mind was foggy with sleep. They're coming to kill me. Or worse. Rachel, wake up, a voice hissed at her. We need to go right now. She sat up quickly, so quickly that the rush of blood to her head left her dizzy. Two figures stood at the foot of her bed, the room dark but for the ambient light. Their faces remained veiled. Quick, get this on and meet us outside, the second voice said. A woman. A bundle of fabric hit her in the face, and it gave her a start. As quickly as she could, she slipped on the heavy coat they'd brought her and her shoes, and then she followed her visitors into the corridor. In the dim light of the hallway, she saw Jeremy, one of the guards from the yard, and a woman she didn't recognize waiting for her. Hands, the woman said. Rachel held her wrists out, and Jeremy slapped the zip ties on her, but only loosely. She looked up at him, and he winked at her. A slow, deliberate wink of conspiracy. Nothing lascivious about it. Her heart was beating so quickly it felt like a purring motor. She could barely distinguish one beat from the next. The trio moved quickly down the corridor, Rachel in the middle. Icy sweat exploded on her skin. It was late, a moonless night greeting them outside. A car was idling in the access road, its exhaust gleaming in the red taillights like an ominous fog. Get in the back, the woman snapped when they reached the car's rear bumper. Jeremy followed her into the back seat, and the woman rode shotgun. Rachel was barely in her seat before the car sped off like a sprinter breaking from the blocks. The driver's identity remained a mystery as they careened through the outer part of the grounds, paralleling the long perimeter fence surrounding the Citadel complex. Not a word was spoken as they approached the main gate. After a minute, the car slowed to a stop, and the woman got out. She sprinted for the gate and accessed a control box at the base of the fence. The driver, her buddy Ned, she now saw, looked back at Jeremy, whose eyebrows went up. A tense moment passed. Then the gate began to slide open. The woman bolted back to the car, and they were moving again, even before she'd had a chance to sling the door closed. Rachel glanced at the dashboard clock as they rocketed through the gate. It was 3:47 a.m. They ran southeast for a while, the world zipping by Rachel's window. It was the first time she'd been outside the gates since her capture, although she wasn't sure how long it had been. Even cloaked in darkness, the land overwhelmed her senses. She saw farms and billboards and feed stores, here and there a corpse or two. 15 minutes later, Jeremy pulled into the parking lot of a warehouse on the outskirts of Beatrice, Nebraska. The quartet exited the vehicle and climbed the stairs to the office door, where a dim orange light glowed in the window. Ned rapped on the door in a series of coded knocks. The door opened, and they filed inside. 3 people were inside the dimly lit room, seated on metal folding chairs, smoking cigarettes, their faces drawn tight with panic and fear. Let's get started, the man said after everyone had sat down. Rachel took the last empty seat, the one at the center of the 7, the keystone, and it made her feel very uncomfortable. She recognized the man next to her as James Rogers, Chadwick's second-in-command. Jeremy and Ned sat to her left. The remaining 3 members of the group were women. Rachel, my name is Dr. Rogers. Yes, I know who you are. Do you know what the Citadel really is? She looked around the room and saw 6 faces looking back at her with longing there, as if they wanted her to forgive them for something they had done. No, she said. The others exchanged nervous glances. Their chairs creaked as they shifted in their seats. Rogers looked down at his lap, plucked a piece of lint from his pants and flicked it away. We created the Medusa virus, he said, his eyes still cast downward. You what? He didn't reply. He just sat there as Rachel processed his words, her stomach churning. She felt dizzy. We created the Medusa virus. She tried standing up, but her knees buckled underneath her, dropping her back into her uncomfortable seat. No. Not because she didn't believe him, but because it was too much to comprehend. The room seemed to shift off its axis before snapping into place again. The epidemic replayed in her mind those terrible images of watching her mom drown on her own blood, of Jerry curled up on the kitchen floor, naked, crying, covered in his own waste. The human race wiped out, and here she was chatting with the people who had done it. Her body felt soft, like it was filled with jam, and she was glad to be sitting down. She looked around the small office they were gathered in, still bearing the relics of a lost civilization. A wall calendar with a photograph of a monster truck, stuck on August, when the world had stopped. Gravedigger indeed. She zeroed in on an ashtray on the corner of the desk with its pile of cigarette butts. Jesus Christ, why? He laughed, a high-pitched giggle, laced with manic. Miss, is there really any answer I can give you that would make you feel better? A good point. No, I suppose not. She closed her eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. How the hell was she supposed to deal with what they'd just told her? She opened her eyes and looked at these 6 ordinary-looking people sitting there with her. Crazy. So goddamn crazy. And then she started laughing. Because what else could she do? It started small, a few giggles, but then it got away from her like a house fire. She laughed harder than she ever had in her life. They waited as she laughed, waited until she laughed so hard her sides hurt. The reason we brought you here is simple, he said, lighting a cigarette. Although we cannot undo what has been done, we can put a stop to any future atrocities. You know we had a vaccine against the virus. Well, hell, of course you did, she snapped, and the giggles started to make a comeback. How else could you survive the Great Plague? It really wouldn't do if you all ended up like my family now, right? Dead silence. She eyed each of them, one at a time, but none could hold her gaze. Well, the vaccine had a side effect that we failed to detect during testing, Rogers said. It rendered all the women who received it infertile. Rachel shook her head. But not us, she said, the final piece falling into place. Correct. You need concubines, right? In a manner of speaking. Jesus fucking Christ. Rest assured, we are all deserving of every ounce of scorn and contempt that you feel for us, Rogers said. But that will not help us right now. What do you need me for? We've now captured 34 women since the epidemic ended. We want to end the project and destroy the Citadel. Why? Why now? Isn't it too late for your little attempt at redemption? Not for your fellow captives. Rachel leaned forward in her seat, her head spinning. She rested her elbows on her knees to regain some balance. Why not just kill Chadwick and let the women go? Aren't you the bloodthirsty one all of a sudden? Fuck you. Sorry, Rogers said, holding up his hands in surrender. You're right. It's a reasonable question. I haven't seen Chadwick in a week. We communicate by walkie-talkie now. I don't know where he is half the time. No way to run a railroad, Rachel said. Dr. Chadwick has been growing increasingly unstable, Rogers said. He won't meet with anyone directly. Has bodyguards with him all the time. They'll do anything for him. Anything. And they're not the only ones. The others, as best as we can tell, are in for the long haul. We're too scared to approach anyone else. Not much of a rebellion. It's all we've got, and the time to strike is now. You got me out tonight, she said. You could just let us all go. We can't take that chance, Rogers said. We're making our move tonight when we get back to the compound. You need to be ready for our signal. But I still don't understand what you want me for. When the time comes, we want you to help them get out. They look up to you. That's bullshit. I'm barely old enough to vote. And they're scared and weak. They admire you. Why did we have to do this out here? You could have told me all this back at... She started to say home, but she stopped herself. She ran her hands through her hair, feeling a wave of nausea ripple through her. This was crazy. She should have been in her dorm room at Caltech, studying materials science or linear engineering, possibly passing around a joint with her friends. Instead, she was here, being recruited into this bizarre amalgam of mass killers. And then it hit her. She had started to feel sorry for these 6 people, these rogue lines of code that had diverged from the mainframe's original programming. She had started to identify with them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Transitive property. If then. She gave her head a hard shake and reminded herself of the women back at the compound, their numbers growing bit by bit. That's why she would do this. For them. There's something else, Rogers said. Something I haven't told the others. He looked around at his Confederates, who were looking at him with confused stares. I'm sorry, he continued. I should have told you all from the beginning. He lowered his head and scratched his chin. Then the door to the warehouse office exploded off its hinges like an overcooked turkey leg ripped from its joint. A flurry of bodies rushed into the room like locusts, and then she heard the heavy thwack of metal and wood on flesh. Black-clad figures overwhelmed the group, which barely had time to blink, let alone raise any kind of serious defense. A few screams and grunts, and it was over. Rachel scurried for a corner in the room, where she huddled and watched her 6 co-conspirators beaten and pinned face down to the ground. Zip ties cinched around their wrists and ankles, and one by one, the rebels were carted out of the warehouse like sides of beef. "You," the last one in the room said, pointing at Rachel. He was aiming a large handgun at her face. "Let's go." Rachel crawled out of her sad little hiding spot and went outside, the last commando falling in line behind her. She followed the queue to the far end of the warehouse parking lot, where 2 black Suburbans and a Lincoln Police SWAT truck sat idling. The black-clad figures tossed Rogers and the others into the back of the SWAT truck and latched the door shut. When she saw Miles Chadwick standing there in the glow of the truck's headlights, wearing a black duster, his hair rippling in the cold wind, her blood turned to ice. Rachel rode in the back seat of the lead Suburban, her head leaning against the frosty glass of the window. Chadwick was seated next to her, stone-cold silent. The rage radiated from him like heat from a charcoal grill. She was wearing zip ties now, tightly fastened, pinching and chafing her no matter how much she tried to adjust them. "You'll forgive the restraints," Chadwick said coolly, not looking at her, "but we're in a state of emergency right now. I'm very sorry you had to be part of that. I didn't realize how brazen they'd gotten." "My mistake. It won't happen again," he said, almost apologetically, and more to himself than to anyone else. She dropped her hands into her lap and remained silent. She tilted her head just so and could make out the panel truck carrying Chadwick's new captives in the Suburban side view mirror. The truck's light bar oscillated, throwing pulsing blue shadows across the dark landscape. She couldn't imagine the fate awaiting them. Rogers had tried to undo it, all of it. Yeah, if she were Chadwick, she'd be pretty pissed too. The very thought of his brand of justice made her shiver. By the time they reached the main gates, a bit of pre-dawn light had begun to leak into the night sky. The caravan slowed, turned onto the main access road, and then followed the road around toward the amphitheater at the north end of the compound. Rachel was surprised to see dozens of people waiting for them, sipping coffee and milling about. Rachel had seen folks out here playing catch or spreading blankets out for a picnic when the weather had been warmer. The vehicles jerked to a stop and a flurry of activity commenced. While Rachel, Chadwick, and their driver stayed put, the others poured out of the SWAT vehicle. After a minute or two, someone rapped twice firmly on Chadwick's window and opened the door. "It's time." As he got out, another person opened Rachel's door and guided her by the elbow over to Chadwick. The morning was brightening fast, the sunshine gilding the field like golden paint. Everyone was here, the whole gang, she thought, shielding her eyes from the sun as it slid skyward from its invisible nest just beyond the horizon. "Take her over with the others," Chadwick said. The woman nodded and led Rachel to the other women, who stood deathly quiet. "What's going on?" Latasha asked her when they were alone. "Where the hell were you? We thought you were dead." Rachel shook her head. She wanted to say something, but she stood there, empty, frozen, unable to keep a single thought in her head, save one. They had done it. They had destroyed the world. The stage, looking south toward the growing fields, was bare but for a square wooden table and a cone-shaped object set at the center of the stage. Chadwick headed in that direction, trailed by one of his lackeys, and then hoisted himself up onto the platform. From where she stood, he looked silly and small to Rachel, like he was a little boy playing an imaginary game with his little friends. As he strode across the stage, his heels clicking on the wood and echoing into the morning air, the crowd fell silent. He inspected the table, pressing down on the center, checking its stability. When he was done, he picked up the cone, a megaphone, and turned to face the crowd, which had drawn in tight, like a hive ready to listen to its queen. "My friends, today is a dark day for our fledgling nation," he said. His voice sounded tinny and mechanical. "Perhaps the darkest we have faced. But I believe that it is always darkest before the dawn, much like the world we left behind, which was truly a wretched and dark place before the birth of this new paradise." Heads began to nod, a few yeses and mm-hms fluttering about like birds. "Now," he continued, his voice starting to ramp up, "before we can see that dawn, before we can see that glorious sunrise over this new world, we have to excise the darkness, because will the darkness fade away on its own?" "No," the crowd murmured. "I ask you again, will the darkness fade away on its own?" Now he was getting worked up, his voice starting to crackle and thunder. "No!" the crowd boomed. "Hell no! Hell no, they repeated. The darkness is like a cancer, and you don't sit around waiting for the cancer to shuffle off with its tail between its legs. You go in there, and you cut it out. More yes sirs and mm-hms, getting louder now, and Rachel began to be afraid, more so than any time since all this insanity had begun. She looked at her fellow captives. Their jaws were set, their lips tight. You cut it out, he said again, his voice softening, his demeanor calming, the tempest dissipating. Bring forth the accused, he said. A commotion from near the caravan as Rogers and the others were removed from the paddy wagon and lined up single file. Our men marched the group toward the wing of the stage, where a large cinder block served as a step. The 6 prisoners shuffled heavily along the platform, their heads down, looking defeated. Their legs were cuffed together, their hands bound behind their backs. Someone had tossed black hoods over the heads. James Rogers, Martha Kuntz, Ned Gartner, Jeremy Daniels, Maria McCleary, Margaret Baker. Each of you stands charged with the crime of treason against the Citadel, Chadwick called out. I hereby find each of you guilty of treason and sentence you to die. Rachel felt a little gasp escape her lips. 2 of Chadwick's foot soldiers took Rogers by the arms and dragged him, his heels scraping the wood, toward the low-slung wooden table at the front edge of the stage. He did not make a sound, and he did not resist, but he did not assist them either. They swept his legs out from underneath, sending him to his knees. His covered face smacked soundly against the heavy wood of the table, and one of Chadwick's goons secured his head to the table with a strap of leather. A metal scrink pierced the silence, and Rachel saw a black-hooded figure approaching from the edge of the stage. He carried an enormous broadsword, slick with morning dew, its blade glinting in the morning light. Oh, Jesus, she whispered, her breath catching in her throat. Little gasps from her fellow captives. James Rogers, Chadwick said, do you have anything you wish to say before your sentence is carried out? You have no idea what you're up against, Rogers said. Wonderful, Chadwick replied. Anything else? Yeah, how about you go fuck yourself, Rogers spat. Chadwick stepped back and nodded to the executioner. He reared back with the sword, raising it high above his head, and Rachel found herself praying it was the sharpest goddamn blade in North America, that it would come down through his neck in one stroke. Please, God, don't let us have to watch him hack through it like he's chopping firewood. Her eyes were full of tears, and her stomach began to heave. The blade rang true, stopping only when it bit into the wood of the table. Rogers grunted once, just once, when the sword's edge found flesh, and then it was over. The crowd gasped, but almost guardedly so, as if no one wanted to attract too much attention to their visceral reaction to the beheading. Rogers' body slumped down to the ground, the head lolled to the side, rolling toward the edge but stopping just before tumbling off. Arterial blood, still pumping from a heart unaware that its owner was dead, sprayed crudely across the front edge like a dye pack had exploded before slowing to a steady gush. The grass darkened as the field greedily drank the blood cascading off the stage. Not a sound from the crowd, nary a cough or clearing of throat. At the back of the stage, the 5 condemned prisoners remained quiet. Chadwick approached the blood-soaked table and examined the head, as casually as a man studying the produce bin at the supermarket. He lifted it by Roger's ponytail and held it up high for the crowd to see. This is the price of treason, he bellowed. The draining blood ran down his palms, down his wrists, but he did not seem to care. His eyes were manic now, nearly bugging out as he held the head high. One at a time, the other rebels took their turn at the table, either unaware of or too traumatized by what had happened to put up any resistance. Each seemed to jerk when their faces came in contact with the blood pooling on the table, but by then, the blade was already in flight, and the doomed prisoner joined those who had preceded him in death. To his credit, and to the benefit of the condemned, the executioner was a skilled swordsman, brutally and efficiently doing his assigned duty. When it was over, Rachel felt like she was floating. She remembered thinking that she should cover her face, so she wouldn't have to witness the slaughter, but she hadn't. As she looked around the faces of the crowd, she saw no one else had either. She stood there, her ability to react somehow stripped away. Perhaps it was a function of having seen the things she'd seen, that they'd all seen when the world was in the grip of the epidemic. Had she been so deadened that the executions of 6 people would have such little impact on her? That they were dead meant nothing to her. But she wanted to feel something. She wanted to feel horrified and angry and repulsed. But all she could muster was a terrible sense of sadness, radiating out from her core and spreading like a sickness. Chapter 36. Freddie Briggs liked to run in the mornings. Every day since they moved here, he was up just as the morning bled its first hints of purple across the black sky. He would pull on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, lace on his shoes, and head out into the ever-colder morning air. He didn't wear a watch anymore, as he really didn't give a shit what time it was. He had mapped out a nice loop, about 5 or 6 miles long, first along Route 815 away from Evergreen, then cutting through dead farms, sheep and horse and cattle, along a long riverbed and back to 815 and home again. As he pounded the pavement that mid-November morning, he admitted he had been dishonest with himself about a few things. The first two were the hardest ones to admit, but didn't they say to deal with the hard stuff first, or you might never get around to it? Anyway, point 1. He didn't care whether Adam ever found his daughter again. It wasn't that he wished she were dead, although he could understand how someone might see it that way. But truly, whether they had their reunion was of no consequence to Freddie Briggs. The world did not revolve around the good doctor and his sad, almost certainly futile quest. The thing Adam did not seem to understand was that just because there were fewer people around did not mean that some larger proportion of that subset would necessarily care about his problems. They didn't. He didn't. He focused on the route ahead. Into the trees, stutter-stepping over thick, exposed roots, watching his balance on the layer of dead leaves blanketing the ground. The last thing he needed out here was to break an ankle. Point 2. He wished he'd gotten in that stupid truck and ignored Caroline's pleas for help. He would have drifted off into that great beyond, quietly, peacefully, and he might be with the girls again. There. He'd admitted it to himself. And yes, Caroline probably would have died at that sandwich shop, but guess what? She had died anyway. But she had to watch her son die first. So instead of saving her, Freddie had merely condemned her to a fate worse than death. She got to see what he'd seen back in Smyrna. She got to see her baby, the light of her life, liquefy from the inside out. Oh, one might argue that at least she got to hold her son, if only for a little while. Bullshit. Watching his girls die had been a far worse proposition than never having gotten to hold them at all. His mind quiet again, he sprinted across a horse pasture, climbed over the retaining fence to add a little excitement, and then zipped back out to Route 815 toward Evergreen. He picked a line down the middle of the highway, which he found liberating after years of running along the shoulder, constantly checking for the inattentive driver who would hip-check him into roadkill. A cold rain had begun falling, slicking his arms and stinging his face. Steam billowed from his overheated skin. Despite the low temperatures, down in the 40s, he could feel sweat pouring from his body. He must have really been pushing himself. Point 3. This one was sort of tied to the second point. The urge to take his own life had passed. He didn't know why, as he wasn't feeling all puppy dogs and rainbows, but maybe his original plan had been an emergency response, an overreaction to what had happened. He wanted to see his girls again, but not that way. Even if he lived another 50 years in this mortal coil, barely the blink of an eye for his family, wrapped in the warm blanket of eternity. Point 4. He did not like Adam Fisher. At all. Part of it was envy. After all, this was the hour of honesty with your host, Freddie Briggs, right? For one, it seemed brutally unfair that Adam's daughter was still alive. Oh, sure, she was being held captive, maybe, at that compound Nadia had allegedly escaped, but of course he'd find her, because that's how things went for people like Adam Fisher. People like Freddie Briggs, they suffered catastrophic knee injuries in the prime of their careers, and then they watched their families die. And if that was going to happen, then what the hell had been the point of any of it? If there was one thing nearly all of them had in common, the unifying thread, it was that they had all lost everything and everyone, and they would all be starting from scratch. A level playing field, if you will. But not Adam, oh no. He still had one foot planted firmly in the old world, and so what had he really lost? If you survived, and your family survived, then this empty new world really wasn't all that bad. Sure, it came with its own inherent risks and dangers, and it would call for a new skill set, but it wasn't all bad. This wasn't the aftermath of a nuclear war or a zombie apocalypse. They had power here. Thousands of grocery stores and millions of homes across the country stocked with food. Those wouldn't last forever, but the folks in Evergreen had been socking away seeds since late summer and would be ready to start planting in the spring. And that wasn't all. Fisher and that bitch, Honesty Hour, Sarah, were playing house now, all googly-eyed for each other. So to top everything off, the big fat cherry, Adam had a warm body to cuddle up with, polish his knob, and make it all better in the off chance they didn't find Rachel. He was sprinting now, his lungs burning, his quads vibrating into jelly. Squish, squish, squish. He He felt the cold rainwater seeping into his shoes, icing his toes, and it just propelled him faster, faster. If only those pathetic NFL scouts could have seen him now. He wondered if any other players had survived. 1,500 of them, yeah, there were probably a few who'd made it. Where was he going with all this? He liked Evergreen, and he wanted to stay there. He liked the kids, and they would need a positive role model going forward. A role model for the new world, not for the way it had been. Who was going to fill that role? Adam? If it had been one of his daughters who'd survived rather than him, would he want Adam Fisher looking after her? No. Hell no. He was selfish, that much was clear, and the kids were suffering for it. Just the other day, Max had a huge meltdown when Freddie had tried to toughen him up a little while showing him a good time. Freddie had woken up that morning with the almost overwhelming urge to drive fast, way beyond what Evergreen's sorry little fleet of electric cars was capable of. He checked the white pages in his apartment and found the listing for a dealership down in Guyman. Max, who'd been living with a group of older kids since their arrival, tagged along, always up for additional time with Freddie. They took one of the town's electric cars, its engine pathetic and flaccid. It was just depressing. And in Guyman, his spirits perked up when they saw the bright pennant flags lining the perimeter of the lot, flapping bravely in the wind, the cars glinting in the morning sun. The small marquee at the front was still advertising 0% for 60 months on all new models. Dozens of cars lined the lot. They were dusty and grimy and speckled with bird droppings. "How about that one?" Max asked, pointing to a cherry-red Mustang. Freddie eyed it and smiled, pleased that Max was a boy after his own heart. Maybe there was hope for them yet. "Absolutely, my good man," Freddie had said. "Great choice." He made a note of the VIN number and then got to work. First, he broke the glass of the dealership with the muzzle of his gun, the sound of the tinkling huge and accusatory in the silence, like a lady screaming her pocketbook had been stolen. But it didn't bother Freddie anymore because he was used to this unmooring from the old world. He could still see it in some of the others' eyes. They were still nervous about taking canned goods from grocery stores, about breaking into people's houses for water and supplies and so on. Even here in Evergreen, where they knew that their neighbors were dead and feeding the worms. The air was musty inside the dealership, but there didn't appear to be any bodies here. Freddie had figured out that a business's relative importance in the old world revealed itself by how many bodies were still inside once the plague had burned itself off. No one had hung around Schaefer Ford to die, that was for damn sure. It was dim inside, but not dark. On one of the desks, he spotted a large rat nosing in a box of crackers. He ignored it, and it ignored him. Rats gotta eat, he thought. They went behind the main desk and scanned the rows of keys until Max found the one matching the Mustang. As they made their way outside, he felt electricity buzzing through him, something that he hadn't felt in a long time. After checking the tires, Freddie unlocked the Mustang with the key fob and climbed in. It roared and Max squealed with glee. Freddie took a moment to feel the Mustang's power, to really feel it, to know that there would be no more Mustangs for 100 years, if ever. He felt life coursing through him like he hadn't before, not even during his football days. He shifted into drive and raced out of the parking lot, out onto US 64, a nice 4-lane piece of road stretching off to the north. They flew through a residential neighborhood, block after block of dead ranches and Cape Cods, skittering around abandoned cars. Faster he went, clearing the town limits, and still faster he went. "This is awesome," Max had screamed. But Freddie barely heard him. Caroline's face hovered there in the windshield, at first the way it looked when he'd found her on the back stoop of Pastrami Dance, under the black awning, relief and hope and answered prayers etched on her face like the happy slashes of a toddler's finger paint. Back when baby Stephen's fate had been unwritten, back when there'd still been a chance. But then that dissolved, and bullying its way into place was her dead face, in the tent, the thin white film pasted on her lifeless lips, and it had been his fault. 90 miles per hour. "Yeah!" Max shouted. 100 miles per hour. 110 and the car still purred underneath him, as if to ask, "Is that all you've got, you pussy?" By then, Max's squeals had abated, and he grabbed the dashboard with both hands. "This is pretty fast," he'd said. "You think that's fast?" Freddie pushed the pedal down a little farther, and now the land rushed by in a blur. God, this was better than sex, he thought to himself, the needle now tickling 135. And he was screaming now, his howls filling the car as he hurtled through the countryside like a bullet looking for a target. "No, Freddie, please slow down." 140. Max started to cry, pleading with him to slow down, but Freddie pushed the pedal to the floor until the Mustang was a missile slicing through the Oklahoma sunshine. He blocked out Max's pleas because this felt so goddamn good. It was an indescribable feeling, Like Christmas morning combined with your first roller coaster. Toss in your first kiss and that first stolen sip of beer, all rolled into this moment. Please, Freddie, slow down, I'm scared. It's good for you, Freddie yelled back. Gotta toughen you up. Freddie, please. Then Max had totally lost it, crying and kicking and flailing his arms, his face wet with tears and snot, until Freddie had eased up on the accelerator, disappointed in Max, disappointed in how soft they all really were. How were they going to survive in this world if Max, who would someday be looked upon to lead, was afraid of his own shadow? And he had news for these people. Things were only going to get tougher as the months and years went by. I want to go home, Max had said quietly. Fine, Freddie had said. Jesus. So they had taken the Mustang back to Guyman and driven the electric car home, the 30-mile trip covered in silence. When Max had gotten out of the car at the apartment building he called home, his eyes were red and puffy from his pathetic little meltdown. He hadn't seen much of Max since then. In fact, he'd been seeing the kid hanging more around Adam the last couple of days. And Adam was blind to how weak they all really were. Everything was secondary to his quest to find Rachel. Freddie didn't necessarily begrudge him that, but that didn't mean he had to make it everyone else's problem too. That focus on his own issue, his own story, meant he couldn't be the guy. Smart? Fine. Organized? Fine. But the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, big guy. What happens if the town comes under attack and you're out wandering the plains like Moses? Or if someone gets sick? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Squish, squish, squish. He was flying now, the town limit less than half a mile away. He felt the rush, that runner's high, buzzing through him, as though he were floating along the road. His body felt strong, his mind clear. He blew into town like a rocket re-entering Earth's atmosphere, decelerating, dialing back on the throttle, until he had slowed to an easy jog. After taking a few minutes to stretch his tired muscles, he went inside and sponged his body off. They agreed to limit showers to 2 a week to conserve water, and he had gotten pretty good at this method anyway. When he was clean, he pulled on jeans and a sweatshirt, grabbed a granola bar, and sat down at the small dining table in the corner of the living room. For the next 2 hours, he made a list of things they needed to do. He would show them. They'd fallen in behind Adam because he was a doctor, an understandable knee-jerk reaction to the situation they were in. If Freddie acted now, while things were still fluid, he could make his mark. Being a leader was something he was familiar with. His second year in the league, his teammates had elected him the defensive captain, a title he held until the knee injury. He ran the defense as a seamless unit, getting his teammates to buy into his team-first theory, pounding it into their heads until the Falcons were a perennial top-5 defense. That could be done here, too. It was really no different. These scared, tired folks were his teammates now, and they could be molded into a seamless unit, too. You just picked a philosophy and worked from there. The philosophy was easy enough. Safety and security for this new community. Water, food, shelter. Defense. Law and order would also be a paramount concern in establishing a long-term community. There would be dirty work, and it would be the dirty work people would blow off. Other guy syndrome. They couldn't mean me. Don't they know what I've been through out there? Immigration. There was plenty of room for more survivors, but they'd have to watch the influx carefully as well. Should they take in anyone who wandered in from the wilderness? At some level, it bothered him to think about excluding those in need, but it was a dog-eat-dog world now. This was a soft bunch. The episode with Max and the Mustang had just driven it home for him. Things were working fine now, and that meant they'd become complacent. They'd just think that things would keep working fine. Human beings didn't like change. Now that these folks had lived through the biggest paradigm shift any of them would ever see, they'd assumed that the winds of change had stopped blowing. That they could stick their heads in the sand here and watch old DVDs and drink scotch and paint landscapes, and the heat would keep blowing in the winter, and the canned goods would last forever, and they could just live that life as some kind of reward for having survived the plague. How terribly wrong they were. If they weren't careful, things would just get worse and the world would become more dangerous. The strong would survive, the weak would perish. He revised his earlier thought. These folks, these survivors, weren't like his teammates, not at all. From high school through college, and especially in the NFL, his teammates had been driven to succeed. Sure, there were exceptions, those who skated by on talent alone, at least for a little while, when it finally caught up with them, but by and large, they were self-starters. No one had to tell them to study film, to hit the weights, to run the drills until they were as ingrained as breathing. No, this would be different. These folks would have to be told what to do and how to do it. Probably wanted to be told. The what and the how, that was the hard part. A lot of the work ahead would be tedious and repetitive and mechanical. They would rally around the person who greased the skids, the one who made it as easy as possible. He suspected that, for the most part, people wanted to pull their weight and do their fair share. Hell, maybe it was because people were fundamentally good. But Freddie suspected that it was because no one wanted to be looked at as a slacker. Shame could be a powerful motivator, especially in this new world, where you couldn't hide among the masses and get by on the herd's efforts. The herd just wasn't big enough anymore. He worked until his brain was mush, and then lay down for a nap. As he drifted off to sleep, he recounted his work so far. He had the ideas. He had a plan. He just needed a way to implement them. When he woke up at around 4 in the afternoon, he felt good, refreshed, and he knew what he needed to do. Chapter 37. It took him 2 full days, but eventually he tracked down nearly every citizen in Evergreen and told them he was calling a meeting on November 24th. And whoo boy, had it ever become the talk of the town, to Freddie's immense delight. As he strolled down Evergreen Boulevard on the evening of the meeting, he felt a lightness like he'd felt the day he'd driven the Mustang. Everyone had responded positively, glad that Freddie was kicking them out of the stasis they'd seemed to settle into. People were ready to move on to the next phase of things, whatever it was that happened to be. And they were more than happy to let Freddie get that train moving out of the station. He even began to hear whispers that people were ready for a change at the top. He'd gotten a few people on his side: Bill Irwin, an engineer at the plant, Chuck Danley, Peter Solomon, Kate Crawford. They'd act as his proxies in the crowd, help him run the plan through before the town would know what hit it. "Just show us where to board, Mr. Conductor." It was bitterly cold out when Freddie arrived at the town hall a little after 5:30. There were 4 chairs on the dais, the tables still marked with the nameplates of the mayor and the now dead members of the Evergreens Governing Council. Freddie threw them in the trash can in the corner of the room. Onward and upward. He was furiously scribbling notes as the others arrived, streaming in from wherever they'd been dicking around while Freddie had been getting his ducks in a row. He felt good, ready, the way he felt after a solid week of practice and film study in his old life. When he called the meeting to order at precisely 6, there were more than 100 people present, standing room only, like it had been for the Falcons' home games the year they'd finished 14-2 and nearly won it all. The group took their seats, filling the hearing room to capacity, and he could sense their eyes on him, sitting in the center chair. Good, he thought. He wanted them to take notice that there was a new sheriff in town. He saw them glance at Mayor Townsend, looking for some semblance of an objection, but she just seemed to accept it. Freddie had banked on her silence, that she'd be a little too intimidated to raise a stink about it. He banged the gavel 3 times, and it stopped the incessant chatter dead. "Let's get started." He had considered opening with an invocation or the Pledge of Allegiance or something similar, something to remind everyone they were the same people they'd been not 4 months ago, but he had dispensed with the idea. He needed to bum rush the quarterback, for lack of a better analogy. "Thank you all for coming," he said. "We've got a lot of work to do if Evergreen is going to remain our home." Heads nodding, people exchanging surprised glances. "Evergreen is a special place. I think we can all agree on that," he continued. "But the power plant is not going to maintain itself. How many people worked at the plant before the plague?" For a moment, no one spoke. Then a short, stout man in the front row stood up. His hands trembled, and he kept his eyes focused on his feet. The man said. "My name's Irwin. Bill Irwin." "You're going to have to speak up," Freddie said. "We can barely hear you." "I was an engineer at the plant," Irwin said. "We had about 500 on any given shift." "How many are still alive?" "Just me." "Just you? The plague got all the others?" "No, 2 others survived. One died in the attack a few weeks ago. The other, well, he sort of went crazy and took off." "Have you been out there?" "Every day." Freddie leaned back in his chair and rubbed his chin for a moment. He knew all of this. He'd been out to the plant several times with Irwin, who'd been flitting about the place, checking on things he knew how to check, replacing plugs and wire when needed. But they were living on borrowed time. Irwin, no fan of Townsend, hadn't come right out and said it, but Freddie could read between the lines. Irwin couldn't do it alone. He didn't even know how. The plant was too complex, required too much specialized knowledge to maintain and troubleshoot its various systems, wisdom that had largely gone to the grave. Sooner or later, it would fail. "Mayor Townsend?" "Yes?" "Isn't it high time Mr. Irwin had some help out there at the plant?" The sound of 100 necks turning toward the mayor filled the room. Townsend shifted in her seat. Freddie had planned this next bit, where he'd just stare at the mayor until she said something, until she tried to say nothing by saying a lot, the way all politicians did. "It's just that, Her words trailed off like a revving engine, disappearing in the night. Then he pounced. "Gwen, I don't think the good people of Evergreen are really interested in your excuses." He allowed himself a quick glance at the crowd. 100 sets of eyes boring in on the mayor like lasers. Jaws tightened. Heads nodded. He caught Adam's eye and was pleased to see a look bordering on horror on the doctor's face. That's right, Doc, Freddie thought, briefly holding Adam's gaze before turning his attention to the mayor. God, that look was priceless. He wished he could have gotten it on camera. They expect leadership. He looked back down at his notes. What about the food and water supply? He asked with a deliberate sigh, as though he expected to be disappointed in the answer. We can't rely on canned goods forever. We're going to need to start making our own food. There's a reservoir not far from here, Townsend said. With our small population, we should be okay with water. We won't always have a small population, though, will we? Freddie asked. No, a voice from the crowd called out. He thought it was Chuck Danley. What's the purification process? Sarah asked, shifting in her seat. Freddie thought she sounded nervous, as though she suspected something was afoot. We have a small treatment facility on the north end of town, Townsend said. It runs on wind and solar, but we did have an electrical backup in the event the other power sources failed for some reason. The backup failed when the power grids failed, but it's still operating. I've been checking it every day before my little episode. And I assume it requires maintenance? Freddie said. It's been pretty reliable. Everything requires maintenance, he said. If we don't stay on top of it, it'll fail when we need it the most. I'm also concerned about defending ourselves, Freddie said. We've been lucky so far. Tell me more about this attack. An uncomfortable silence descended on the room. Chins dropped, eyes watered. They came at us one evening, Charlotte said, breaking the silence. By chance, I was with Jeff and a few others down in the police armory, taking inventory. There were only about 10 of them, but they really got the jump on us. They were just shooting anyone they found. We came up behind them and killed most of them. 2 escaped. Where's the armory? In this building, she said. Basement. It's going to be important for all able-bodied adults and older teenagers to become proficient with weapons, Freddie said. Is that really necessary? Someone asked. You tell me, Freddie said. How many did you lose in the attack? He let that sink in for a bit. As he looked out over the crowd, something occurred to him. This wasn't your ordinary town. Many of the people who lived here were soft, book-smart, engineers and computer nerds. They'd run their power plant and the few supporting businesses. Probably had no idea how lucky they'd been to repel the first attack. We lost 12 people, Kate Crawford said. I grew up in rural Georgia, Freddie said. We teach kids about guns about as soon as they can hold one, so yes, I think it's necessary and smart. We've got to stop thinking like we used to. This isn't the same world anymore. No one is coming to protect us, and there's nothing to stop someone else from trying to take Evergreen. The crowd was quiet now, juiced with a healthy dose of fear. Then he struck. Mayor Townsend, may I speak freely? Freddie asked. Please, she said. Everyone, already locked in silence, looked at him. What he was about to do was tricky on a number of levels and could backfire at any moment. I'm really worried by what I've heard here today, he said. I've come to love this place and the people in it, but I'm worried we've fallen asleep at the switch. I think we've headed down a very dangerous road. He paused again. I propose that we elect a new mayor. Chatter erupted across the room, a wild mixture of gasps and whispers, cheers and a few boos, sweeping through the crowd like a wave. Freddie breathed a sigh of relief, having had no idea how this would play out, and even less confidence it would work. Second, a woman's voice called out. Second. Second. On and on the seconds came, little explosions. The mayors started at each one, like rabbit punches. Hey, wait a minute, Adam called out. Plague or not, she's still the mayor of this town. But Freddie raised his voice. He might not have been as smart as Evergreen's resident know-it-all, but he was sure as hell louder than the son of a bitch. Any opposed? Nay, a few voices rang out, but they were small and tinny in the meeting room. All those in favor of electing a new mayor, say aye. The room virtually exploded. Aye. All opposed? A few nays skittered about the room like lost birds. Freddie stood, rearing up to his full height, leaving no doubt as to who was in charge of the meeting. Then he leaned over and planted both hands on the table. He made a point to flex his forearms, popping the veins, his biceps straining the fabric of his polo shirt. Gwen, Evergreen thanks you for your service. Her eyes were red with tears. She scanned the crowd, as though looking for a friendly face, and Freddie was pleased to see no one making eye contact with her. You're making a big mistake, Adam said, standing up to face the crowd. Is that right? Freddie said. You know better than all these people? That shut Adam Fisher, M.D., right down. What do we do now? Someone called out. We elect a new mayor, Freddie said. I nominate Freddie, Chuck Danley said, pointing at Freddie. Freddie, I'm sorry, man. I just realized I didn't know your last name. Freddie smiled thinly. Even this part had been planned. It's Briggs. Briggs, the football player? Freddie felt himself blushing. Yes. Freddie Briggs was one of the best defensive players of the last 50 years, Chuck exclaimed to the group. He played in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. This sent murmurs through the crowd. During his NFL career, Briggs had learned that Americans had always been more impressed by celebrity and athletic prowess than almost anything else. He didn't think that had changed much yet in the wake of the plague. That wouldn't always be the case, but for now, it was still packing the same punch. I second, Robin Swanson said, and Freddie felt warm and icy cold at the same time. I nominate Dr. Fisher, said a woman named Donna Tanner. She'd been married to a plant engineer and spoke with one of those precious southern accents that reminded you of sweet tea and cucumber sandwiches and cotillions. I second, said Jeff, the man who'd thrown Adam and Sarah in the jail cell. Gentlemen, said Gwen, do you accept the nomination as mayor? Fisher glanced at Sarah, who nodded, and in that moment, Freddie hated him. He knew Adam would get nominated, but he thought if the good doctor had any integrity at all, he would decline the nomination, seeing as how his focus wasn't necessarily on the town. Yes, Freddie said. Yes, I do. I accept, Adam said. Freddie's core burned like an overheating furnace, his growing rage its coal. Didn't they see that Adam in his search for Rachel was the way of the old world? The old world had brought nothing but plague and death and misery. It had been a weak world, run by weak men, and Adam wanted to take them down that road again. Didn't they understand they needed to stop thinking old world thoughts, stop pretending like everything was going to be okay? Even if Adam found Rachel, no, especially if he found her, then they would think that everyone was entitled to a happy ending. In Rachel, in the promise of Rachel, they saw their own families and loved ones who had been lost to the plague. It was this pathetic hope that left them soft, that blinded them to the way the world really was. Are there any other nominations for the mayor of Evergreen? No other names were put forward, and they closed the floor to nominations. Townsend, in her last official act as mayor, picked Charlotte, Pankaj Sher, and Michael Stills, the editor of the local paper, to serve as an ad hoc election committee. Now then, Michael said, I don't see the point of a drawn-out campaign or anything like that. Let that be our first gift to this new world. Nervous laughter bubbled from the audience. I'd like to say a few words, Adam said, standing up. The committee just said, Freddie said. No, this is too important, Adam snapped back. If we're going to start with a new mayor, the people have a right to hear what we're all about. Damn it, Freddie thought. The committee huddled together briefly. 3 minutes each, Charlotte said. Adam stood, his hands clasped together. Everything Freddie said is right, Adam began. The truth is, we've all been in a state of flux in the last few months, living off the forward momentum of the world as it used to be. And trust us, Evergreen seemed so magical when we got here, a place immune from the horrors of the outside world. But that may not last. As you said, we're not the first group to find this place. We probably won't be the last. But the truth is that I have hope. I have hope of a bright future for all of us. That we can find new happiness, new peace together, even if that means saying goodbye to the old world. I'm ready for it. I'm ready to go forward with each of you. Thank you. Healthy applause filled the chamber as Freddie scrambled his thoughts together. A lesson from his father, dead a decade now, popped into his head. Keep it simple. Fuck it, he thought. He'd done what he needed to do, said what he needed to say. Freddie, Charlotte said, 3 minutes. Think you all know my position, he said. Think about who'll be here for you 100%, who won't be distracted by other issues. That's all I have. Thank you. Pankaj cut out makeshift ballot slips from Freddie's notebook and passed them around. Adam, still reeling from the shock of what was happening, watched the others scratch out their selection. Football star Freddie Briggs. That was why his name had been so familiar to Adam when they'd met in St. Louis. A man accustomed to winning. A man accustomed to having things go his way. And Adam had been so blind to it. He felt like such an idiot. How long had Freddie been planning this coup? There was no doubt he felt slighted by the deference the others had shown Adam during the last 2 months. Was this how he planned to rebuild his image? Did he really want to be mayor, or did he just like the idea of being mayor? He'd had some good ideas. He'd come to the meeting prepared. Maybe he should concede the election to Freddie. Because Rachel was still out there. Rachel. The search was morphing into a desperate, pointless exercise. The search for Bigfoot, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It was late November now, and they'd crossed off 7 of the search grids. The odds he would find Rachel had always been slim, and were now sliding toward none. It was maddening to know she was probably alive. The itch he couldn't quite scratch, growing worse with each passing day. If only Nadia could remember anything about where she'd been. A landmark, a billboard, even a description of the terrain, a river or peak. He didn't feel bad about being mad at her because he kept it bottled up, locked away in his mind's maximum security prison. No one needed to know he hated her for making Rachel seem so close and yet so far away. He didn't even know if he was looking in the right place. He could look for the next 50 years and not come within 100 miles of her. Then Adam had a terrible thought, a sudden realization. It was his obsession with Rachel that had left him blind to what Freddie had been doing. Was Adam shorting these people because of it? These people were here now, and they needed someone to lead them. They needed someone to help care for them. He wasn't sure if it made him feel better or worse, but the fact of the matter was that he had the ideal resume, the skills, knowledge, and experience for a post-plague world. Could he in good conscience keep putting his impossible quest ahead of the others? He suddenly remembered Holden Beach. The place hadn't crossed his mind since his desperate escape during those horrifying days in August. What did it look like now? How long before the ocean ate the beach away, before the homes began to crumble into the waves? Had sand blown across Ocean Boulevard and covered it like a blanket? If a hurricane blew ashore with no one there to see it, did it make a sound? What world did Rachel belong in? The Holden Beach he'd arrived in, or the dying one he had escaped? Holden Beach was 2,000 miles and a lifetime away. Evergreen, this little corner of Oklahoma, was the here and now. The people in this room with him were the here and now. It went beyond simply being the right guy for the job due to his medical training. They needed to look out for each other because the very act of being alive now was so rare. And for all they knew, they were the final act in humanity's long play. If that were the case, then they should protect what life was left at all costs, go out with some class. And that's when it hit him. He shouldn't concede the election to Freddie, because Rachel was still out there. Freddie couldn't become the mayor of Evergreen because Freddie had no Rachel. Freddie had no hope. These people needed hope. Adam didn't know what would become of the power plant or even the human race itself, but if they didn't have a little bit of hope and love and friendship and the solidarity of breaking bread together, then what the hell were they living for? And he had hope. He believed it in his core that Rachel was still alive, and he'd keep looking for her until his dying day. It would be the fuel to power his work here. He could do it. He could give himself entirely to both missions, to lead these people while he looked for his daughter. He could do it. He wrote his name on the sheet and handed it to Charlotte, who was collecting the ballots in her Oklahoma State baseball cap. How primitive this was, Adam thought. It was emblematic of how lost they all really were, this messy cleaving to the old ways. He didn't have the first clue if they were being faithful to the rules of parliamentary procedure, but the fact was, he didn't suspect it mattered all that much. It was the form, not the substance, guiding them along, making them feel like they were getting their lives back on track. Then he reclaimed his seat in the second row, which, he noticed, was now empty. He glanced across the aisle and saw Freddie's row had emptied out too. Freddie's elbows were on his knees, and he was chewing a stubborn fingernail. He wanted this badly, Adam could tell, which in turn made Adam want it badly as well. As important as he felt it was that he be elected, part of him felt it was equally important that Freddie not be. The committee members will, move over to the mayor's office to count the votes, Charlotte said firmly. Her eyes swept across the audience, almost daring anyone to challenge her plan. She was a strong girl, very strong. As long as she was part of the town's future, perhaps things would be okay, even if Freddie became mayor. The crowd devolved into chatter as Charlotte and the others exited the room. Adam could feel his heart slamming against his ribcage, an angry animal struggling to escape. His right leg pistoned up and down, a throwback to his days at the office, when he'd grow bored and frustrated with the mountain of government-mandated paperwork he needed to fill out. He placed a hand on his knee to stop its manic pulsing. A deep breath, a good long one, and he glanced over his shoulder at his fellow Evergreeners. The crowd, which had drifted to the back of the room, was deliberate in its avoidance of the two candidates. They had broken up into groups of 4 and 5, whispering, casting curious looks at Adam and Freddie, talking about the future. Adam could divine several emotions from the tone of their voices: fear, excitement, curiosity, a sort of wide-eyed, can't-wait-to-see-how-this-turns-out-ness about it all. 30 minutes later, Charlotte, Pankaj, and Michael returned, their faces blank and stony, the way a jury might look before sending a defendant to the gas chamber. They took their seats at the dais, Charlotte in the center chair. As they settled in, the others rushed to reclaim their seats. "Ladies and gentlemen," Charlotte said, "we counted the votes 3 times. First, we counted and verified 96 votes were cast." She looked at her fellow committee members. "Do the other committee members agree with this report?" "Yes," Pankaj said. "Yes, agreed," Michael said. We then placed the ballots for each candidate into 2 separate piles and counted them individually, again counting them 3 times. Agreed, both Pankaj and Michael said simultaneously. The results of the election are as follows, she said, staring straight down the middle of the aisle, not making eye contact with either candidate. Adam Fisher received 51 votes, and Freddie Briggs received 44 votes. 1 ballot was cast blank. Adam Fisher has been elected mayor of Evergreen. As the crowd erupted in applause and catcalls with a few boos mixed in, Adam felt a huge surge of adrenaline rush through him, like he'd touched a live wire. Part of it was relief, stemming from his lifelong aversion to losing. Adam Fisher had done very little losing in his life, and he hadn't wanted to start today. But laced in there was a tincture of regret, thrown in like a last-second spice. An hour ago, this hadn't even been on his radar, and now here he was, the duly elected leader of this ragtag group of survivors. Even in his brief tenure as the nominee, it had been a theoretical thing, big picture, but now it was crashing down on him in a very real way. But, he decided, he wouldn't have it any other way. Someone had to do it, and he didn't trust anyone else. A loud noise startled him, and he looked over in time to see Freddie storm from his seat, knocking over half a dozen chairs as he did so. His jaw was clenched so tightly, Adam thought his teeth might shatter. Without a word, Freddie burst through the hearing room doors and into the night beyond. Chapter 38. Just once in his life, Adam wished he would follow his gut at a time his gut was telling him something valuable. It never seemed to go his way. Either he misjudged what his gut was saying and the decision backfired on him, usually in spectacular fashion, or he'd ignore a hunch, that niggling feeling deep down that told you were right and end up in the very same spot. For example, just this morning, he'd woken up feeling gloomy, cranky, out of sorts. He'd worked 7 days straight learning the ropes as mayor, and he had planned to spend his off days searching for Rachel. But when he'd peeked out his curtain, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The clouds were low. A coil of sickly gray fog had snaked its way into town overnight, clinging to the landscape like a thrush infection. It wasn't a romantic fog. It was bad fog, trouble fog. The kind that told you to climb back into bed and try again the next day. Maybe he could spend a little time organizing his field notes or studying the maps. But instead of listening to that voice, however, that little survival instinct working so hard to keep him alive, he'd gone ahead and resumed his patrol after breakfast. Chuck Danley had been itching to get out of Dodge for a bit, and he decided to accompany Adam for the trip. And now, 8 hours later, they were here, at a deserted bar, his gun locked and loaded, and aimed at some random survivor whose path they'd crossed, while across the way there, just on the other side of the long oak bar running the length of the place, said survivor was holding a gun to Chuck's head. One man lay dead on the floor, a victim of friendly fire when Chuck's captor had inadvertently shot his companion in the back. It was the shootout in St. Louis all over again, and Adam was afraid they would keep doing this over and over, a horror movie stuck on repeat, until they finally finished each other off. They were about an hour southwest of Evergreen, passing through Duncan, Oklahoma, an old oil town in the southern part of the state. Both men were exhausted after another futile search for Rachel's camp, and Adam had suggested camping there for the night after rounding up some supplies to take back to Evergreen. Chuck suggested a drink, and Adam had thought it an excellent idea. The bar, called Branson's, was near the center of town. A few cars were still in the parking lot, but they each sat on 4 flat tires. After Chuck parked, they took a minute to stretch their tired legs after hours cramped in the car, bouncing through the back roads of Oklahoma. They stepped inside the chilly bar to a sudden hail of wild gunfire, no warning whatsoever. A scream, presumably from the guy shooting his buddy, and a loud thud. Adam slid into a booth and drew his gun. Chuck dove behind the bar, where he came face to face with his captor. He had no time to pull his weapon, which the man had confiscated. Despite the chill in the bar, sweat was running into Adam's eyes, and he resisted the urge to wipe his brow, lest it be construed as an offensive maneuver, or worse, give his mirror the opening he needed. "It doesn't have to be like this," Adam said. "No one has to get hurt." "My friend's dead because of you," he barked. "Let's take it easy," Adam said softly, electing not to dispute the matter with the man. His gun had been up for several minutes now, and his shoulder, which had been aching, was starting to burn. "No one else needs to get hurt." "Fuck you!" "I swear I'm not going to hurt you. Let my friend go, and we walk out of here." He had to fix this. He had to. This was just some scared son of a bitch caught in the world's biggest shitstorm. He looked lost. This man was no different than him or Chuck. Scared, panicky, the enormity of the disaster weighing heavily with each passing day. Adam's right arm began to shake with fatigue, so he carefully cradled it with his left, keeping the gun as level as he could. He hoped the other guy couldn't see how badly he was trembling. "What's your name?" The man's face scrunched up in surprise, as though he couldn't believe the question he was being asked. "What?" "Your name. What's your name?"
"Mark. My name is Mark. No more questions."
"Mark, I'm Adam."
"I said no more questions."
"I didn't ask any questions. I just told you my name." Adam held his breath, hoping he hadn't said the wrong thing. The moment stretched out like taffy, and he became aware of the sweat greasing his body despite the chill, of the way the gun seemed to be sliding in his hand, as though lightly oiled.
"Okay," Mark said. "Okay, but I'll ask the questions."
Adam nodded slowly, deliberately.
"What are you doing out here?"
"Just looking for supplies."
"Where are you guys from?"
"We're living in a town called Evergreen," he said.
"What's that? Where is that?"
"A ways up the road," Adam said. "You're welcome to come back with us."
"You serious?"
"I am," Adam said. "But you've got to put down the gun first. You've got to trust us." The barrel of his gun dipped down.
"But what then?"
"We just get through it," Adam replied. "We keep getting up every day. There must have been some reason we survived. There must be something to look forward to."
"What if there isn't?"
Adam paused, trying to come up with some answer that would sound genuine. "Because I wouldn't be trying to talk you out of this otherwise." Mark blew out a noisy sigh when he heard this. "Why are you even doing this?" Adam asked.
"Because as soon as I let him go, you're going to kill me."
"No, I promise."
"Then put your gun down."
A smile shot across Adam's face, as though Mark had told him a moderately funny joke. "Not sure I'm ready to do that yet, Mark."
"Okay, well, I'm not letting him go."
"Guess we're going to be here for a while then. I'm going to take a seat." He crossed the room and climbed into a booth, where he could prop the gun on the seat back. Immediately, he felt the sweet relief of an arm unburdened by the weight of the gun. His shoulder popped deliciously. "You had a family, didn't you?" Adam said. Chuck's eyes went wide with disbelief, but he kept quiet. It was a risk, treading onto Mark's hallowed ground, but maybe he needed a chance to unload it. Tell someone, not about the plague, but about the family he'd lost.
"My wife, Gloria,"
Mark said. He chewed on his lower lip, like he was fighting back tears.
"She was a social worker, Child Protective Services. 15 years she did it. Each kid more screwed up than the next. But she went to it every day like it was the first day on the job. She cussed like a sailor."
"I'm sorry."
"My son," Mark said, his face shiny with tears. "That was the worst. He was autistic. He was 15 years old. His whole life, I never saw him scared of anything. Anything. And when the outbreak got really bad, I couldn't get him off the computer. Even after his mom died, he was glued to the news coverage. The morning after his mom died, he came down for breakfast and he looked scared. He just started showing symptoms, and that's when I became really scared, when I thought he looked scared. Now maybe he wasn't, and I was just imagining it, or maybe I was just going insane, but that's when I really lost all hope. I didn't see the look on his face again. He kept getting sicker and sicker, and reporting the news to me. He died that night."
Adam didn't know what to say.
"So there it is," Mark said. "The sad story of my wife and son, lying dead in our house."
Adam sat there, the gun propped on the seat back, his trigger fingers sweaty and itchy, not because he wanted to pull the trigger, but because it was just itchy.
"Can I ask you a question?" Mark said.
"Sure."
"Why did this happen?"
"Oh man, I don't know."
"You believe in God?"
Mark asked. Adam thought back to when Sarah had asked him the same question. "No."
"I do," Mark said. "Went to church every Sunday. Every Sunday. He fucked us but good, though. Guess we weren't up to snuff."
"You think this was God's judgment?"
"What else could it be?
Accident? Terrorism? Who knows?"
"However it happened, the Lord works in mysterious ways."
"If you're right, I doubt he'd want you to kill anyone."
"And I didn't want him to kill my family, but I guess what I wanted didn't matter."
"I know, it's not right."
"You'd really take me back with you?"
"Of course," he said. "We need good people. We need to start rebuilding." All the fight seemed to leak out of Mark just then, his shoulders sagging, his chin dropping. He gave Chuck a gentle shove, pushing him away, and just like that, it was over. He tossed the gun on the bar and began to sob, his hands covering his face. If Mark felt any twinge of shame in breaking down in front of two men he did not know, he didn't show it. Adam sighed, the exhale coming shallow and ragged as his heart struggled to slow down. It felt like the standoff had gone on for hours, but Adam suspected they'd only been in the bar for a few minutes. Adam climbed out of the booth and knelt by the man who'd been shot during the standoff. There was little chance he was still alive, and even if he was, he wouldn't be for long. The man was lying on his stomach, his arms pinned underneath his body, which was soaked with blood. A quick pulse check told Adam all he needed to know. Despite the loss of life, Adam felt good. The urge to stay alive deepened with each passing day, and he'd survived yet another test in this world. And this time, it hadn't been dumb luck or chance or a lucky shot. No, this time, he'd done it on his own. He'd been the one to dial the situation back. He had talked Mark off the ledge. He looked down at the gun in his hand, really felt its weight. Strange, this post-mortem he was conducting. It reminded him of the process he'd once utilized in his practice, after each delivery, after each C-section. He studied each chart, no matter how routine the case had been, looking for any tidbit, any nugget he could take and apply to the next case. Maybe that's what had happened here. Maybe he'd been filing things away in this new world until he needed to call on them. As he stood up, all ready to pat himself on the back, a single gunshot shattered the fragile calm that had descended on the room. Adam froze, his mind blank, as the gun's report echoed through the bar, hanging over them like a tortured spirit. A soft thud drew Adam's attention to the bar, where he saw Mark's body slump across the bar top before sliding down onto the floor. His head hit the floor with a loud crack. Standing above him was Chuck, Mark's gun in hand. Adam stared at him, his mouth slightly open, as though he wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. Chuck stepped over Mark's body and emerged from behind the bar. "Ready?" Chuck asked, wedging the gun into the front waistband of his jeans, as casual as a man returning from a trip to the bathroom. "What did you do?" "Man had a gun to my head," he replied. "By the way, that was a hell of a thing you did, getting him to put it down. You Jedi mind tricked the shit out of him, bro." "But he let you go," Adam said, ignoring the compliment. "He let you go." "I took care of business." "You took care of business. Jesus. I'm supposed to give him a hug because he's losing his shit over the fucking-apocalypse? He was a fucking menace. We let him walk, he pulls this shit with someone else. Fucking idiot shot his own friend. Natural selection at work here." The cold-bloodedness of it was what really scraped at Adam's insides like sandpaper. Chuck talked about executing Mark the way he might have described flushing a nasty cockroach down the toilet. "But you murdered him," Adam said. "The threat was over and you just murdered him." "You're starting to get under my skin a little, Doc," he said. "I don't mind a philosophical discussion about life in a post-apocalyptic world, but you're getting dangerously close to hurting my feelings." A new front opened up inside Adam's soul, this one labeled helplessness. Short of yelling at Chuck, telling him how disappointed he was in him, there wasn't a whole hell of a lot else Adam could do to him, and Chuck didn't seem particularly concerned with what Adam thought of him. It had been one thing out in the wilderness, when they'd been on the road, to bear witness to the evil man could do. But this guy Mark had been harmless, and Chuck was supposed to be one of them, a valued member of their fledgling community. What was Adam supposed to do now? He couldn't let this psychopath assume a leadership role. He couldn't let the kids look up to him. He couldn't let him be a part of their new world. Did Chuck think he was just going to get away with it? "You're not coming back with me," Adam said, his voice steely and low. "What?" "You heard me." "The fuck I'm not," Chuck said. "You're out," Adam said. "No more of this shit. You do what you want, but you do it somewhere else." "What, are you going to tattle on me? To your little bitch girlfriend?" "They need to know." "My word against yours." Adam's heart had started galloping again. Thump, 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 thump. Not because he didn't know what to do, but because he knew precisely what he had to do. Adam held Chuck's gaze, never letting his eyes drop to the man's waist, where he'd tucked the gun, but never letting it out of his peripheral vision. Chuck stood his ground, his hands by his sides, his fingertips twitching. This was an angry man, a dangerous man. Some itch in his psyche needed scratching, and killing Mark hadn't done it. Adam replayed the last few moments of the standoff with Mark, trying to remember if he'd secured his weapon after it had ended. He hadn't. He was 100% sure he hadn't. He was 95% sure he hadn't. Chuck's arm twitched, and he knew that Chuck was going to try to kill him, because Chuck did like Evergreen, and he could come up with any story he damn well pleased, and they'd never know what happened here. They were 10 feet apart, and it felt like his arm was encased in concrete, as slow as it was bringing the gun up to do its terrible work. Adam's eyes zeroed in on Chuck's waist, where it seemed his hands had arrived with blinding, graceful speed. Too late, and then both guns were out, and both were firing. As he emptied the clip, the guns breathing their terrible lead exhaust, Adam waited for the hot plug in his chest, the brief crackle in his forehead that would mean it was all over, that this new world had gotten the best of him, that he hadn't been fast enough, or smart enough, or accurate enough. He fired until the gun was dry, its empty clicks feeling hollow and impotent. Only then did he dare open his eyes. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of desperate gasping. Adam stole a look toward the ground, where he found Chuck writhing about, his hands at his ruined throat, blood bubbling and spilling between his fingers. He'd be dead in less than a minute. Adam wanted to hate him for making him do this, but he couldn't manage a single discrete emotion as he watched the man die on the bitterly cold floor. He felt no regret or sorrow. It was what had to be done. He hadn't asked for this world any more than anyone else had, but as he'd been told, and as was coming into sharp, jagged relief, this was the world he'd been given. In that world, things would have to be done, things he might not like to do. As Chuck Danley bled to death, Adam turned and left the bar without a word. He shoved his hands into his coat and walked the 2 blocks to where he'd left the car. The wind was blowing hard out of the west, and in the air he could smell a hint of snow. Chapter 39. "Marry me," Adam said. They were eating dinner in the apartment they now shared. It was early December, and a light snow was falling outside. But the juice was still on, and warm air blew up through the vents. They were the luckiest sons of bitches on the planet, for now. "What? You heard me," he said. "Are you serious?" "Yes," he said. "Can't promise a big church wedding or honeymoon to Maui or anything like that, but I'm as serious as I can be. I love you, Sarah, more than you'll ever know." "But what about my little problem?" "I've been thinking about that," Adam said. "Makes me think we need to do it sooner than later." She wiped her lips with her napkin and set it down next to her bowl. She leaned across the table and took his face in her hands. "Adam, baby, we're not going to grow old together," she said. "This thing, it's not a maybe kind of thing. I'm going to die of Huntington's." He felt the tears form at the corners of his eyes. "Listen, one of the things I've learned from living through this thing is that there's no time to waste. Think of all the millions, billions of dreams that died with everyone else. We were given a second chance, a chance to start over. But that second chance comes with a price. The price is that this is a really dangerous place now. That thing with Chuck. Sometimes I sit down and play the numbers, try and estimate how many people survived the plague. Even if just 2% survived, that leaves more than 6 million people in this country alone. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a very optimistic person generally. I don't trust a lot of folks. I think maybe that's why I was drawn to obstetrics. I saw a lot of happiness and got to deliver a lot of good news. That's not to say I didn't treat some very sick women. Every doctor does. But it was kind of a way to self-medicate my general feeling about people." "You sure know how to charm a girl." "I guess what I'm saying is that for the first time in a long time, I know what makes me happy. And it makes me happy for the right reason. And it might have been a cliche to say that life is precious, but it's pretty goddamn true these days. There are precious few lives left, and if you're lucky enough to be alive, every moment is precious. I'm telling you, I'm lucky to be alive right now. You don't know how close Chuck came to killing me out there." Sarah nodded. She knew what had happened out there. Adam had told the others that Chuck had been shot and killed by bandits. He didn't like lying, but he wasn't sure how they'd react to the story that Chuck had been a cold-blooded killer. He knew Freddie was suspicious of the story. "You know I can't have children," she said. "I wouldn't think—" "No," she cut him off, lest he misinterpret her meaning, think it was a ledge he could talk her down from. She could just picture him trying to stretch his life is precious argument to the next step, to a place where he'd want to get busy with the business of making little fishers. "I mean, I physically cannot have them. I had a hysterectomy." It didn't surprise him, but he said nothing, because there was nothing to say. "I figured the best thing I could do is make sure that any child of mine wasn't doomed to my fate, even if that meant not having the child at all. And after watching what Caroline had to go through, I'm not sure I'd even want to chance it." "I'm not asking you to marry me because I'm clinging to some traditional notion of family," he said. "I'm asking you to marry me because I want you to know what you mean to me, how much I love you. Thing is, this could be a transitional world for a while. Who knows how long before we figure our shit out, if we get a chance to figure it out at all. I want you to know that the way I feel about you isn't transitional. It's for keeps." The last walls inside her broke down, and she couldn't say no. Nothing, not a goddamn thing was guaranteed for any of them, and that had been the sole basis for her resistance. She felt a smile break across her face, a lightness spread through her, as refreshing as the spray of ocean on a hot summer day. "Yes," she said, feeling her eyes well up with tears. She felt stupid crying, but then she saw tears in Adam's eyes, and she forgave herself. She never in a million years believed she would let herself fall for anyone again, let alone follow a path as traditional as marriage. But here she was, all the same. She embraced him, wrapping her arms around him tightly and covering his face in kisses. "And how do you propose, forgive the pun, we do this? I'm not sure a marriage certificate is required anymore." "We'll do it however we want to do it. We'll ask Gwen to perform the ceremony." The question came to mind, and it embarrassed her to think about it, and so she asked it before she had a chance to change her mind. "Do you want me to take your last name?" He paused, and his lips pursed in the way that let her know he was really thinking this one through. "What do you think?" She clicked her tongue. "I don't know," she said. "My name is important to me, and I get the feeling it's going to be tough for women to maintain their identity." "What do you mean?" "You're bigger, stronger, faster," she said. "Women are going to have a tough time in this brave new world." "Then don't," Adam said. "We can rewrite the rules." "You sure?" He laughed. "Of course I'm sure." She smiled and kissed him. 2 days later, Adam and Sarah stood at the center of the park, across from Town Hall, before Gwen Townsend and most of the residents of Evergreen. It was a chilly day, but warm in the sun. "Good morning," Townsend started, her hands clasped. "We gather here today to watch our two friends take their first step on a long and happy life together." Sarah squeezed Adam's hand. The others did not know about her diagnosis. Someday they would know, but for now, it was best to put it up on a dark shelf, out of sight and out of mind. "I've officiated many marriages in my day," she said, "but this one is especially special to me. We've all seen so many terrible things in the last few months, and we're liable to see many more. We've all experienced incomprehensible tragedy. The special Dateline episode about us would be a two-nighter for sure." Laughter rippled through the crowd. "And the future is anything but certain," she said, her voice darkening a shade. "I wish I could stand here and tell you that everything will be just fine, but I don't know that, and I think we all heard enough lies during the epidemic that for me to stand here and sugarcoat things insults you and tramples on the thing we are doing here today. I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I do know this. Today, love has prevailed." Claps and hollers from the audience. "Love has shined its bright light on this dark land. It shows us that there are still beautiful things in this world, things worth fighting for." More cheers, the sounds rolling across the plains. "Tragedy is temporary. Pain fades away, but love endures. And as long as that is the case, we have a responsibility to keep fighting for a good and just world where love can continue to shine." She stopped, tears in her eyes, and hugged Adam and Sarah. Behind them, Adam heard throats clearing and noses sniffle. She could certainly lay it on thick. He supposed that's what politicians did. Still, he couldn't help but smile as he held Sarah's hands in his own, studied every line of her mocha-colored face. She wore jeans and a thick blue sweater. He was casually dressed as well, as they agreed to dispense with the pomp and circumstance and focus on each other and their friends. Her hair was pulled back and curled up in a bun, revealing her slender neck. He could make out a vein just under the skin, pulsing rapidly. He stroked her hand gently, and as he did so, he could see her pulse slow. That's what he wanted to do for her. Be a source of peace for her, the safe harbor for her as she was for him. He couldn't make the world's problems disappear any more than he could cure her Huntington's, but they could love each other for as long as they could, and maybe that love could make the world around them a little better. It made sense in a weird sort of way. With so few of them left, their actions had greater impact on those around them. Each act, from good to wicked, would be amplified. Life was more precious, love more rare, evil more pernicious, every death more terrible. This, he decided, would be their legacy for the generations he hoped would one day follow. He felt her hand squeeze his, and he broke free from his trance. Sarah and the mayor were staring at him. "Not having second thoughts, are you, cowboy?" Sarah whispered. "You wish," he said. She made a face, sticking her tongue out at him. "Adam Fisher," Gwen Townsend said, "do you promise to love and cherish Sarah for as long as you both shall live?" "I sure do." "Sarah Wells, do you promise to love and cherish Adam for as long as you both shall live?" "As long as I live." "Then I pronounce you husband and wife." As they leaned in to kiss, the crowd absolutely exploded with joy, their cheers and hoots rolling across the park, echoing through the quiet town, up and down the streets and alleys. For that briefest of moments, the pain and suffering of the previous 4 months faded away, like a blistering sunburn cooled by the tangy chill of aloe. They retired to the town hall for a small reception for Adam and Sarah. 2 tables of snacks had been set up, courtesy of Charlotte and Donna Tanner. They'd even managed to find matching paper tablecloths peppered with the words, "Congratulations" and "Good luck." Miriam apologized for not making a cake, but her large pyramid of sugar cookies looked lovely just the same. A receiving line took shape, and Adam and Sarah visited with each guest, one at a time, thanking them for being there. Sarah tensed when they reached Freddie. "Congratulations," Freddie said, shaking Adam's hand first and nodding toward Sarah. "Thank you, Freddie," Adam said. Freddie didn't say anything else, and a brief silence began to morph into an awkward one, so Sarah leaned in and hugged the big man. She even pecked him on the cheek for good measure, and she tried to ignore the tension in his jaw, the way his teeth were clenched together. "Thank you, Freddie," Sarah echoed, "and thank you for all you've done for us. You helped us all get here, helped keep us safe." "I did what I could," Freddie said, his voice barely a whisper. "It was a lot," Sarah said. She was starting to feel uncomfortable, so she placed her hand on Adam's elbow and gave him a slight shove toward the next guest in the line. Caroline's face hung in the silence among them like a large painting. When the last guest had hugged the happy couple, Charlotte plugged in the boombox, and music filled the autumn night. As the first song, a Fleetwood Mac tune, erupted from the speakers, the guests froze and stared at the music player, as though it had come to life. In a way, it had. Sarah could see it in their eyes and in their sad smiles, the dead world that had birthed them into this new one. No one danced or spoke or even sang along. They stood there like mannequins as the song played through. Charlotte played a slow song next, by the presumably late Alison Krauss. As Krauss's slinky voice slipped out of the speakers, Sarah felt Adam taking her hand and leading her to the center of the room. It had been cleared of chairs, now a proper spot for a couple's first dance as husband and wife. His arms snaked around her waist as she laced her hands at the back of his head, and they danced, in the center of a circle formed by their fellow citizens, their friends, these good people they hadn't known a month ago, and, in a better world, would never have met at all. As the song wound down, she found it difficult to believe that she was married, to whatever extent marriage existed now, and she found herself wishing her father had been here to see it. He had always pushed her to live her life to the fullest. He would tell her that she was only getting one life, so she might as well take chances with it. Part of her had wanted to hate him and her late mother for having her at all, for taking such a terrible risk that they would have a Huntington's baby. But she couldn't hate them, and so she had done as her father had advised. But this, even this would have surprised her old man. She thought he would have been pleasantly surprised. She thought he would have liked Adam. When it was over, she kissed Adam hard, and he lifted her off the ground. The guests whooped and hollered again, even more loudly than they had during the ceremony. "Speech! Speech!" someone called out, but the cheers and whistles continued. Adam stepped forward and patted the air with his hands, trying to silence the crowd. "How about we have ourselves a party?" The crowd roared, and that was enough. The party continued long into the night, stretching into the wee hours of the next morning. Adam danced with every lady. Sarah took the hand of every fellow. No one wanted to leave, and so no one did. They sang songs and got drunk on cheap beer and champagne. Someone led the motley crew in a series of ever more ribald rugby chants. As night crested and rounded the turn for daybreak, they got louder and sillier. Sarah saw at least 2 couples pair off for drunken make-out sessions in the corners. At dawn, they poured out of the town hall and into the chilly morning, their laughs and voices growing hoarse and strained. They streamed toward the center of the park, where they huddled together and watched the sun break over the rooftops, spilling its golden light into the town. Reddish clouds striated the morning sky. "Pretty sky," someone said. "Red sky in morning, sailor's warning," another replied. "That's an old wives' tale." "Could be, but 8 years in the Navy, never wrong once." This hushed the crowd a bit, and together they looked at the red sky, the scalloped clouds, and although she'd heard the red sky admonition too, even Sarah wondered how such a lovely scene could be a harbinger of bad weather. She thought this even as she felt her right hand twitch. It twitched a second time, spasming and locking in place for a moment, as though it had a mind of its own. Then the attack withered, and her hand drooped back down. That was the second time in the past week she'd experienced the twitching in her hand. Red sky at morning, sailor's warning. As Adam pulled her close and kissed the side of her head, she covered her right hand with her left, the way a family might hide the drug-addict uncle. This had been a long time coming, since she'd gotten the positive test while she'd been stationed at Fort Lewis near Tacoma. The genetic disease specialist had given her a thick sheaf of literature on Huntington's, glossy, high production value, written in that corporate speak that almost made it sound like she'd been granted membership in a super-exclusive club. She went home and read it and cried for 2 days. The Army had never known about her disease because she had the test done on her own dime. She didn't want to chance getting discharged, especially since she could be years away from showing symptoms. They didn't test for it on the annual physical, and so she'd served another 7 years, good ones too, during which she was awarded 2 Purple Hearts and the Silver Star. The star was for a little episode in the Kandahar province in Afghanistan, where she well and truly hoped that forsaken patch of useless ground, the rock formations like broken teeth jutting from a shattered jaw, was littered with the bodies of Medusa-ravaged Taliban thugs. But now all that was in the past, really in the past, because if the plague had closed the chapter on her life as a soldier, the appearance of symptoms would serve to close the book on the life she'd once known, a life of strength and good health, and not needing a damn soul for anything. Because now, it was here. It was as if the Huntingtons had simply tapped the Medusa virus on the shoulder. I got this. Chapter 40. Freddie left the reception around 1 in the morning. He'd wanted to leave hours earlier, but he had to keep up appearances. He'd handled the loss to Adam badly, he knew that, and it was important to show the others there were no hard feelings. As he let himself into his apartment, he could hear the party still going strong. He lay on top of his comforter in the dark, a hand under his head, but sleep eluded him. No matter. Freddie himself had remained sober, nursing a beer all night so at least he wouldn't look out of place. The weight of cumulative events were beginning to press down on him, choke him, so heavy that sometimes he found it hard to breathe. He got up at 3:30 and sat at his kitchen table. He could just leave. That was definitely an option. He could pack his bags and hit the open road. He could go anywhere. South to the Gulf Coast, or Florida, or even Mexico. Anywhere he wouldn't have to worry about cold weather. But while those destinations might work now, in December, he couldn't imagine living that close to the equator in the summer months with no air conditioning. Summers in Baton Rouge had been bad enough, even with his little window unit rattling along. It would be an oven now. And the bodies. What had the last 3 months done to the millions of corpses dotting the landscape down there? How bad would it smell? Eventually it might be an option, maybe a year from now, once there was nothing left but the bones. But now? Yeesh. Perhaps to the northwest, Oregon or Washington. He'd like both states when his football travels had taken him there. A lot of land for a man to get lost in. No more worries about backstabbing doctors or sad-sack pregnant women or whiny kids who would never know how truly lucky they were. Just Freddie and the land. Hundreds of well-stocked cabins, isolated, minimal body count, lakes rippling with fish, woods rustling with game. Now that did sound good. Maybe it would be good a month or so out of the year. But it didn't scratch his itch. He couldn't live the rest of his days by himself. He was 33 years old, and decades of isolation just wasn't singing to him. He'd lived his life around people, in front of thousands of fans, in the trenches of sport with dozens of like-minded men. He could play crowds like a concert violinist. He led his teammates like a field general. As he went, so went the team. In the end, Freddie decided to stay. Everything he wanted was here. He left his apartment at mid-morning. He pedaled west along Route 815, not wanting to draw attention with the sound of his truck. The weather was cool, but not cold. Thin clouds ran west to east, and there was a slight breeze, as there always seemed to be. This part of Oklahoma had a far more temperate climate than he'd expected. According to the local almanac, the average daytime temperature, even in the dead of winter, climbed into the upper 40s. Evergreen was dead quiet, the citizens sleeping off what was sure to be wicked hangovers. They need the whole day to sleep off the effects of the piss-water beer and champagne that they used to fuel the wedding festivities. Duties would be shirked today, no doubt. Heads under pillows, night tables stocked with bottled water and painkillers to combat the stinking headaches in their futures. Beyond the Evergreen town limits, the land was absolutely desolate, flat and peppered with scrub brush erupting from the ground like boils. Farther west, Freddie could make out the outline of Oklahoma's highest peak, the Black Mesa, the source of the winds that powered Evergreen's turbines. He'd been meaning to check it out, but he hadn't made the trip yet. The power plant lay a mile away. The North Star Wind and Solar Plant sat on about 200 acres of Oklahoma grassland, with about 2/3 of the land devoted to the wind turbines and the solar panel field occupying the rest. The solar field consisted of dozens of rectangular panels rippling brilliance in the morning sun, with a 200-foot tower that concentrated the heat absorbed by the panels. Beyond the panels were 2 large salt tanks, which stored the heat, and the conduits that carried the heat into a series of generators that converted it into electricity. The wind farm was set back some, the turbines rising up majestically, like a giant's handheld fans. The blades of these 300-foot-tall monoliths rotated slowly, filling the air with a strange but not entirely unpleasant hum. He pedaled onward, a little more pep in his legs as he saw his destination. He wasn't entirely sure what he wanted to do out here, but he decided to make the trip out here shortly after Adam and Sarah's nuptials. Their marriage was a watershed event for the town. This plant was a watershed place. There was nothing more important to the town's future than its power supply. It's what made Evergreen special, and had his traveling party talking about things like fate and destiny. It all linked together. A long perimeter fence surrounded the complex, and he saw a single sentinel standing guard at the outer gate. This duty was rotated among the townsfolk, and today the watch was in the hands of John Ochoa and a woman named Felicia something or the other. Ochoa was pacing around the fence line, smoking a cigarette, holding a rifle, and looking generally clueless. A camper was parked at the top of the access road that led into the plant. He coasted to a stop near the main entrance and dismounted from his bike. "Oh there, Freddie," John said. He greeted everyone with "ho there," and it annoyed Freddie immensely. "What brings you out this way? How was the big wedding?" The way he said wedding, dropping the G like it was optional, annoyed him too, and the way he peppered you with questions like a 5-year-old. "It was a wedding," Freddie replied. "Felicia in the camper?" "Oh, you know her," John said, miming the act of tipping a bottle to his lips. "Half in the bag. What brings you out this way?" "Just thought I'd take a look around," Freddie said, his eyes focused on the large plant behind John. "I was talking to Adam, and he said he thought it'd be a good idea if we all started learning more about the plant." He thought back to the tour that Townsend had given him, Adam, and Sarah, shortly after their arrival in Evergreen. It had been a superficial look at the plant, one suggesting that Townsend really didn't understand the first thing about how it worked. She was able to give the brochure tour, the explanation that North Star had undoubtedly put in its investment materials, that explained at the very shallowest level why it had been the place for your hard-earned capital. Ultimately, all he gleaned from her was that North Star had developed a process for extracting more power from lower levels of wind and sunshine. Wave of the future, she'd said. Evergreen was the pilot project, and before you knew it, towns and cities across America would be coming online, and that would be the end of America's dependence on fossil fuels. "Oh, I'm not sure about that, Freddie," said John. "I didn't hear anything about any visitors today from the mayor." "That right?" The Adam's apple in John's neck bobbed visibly, and Freddie could tell the man was a bit frightened. John went to lick his lips, sending the forgotten cigarette that had been dangling from the corner of his mouth tumbling to the ground. It hissed when it hit the gravel road. "It's just that mayor, Dr. Fisher, said we really ought not to have anyone walking around inside unless there was a reason for people to be here." The rifle that had been slung on his shoulder had come askew, looped around his elbow and scraping the ground. He seemed to be caught in that middle ground, unsure of whether he should sling it back on his shoulder or shoot Freddie with it. "Me? No, he said, backpedaling now, still fumbling with the rifle. "Did Fisher tell you to keep me away from the plant?" "No," John replied. A metallic scraping noise drew his attention, and Freddie glanced over to see the rear door of the camper swing open on its rusted hinges. Felicia climbed out, bleary-eyed and gin-blossomed. The stink of gin was evident, even from where Freddie was standing. Jesus, what the hell did Adam think he was doing with this protection detail? The best he could, a little voice squeaked out. "What the hell is going on out here?" the woman croaked. "Nothing," John said, never taking his eye off Freddie. "Go back to sleep." She didn't move, holding her ground at the camper's rear bumper. Freddie felt a bit of food stuck in his teeth, and he swirled his tongue around until he jostled it free. The image of his tongue poking around his cheek must have been intimidating because it precipitated another step backward from the good John Ochoa. The act relaxed him a bit, as he processed the news that Adam had given orders to bar him from entering the power plant, as if anyone in that shitburg town could stop Freddie Briggs from doing whatever the hell he wanted. He could just picture Adam meeting with the security crew, taking them aside all conspiratorially and saying, "Hey, Freddie, he's a bit upset about not becoming mayor. Let's all keep an eye on him, okay?" The rage hit him squarely in the gut, rippling around his sides in a wave of heat. Sweat beaded on his body and traced icy trails down his flanks. That motherfucker. "Why don't you head on back home?" John said, summoning what must have been every ounce of courage he had on reserve in that skinny, underdeveloped body of his. "Do you even know how this plant operates?" Freddie asked. "Not my job to know." "Not my job," he says, Freddie repeated. "There's 100 fucking people living in that town, and you don't think it's your job to know how our most important asset works? We should have people out here every goddamn day," he went on, "learning the ins and outs of this place. It's nothing but a giant machine, and you know what happens to machines, don't you?" "I'm not sure what you're asking, Freddie, but I think you should—" "They break down," Freddie said. They break down, and then where would we be? Time to go, Freddy. Freddy looked over and saw the woman leveling her gun at him. The firearm trembled in her hand, and he knew she would no more shoot him than she would break into show tunes. You gonna shoot me? I want you to leave, she said. I don't know what's going on here, but this is my job. Freddy smiled, a real smile that curled his lips upward, without any chicanery on his part. Okay, you win, Freddy said. I just want to help the town. I want to be part of the crew that takes care of the plant. Looks like I've got some things to talk about with our good mayor. Felicia cut her eyes toward John, who nodded. She lowered her gun, and Freddy felt a sense of relief flood through him. He hadn't handled this well at the outset, but he was getting things back under control. He was man enough, after all, to admit his mistakes, unlike a certain pig-headed doctor he knew. With the tip of his hand, he turned to leave, and then stopped mid-turn. Hey, you guys want a bite to eat? He asked, looking back over his shoulder. I got some sandwiches in here. He tapped his backpack. Sure, John said without missing a beat. Tired of the protein bars anyway. How about you? Freddy said to the woman. Yeah, sure. He knelt down and unzipped his pack. On top of the extra change of clothes lay his 9mm pistol, which he'd picked up before they made it to Evergreen. It had a good heft to it, felt good in his hand. He thought about the line he was about to cross, the one he could never uncross. He thought about Susan and Caroline and Heather lying in the Georgia soil, now part of the earth, elemental, natural. This was the way things were, the way they had to be. Well, he was either going to do it or not. He came up firing. The first 2 rounds hit John in the stomach, and his body curled up like a roly-poly before tumbling to the hardpan. Freddy turned the gun on Felicia, whose flight instinct had kicked in a hair too late. She'd been leaning against the side of the camper, which gave Freddy a huge target to aim at. He stepped into the shot and pulled the trigger 3 more times. The first 2 rounds missed, but the third found purchase in the hollow under her neck. The impact of the round slammed her against the chassis, and her body hung upright for a minute, as though it couldn't quite believe what had happened, even as blood sprayed from her wound. Then she collapsed to the ground, dead. The sounds of moaning broke Freddy from his trance. He looked back toward the main gate to see John writhing around, his shaky hands fumbling with his rifle, which had landed underneath his body. You fucker, John hissed, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. You fucker. Freddy knelt by the mortally wounded man, his mind on cruise control. It was as if the entire sequence had been pre-programmed. He really hadn't had to do anything. John rolled onto his back and pressed his hands against his ravaged abdomen. The blood seeped through at an alarming rate. Think I will take a look around, Freddy said. The next shift's on their way, John muttered between labored breaths. Freddy smiled. You know just as well as I do that you're on until 7 tonight. A wave of pain washed over John and his face contorted into a terrible grimace. Fuck. Why? Freddy considered the question for a moment. Then he pressed the barrel of his gun against John's temple and pulled the trigger. There. It was done. It had to be done. Freddy sat in the driver's seat of the camper, sipping Felicia's gin, gazing at North Star's crown jewel. The power plant was large, gleaming, new, a promise of a better tomorrow. It had kept its promise even after the plague. A starter kit for a new society. Around them, a land blanketed with darkness and cold, but this place was immune to all that. A sort of symbiotic relationship existed between it and the denizens of Evergreen. Without them, this place would have no purpose, no raison d'etre. It would have dutifully continued churning out power with no one to use it until it decayed and rotted and crumbled. He considered what he had done. There was no going back now. And he hadn't killed Felicia and John, whose bodies were now tucked in the cargo area, for the simple sake of killing them. He wasn't a psychopath. There was a reason, a justification for this act. It wasn't because John, little shit that he'd been, had hurt his feelings. No, that would be juvenile, immature. This was simply a link in a chain. When you got right down to it, all their hopes and dreams were wrapped up in this place. These hopes and dreams flowed from the town through the buried cables into this place, which converted them into gorgeous electricity and sent it back to them. But not for Freddy. What were his hopes and dreams now? The girls. His girls. Susan and Heather and Caroline. It was a wound that wouldn't heal. The thinnest filament of scar tissue would form, and then it would split open like it hadn't been there at all. How these folks had simply moved on astonished him. They had their meetings and their dinners and kumbaya. It was like their loved ones hadn't existed at all, and they'd been dead less than 4 months. Didn't these people have souls? Hearts? Why would he want to lead these people anyway? They didn't deserve Evergreen. And there it was. They didn't deserve this bounty they'd been granted, whether by fate, karma, divinity, or just plain dumb luck. The callousness, the total disrespect for the world gone by was horrifying. Chewie. The guinea pig, may he rest in peace, had had more sense than these people. Yes, Freddy thought, the guinea pig. And all of a sudden, Freddy wished he'd buried Chewie with his girls because they had loved him so much. Instead, he'd condemned him to an eternity, rotting in a sad little cage in the family room. Freddy should have stayed back in Smyrna with them. He left because he was selfish. He'd been too much of a coward to stay where he belonged, to be the man of the house at the most critical juncture of their lives. It was all coming clear now. Even Caroline Braddock. Her death had been a warning, designed to teach him a lesson. The lesson had been a painful one, but he had learned it now. Clinging to the old world would spell doom for all of them, the way it had for Caroline. Adam had gotten her hopes up with old world thinking. If the baby had been doomed from the start, he would have handled it better than Dr. Dolittle. That's what these people needed. A swift kick in the ass about the way things really were, the way they were going to be. This power plant wasn't going to last. That's what these people didn't understand. It was an illusion, a beautiful one perhaps, but still just an illusion. Like a crust of ice over a lake, shimmery and glinting, but underneath was cold, cold death. None of them knew how to maintain it, let alone fix it. It was already deteriorating from the inside out. He could feel it. He could almost hear it. It was their last link to the old world. He understood its allure, its siren call, but he also understood that it was already fading away, like a sailboat drifting over the horizon, out of sight. That's what the others needed to see. And sooner than later. He was doing it for them. They would thank him later. The Israelites may have been afraid to leave Egypt, may not have even wanted to, and so it had fallen to Moses to take the reins and lead them to the Promised Land. That would be his job. A world beholden to this power plant. That was the threat. That was the real danger to all of them. Once they were free of the shackles of this place, of the inevitably doomed quest to keep the lights on, only then could they find salvation and truly become part of this new world. He unlocked the gates with John's keys, got back in the camper, and followed the access road running around the perimeter of the facility. The windmills churned on silently. The place hummed, a deep penetrating buzz that drilled down to the very core of his mind. As he completed the circuit, he stumbled across a few bodies here and there, shift workers who hadn't made it out before succumbing to Medusa. He opened the door, which was unlocked, and went inside, feeling the metallic chill of the building envelop him. Inside, the buzzing was even louder. The place was cavernous, much bigger than he had thought, based on his views from the outside. The walls were outfitted with switches and levers and dials and touchscreens, more than he could even count. Somewhere, a compressor hissed intermittently, like a metronome. A handful of darkened offices ringed the interior, centering on a large control booth in the middle. More bodies here, a pretty significant concentration of them. Given the chill inside the building, they hadn't deteriorated much. Freddy took the metal steps to the control room at the middle two at a time, his heavy footsteps echoing through the dead plant. The door to the control room was locked. The mummified bodies of 2 workers stared back at him from their chairs inside the room. He began anticipating the imminent silence, the way a hungry dad looked forward to his porterhouse on Father's Day. It felt so good to know that the hum would soon be gone. He could scarcely contain himself. He went back out to the truck and began scouring it for ideas. The smell of stale grease and cigarette smoke hung limply in the air of the camper's small kitchenette. As he scratched his chin, it hit him. Grease didn't smell like that unless it had been cooked. That meant there was a cooking source on board. After a few moments of searching, he found the small propane tank under the counter, a hose snaking upward to the stovetop. He loosened the valve, hearing the welcome hiss of gas being piped to the burner. He shut it quickly and opened his pack, looking for a lighter, but coming up short. Then he remembered John had been smoking upon his arrival. A quick search of the dead man's clothes revealed a cheap lighter. Freddy snapped the metal wheel and smiled when the tiny flame erupted from its plastic depths. He held it as long as he could, releasing the button only when it began to burn his thumb. He lugged the propane tank into the control room, and then surrounded it with anything flammable he could find. Papers, manuals, clothes of the deceased shift workers, anything that would burn. Then he strung the trail of kindling toward the door, which would buy him a little time before the propane ignited. He opened the safety valve. The pressurized gas rushed out in a whoosh. He backed away from the tank, this soon to become ground zero of all that Evergreen had been or would ever be. Every few feet, he paused and touched the flame from the lighter to the kindling. Clothes and papers that had been indoors for months had seasoned and went up immediately. Tongues of flame danced across the fabric, looking for more fuel to consume. The fire moved faster than he anticipated, and he turned to run. Even as he hit the threshold of the doorway, he could feel the heat thickening behind him. He pictured one of those cartoon thermometers, the red bubble of mercury expanding comically. As he burst through the door into the freshness of the outside air, he began to shiver uncontrollably, the sense that he was surrounded by forces he could no longer control. The camper was dead ahead, and he was flying now, the muscles of his legs rippling as he chewed up the ground between the plant and his getaway vehicle. As he climbed into the driver's seat, he planted a hand on the roof and glanced back toward the open doorway, which was now rippling with a red-orange corona, a throat of fire. Something twisted and broken inside him, a ruined clock spring, kept him rooted there for a long moment, but he finally forced himself to the wheel, and he backed the big camper away from the security fence. The tires spun briefly, throwing up a spray of dust and gravel, before catching. He turned the wheel hard to the right, and the camper fishtailed. For a moment, he thought the whole thing would tip over, and that would be that. "Serve you right," a tiny voice screamed out. But the camper won its battle with the forces intent on pulling it over, and he shifted into gear just as he heard the thwomp of the propane tank exploding. He pushed the accelerator to the floor, achieving his escape velocity from the rapidly maturing holocaust behind him. In his rearview mirror, he saw a thick finger of flame erupting through the doorway, reaching out as if to tap him on the shoulder. Then it retreated back inside, and that was when the roof exploded. When he was about 100 yards clear, he stopped and climbed out onto the camper's running board for a better view. He could hear the fire popping, crackling, almost talking to him. A small part of him, the vestigial part that still thought old-world thoughts, fully expected to hear the screams of fire engines racing to the scene, but, of course, there was nothing. Even from this distance, he could make out a shimmery halo hovering around the building, spreading like fog as the fire made its way deeper into the plant, feeding off all the oxygen it would want or ever need. There was nothing to stop it now. He slipped back behind the wheel and drove east. There was one more thing he needed to do. Chapter 41. A loud but quick pop, followed by a hiss, was the only warning Adam received that everything in Evergreen was about to change forever. He was sitting on his stoop on that unseasonably warm afternoon, a stack of binders at his feet, one lying open in his lap. Together, they constituted the operations manual for the North Star plant, and he was doing his best to educate himself about the town's most important asset. Solar array, salt tanks, maintenance, and so on. The reading was dry, terrible, but absolutely necessary. He'd been reading for hours each day, deciding it would be better to construct a foundation first before poking his head into the technological lion's den that was the plant's nerve center. Crawling before walking and all that. It was how he learned. He didn't consider himself an intellectual giant by any stretch of the imagination, but he'd been blessed with an uncanny memory and an ability to make connections when none seemed apparent. That talent had helped him breeze through medical school and his clinicals, and this, he hoped, would be no different. He'd been reading since early that morning, when he'd awoken to a smidge of a post-reception headache. Sarah slept until 11, a rarity for her, and then set off for a meeting with the farming committee at the town hall. They had partied long enough, she'd decided, and it was time to buckle down and make this place work. He'd wanted to consummate the marriage a third time, just to be sure, he told her, but she'd smacked his bottom playfully and promised there would be time for that later. As it turned out, there wouldn't be. Not that day. The odd noise broke his concentration for the first time in an hour, so he got up out of the chair, placed his hands in the small of his back, and stretched. His back cracked deliciously, and he sighed. As he stood there, satisfied, another pop, this one even louder, echoed across the quiet townscape. This made the hairs on his neck stand up. He ran inside to change and noticed the digital clock on the end table in the living room had winked out. He quickly laced on a pair of heavy hiking boots, his thoughts zeroing quickly on his new bride, a pit forming in his stomach. It had been a long time since he'd had someone in close proximity to worry about, and it frightened him a little. By the time he stepped out onto the street, he could just make out the fist of black smoke rising in the west. His stomach turned to water. Fire was one of his biggest fears. The town did have a fire station, but its sole truck had been dispatched to a nearby town at the beginning of the outbreak, and it had not returned. On a wing and a prayer, Townsend had said. They were living on borrowed time. He'd known it all along. And the bill was coming due. He ran west along Evergreen Boulevard, yelling "Fire!" as he went, a regular Paul Revere. Despite the warmth of the day, he felt cold, icy sweat frosting his body. A few others were already moving in the same direction, having seen the smoke curling its way skyward on that December afternoon. They paused a block west of the town hall, near Evergreen High School's baseball field. He saw a figure running toward them. It was Derek Harris, a lanky man who'd taught in the elementary school. "It's the plant," Harris called out. "The plant's on fire." As Adam bent over breathing hard, his hands on his knees, suddenly aware of what had happened, not wanting to believe it, someone noticed him pulling up. "Come on, Adam, we've got to go." They piled into Derek's electric car and headed south along the ribbon of asphalt poking out from the edge of town, rising and falling over the undulating plains. Adam sat stone still, catching bits and pieces of the conversation peppering the car, but unable to focus on it for long. Then a huge explosion boomed across the plains. "Who's out there today?" "John and... I can't remember the other." "Felicia, she's out there. Probably passed out," this one said in a hushed tone. "Think, damn it, think." He could see it in their faces, the panic, the fright, and he thought he might have known what all of them had looked like when the world was in the grip of the epidemic. It was a look he had never wanted to see again, but there it was, all the same. And just like before, there was nothing they could do. He knew the town was lost as soon as he saw the thick bubble of smoke. Their hopes and dreams had literally gone up in it. Sarah. Where was she? She was smart, she was strong, and he told himself not to worry too much right now. She'd be making sure the townsfolk were remaining calm, looking after the kids. Derek pulled to a stop in the middle of the road about a quarter-mile shy of the plant, Adam's view clearer across the empty grasslands. A huge corona of fire blazed before him, gobbling the power plant like it was a warm hors d'oeuvre. Even from this distance, he had to shield his eyes from the intensity of the flames, a rippling orange and red, nearly hypnotic. The fire swirled about like a demon breaking through a doorway from another dimension. The entire plant was engulfed now. The glass in the panels of the solar array was shattering with a harmonic tinkling. Tongues of flame lapped at the base of the windmills. At first, he didn't understand how the fire was reaching through the wind turbines, but then he realized the blaze was creeping through the underground tunnels and corridors, along the very conduits that carried the power created by the monolithic generators. How had this happened? Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The image of her face kept flickering in his head, the way pop-up ads had once appeared on a website you were trying to concentrate on. Maybe he kept seeing her because it was just easier to think about her than about the ruin that now lay before them. Although it seemed like they'd just barely gotten here, it really was over now. The lights, the heat, the clean water, everything that made Evergreen special, everything that made it seem like they'd found an oasis in this post-plague hell, gone. It had been a nice ride, a little respite from the way the world really was, but gone nonetheless. Another explosion rocked the plant, this one yellow and harsh, like a miniature sun hovering just above the plains. The tang of burning salt reached his nose and everyone began coughing. It smelled like overcooked meat. Tears in their eyes, people began pulling their collars up over their noses, which made them look like a collection of sad highway bandits. "Head back to town," Adam said. "There's nothing we can do here. Anyone see Sarah this morning?" Shakes of the head in reply, their eyes still focused on the destruction of the plant. "What, honeymoon over already?" Derek asked. There was some levity in the tone, but the attempt to lacquer the disappointment with some joy fell short. Adam laughed softly. "I'm going to go track her down, give her the bad news." "I'll give you a ride," Derek said. As they raced back to town, he had the sudden but certain feeling that bad news was going to be waiting for him when he found her. A crowd had formed at the western edge of the baseball stadium, clustered in the outfield, looking out over the short fence toward the blaze. The faces he saw as they cruised past were long indeed, their gazes fixed on the horizon, where the thick black smoke continued billowing skyward, pushed eastward by the very winds they'd relied on to bring them the electricity. The place already seemed quieter with the power now gone, taken from them a second time. As they passed the park, he was reminded of that awful, terrible quiet in the days after the plague had burned away, when he was adrift, unsure what the hell he was supposed to do, terribly afraid that he was the last man on Earth. Yesterday, the park had looked good. They'd been using a push mower to keep the grass trimmed, a task that had been sloughed off onto the younger teenagers. Physically, it looked exactly the same after this afternoon, but it felt dead, ominous. Derek let Adam off in front of his building. Adam got out and then leaned back in the window. "What are we going to do now, Chief?" Derek asked. Adam ran his thumb across the edge of the door. "I've got to take care of something." He tapped the roof of the car and stepped back. Derek drove off. The apartment was empty. He hadn't expected to find her here, but he wanted to be sure, dot all the I's and cross all the T's. He was pretty sure he knew where she was. He was pretty sure he knew who was responsible for the fire, but stopping here had given him a chance to collect his thoughts, delay the inevitable, if only for a few moments. His next stop, he strongly suspected, wasn't going to be this idyllic. Time to go, Adam. Fright washed over him like a salt bath, leaving him dry and bitter. He could taste metal in his mouth. Before leaving the apartment, he took the gun they'd kept in the drawer of the nightstand. The town hall was just beyond the southeast corner of the park. Its windows glinted in the early afternoon sun like wide, glassy eyes. The throng from the baseball stadium had retreated to the park, chatting, pointing, unsure what to do. The air was sharp with smoke. For a moment, the thought that Sarah was dead gripped him so tightly it took his breath away, and there was no way to know that she wasn't. He'd have to press onward. He felt very strongly that whatever the truth was, whatever the future held, lay behind the doors of this building, glinting and sparkling at him with terrible glee. He crept up the stairs, staying clear of the door's line of sight. The heavy door had been propped open, and he leaned his body up against it. As he curled around the edge for a peek, he drew the gun and released the safety. The cold steel felt heavy and reassuring in his hand, buttressing his emotional reserve. Freddie. He'd seen it coming all along, the roots buried deep in the soil of their initial meeting, the way they'd clashed about virtually every decision, every step they'd taken along their westward trek. He had hoped to the end that the chill would eventually thaw, that Freddie would see how important he would be in Evergreen, how much he would have to offer. But he'd grown angrier and testier with each passing day. In some ways, their assimilation into Evergreen had made things worse than they'd been out on the road. Adam slid down the corridor, keeping his back to the wall. Just ahead, on the left, was the public hearing room, the site of Freddie's electoral embarrassment. That was where Sarah's meeting with the committee had been scheduled to take place. Sitting halfway down the corridor between Adam and the room was Mike Stills. His breathing was shallow, and his right arm, the one closest to Adam, was soaked with blood. Shit. Mike turned his head and saw Adam, who nodded at him. Mike returned the nod. "What happened?" Adam whispered. Mike mouthed the answer, but the reply was clear enough. "Brakes." Adam edged closer, until he was at Mike's flank. He dropped to a knee and began examining Mike's right arm. "Tell me," Adam said. "Shot me," he said, grimacing with pain. "Gwen's dead. Jeff, too. He's in there with Sarah and Charlotte." He paused and pressed a hand to his wound. "It's not as bad as it looks. Bleeding stopped. He just nicked me." "What the hell does he want?" "He wants you, actually. Sent me to find you." "Meaning?" "He wants you dead. Palace coup and all. He said he'll trade them for you." "You believe that?" "No," Mike said. "He wants you all dead. He wants to run the show." Adam massaged his forehead with the heel of his hand. Panic was swelling in him like a balloon. A coup, indeed. "Did he really do it?" Mike asked. "The power plant?" Adam nodded slowly. "Yeah," Adam said. "He torched it." "Fuck," Mike said. "I was kind of hoping he was bluffing. Going on and on about cutting all ties to the old world." "He wasn't. It's burning like hell out there. He catches that wind, the whole town might go up. Let's get you away from the door." Mike slung his arm around Adam's shoulder and climbed to his feet. "Whatever you got planned, count me in. He's got to fucking pay for this." "I know." So there it was. He had to stop Freddie, even if it killed him, even if it meant sacrificing his quest to find Rachel. Something had broken inside Freddie. Perhaps it started as a fissure, a fault line, one that might have remained stable under perfect conditions. But these weren't perfect conditions now, were they? Maybe the fault had ruptured long ago, when Caroline had died. Maybe it was broken before that. Maybe since his family had perished, and the last couple months had been nothing more than lipstick on a pig. Adam couldn't even fault him for having those feelings. But that wasn't the whole picture, the whole ball of wax. Freddie Briggs didn't get to choose how this new world worked for everyone else. If he wanted to go savage, pretend like the old world had never existed, well, there was a hell of a lot of open ground out there for him to lay a claim to. And today, he'd crossed an uncrossable line. He'd made his decision. He was going to have to deal with the consequences. Adam could feel the anger welling up inside him, but he tamped it down, put a lid on it as best he could, so he could focus on the problem at hand. Sarah and Charlotte were in terrible danger. The whole colony was in danger. "What's it like in there?" "I think they're holed up behind the dais. Townsend's lying by the podium. Can't remember where Jeff was when he got hit. Sorry." "He doesn't know I'm here, does he?" "No," he said. "How does he plan to get out?" "I'm not sure he does. I'm not sure he cares." Adam's stomach flipped, and he felt cold. If what Mike said was true, the chances they all survived this standoff were virtually zero. There had to be a way, he thought. There had to be a way. As he stood there, the edges of a plan began to form in his mind. He had to take the wind out of Freddy's sails. He had to make Freddy think that he'd won. "Tell him some folks are back from fighting the fire and that I went missing trying to put it out. Tell him I was seen running into the control room right before a big explosion." "What for?" "We got to do something to release the pressure," Adam said. "I really never thought he'd go this far, but he wants to tear everything down." "You got that right." 3 loud booms interrupted them. Freddy was pounding on the door. "Stills, you out there?" Adam nodded. "Yeah, I'm here," Stills replied. "I needed to rest." "And you sent a Fisher?" Adam nodded and drifted back toward the front door. He hated to leave his friends behind, but he didn't see another option if he wanted to save them. "Not yet," Stills said. "I'm going to look for him now. I'll be back when I can." He backed out of the door onto the town hall's ornate front porch, Adam pantomimed stretching out the discussion to Mike, who returned a thumbs up. "Wait, some folks are back from the plant, saying he's missing." "What do you mean missing?" Adam scanned the town square for the best vantage point while he continued to eavesdrop on the discussion. Across Main Street was the diner, its mirrored plate glass windows reflecting the town hall. Next door to that was a dry cleaner with a large counter that Adam could hide behind. "Trying to put out the fire. I don't know what happened. They can't find him." Freddy went silent. Adam couldn't afford to wait any longer. His entire plan, rudimentary as it was, depended solely on Freddy believing that he had perished in the blaze. If he could pull that over on him, maybe he'd let the hostages go. Adam didn't think he wanted them dead. He wanted them to suffer by being alive. He wanted them all to see the world as he saw it, without their precious power plant, without their late-night board games, without the heat blowing up through the vents. He wanted a world that matched his soul. That much Adam was certain of. But if he so much got a whiff that he was being played, that would be it for Sarah and Charlotte. Adam hustled across the street, the acrid tickle of smoke stronger in his nostrils. The wind was blowing east, all right, escorting that fire right toward them. He wondered if there was enough gas out there, enough grass and scrub, to keep the fire alive long enough to make it to their doorstep, to the good eating. All through the town, he could hear shouts and screams of evergreeners skittering about, running around like chickens who'd been relieved of the burden of their heads. He ducked inside the dry cleaner and took position behind the counter. From his vantage point, he could see clear across the street to the town hall's front door. He settled in and began to wait. Chapter 42. Adam was missing. Adam was missing. Adam was missing. This tiny factoid ran on a loop in her head like a Vegas billboard, those 3 little words, and her heart shattered over and over. It was happening again, you see. Yet again, she'd been spared, and yet again, someone she cared about had been taken. She and Charlotte were sitting back to back on the floor of the public hearing room, their legs crossed, their arms bound together with shoelaces. She shed no tears, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't want to give Freddy the satisfaction of witnessing her grief. He did not get to see that, not one single millisecond of it. That would be in her own time. Her mind was working, looking for a way to get out of here, but she discarded plan after plan after plan. There was no way she would risk an escape attempt, because she knew what would happen. She'd survive, again, and Charlotte would die, probably in her arms. No goddamn way she was going to let that happen. Freddy was still pacing the room, but his movements had become smoother, more graceful, less panicked. Like a spooked horse starting to calm down, its heart rate decelerating. Was that a smirk on his face, she wondered? A smile? Was he starting to realize that he'd gotten just what he'd wanted? She'd give anything to smack the smile off that overgrown Neanderthal. The air in the room had grown stale in the last 2 hours, and it was becoming uncomfortably humid. "You got what you wanted," she said, seasoning her words with as much self-defeat as she could. "Adam's dead." "I didn't hear anyone say he was dead," Freddy snapped. "He went inside that building," Sarah said. "The one you set on fire." "Trust me, you'll all be better off without it," Freddy said. "That plant was going to cause you more misery than you'd know what to do with. It was like a Band-Aid over a cut that wasn't ever going to heal. That cut, it couldn't get enough air. It stayed warm and damp, and kept reopening over and over. Consider this my ripping off the bandage in one fell swoop.
I guess we'll never know now, will we?
He laughed, a guffaw that sounded all the more terrible because it sounded genuine. No, I guess we won't. You're right. You'll just have to trust me on this one.
Now what?
Now we begin our lives, Freddie said. For real this time. We begin anew without the chains of the old world weighing us down.
Sarah shivered. Her right hand spasmed. Her symptoms were worsening. She rushed to cover her hand, but Freddie had seen.
What's wrong with your arm?
Nothing. Another spasm, this one more sustained, her arm flailing about like it had a mind of its own.
Don't tell me nothing's wrong.
It's nothing, she said. Just a muscle spasm. Even as she said it, her arm locked up, and she was unable to lower it. She didn't want to tell him. She'd rather die than tell him. This was her private grief, the thing she would share with no one but Adam, until she had to.
Tell me what's wrong with you.
None of your business. He raised the gun and aimed it squarely at Charlotte's head.
Tell me, or Charlotte dies.
Charlotte's eyes widened with fright. She didn't say anything, but Sarah could just hear a tiny whimper from her, the kind of sound a puppy might make when smacked with a newspaper. So she told him, and he smiled. The son of a bitch actually smiled. Adam snacked on a jar of cashews he'd found under the counter of the dry cleaner. As he ate, he felt his mind sharpen and his body stabilize. He felt almost calm. Not because he was confident of prevailing over Freddie, because he sure as hell wasn't, but because the die was now cast. He knew that he was ready to lay down his life to protect Sarah and these others. In a way, he had Freddie to thank for this little bit of self-discovery. It had been the man's unraveling that had sussed it out of Adam. He had forced Adam to become the man he needed to be in this new world. He hated him for it. Adam did not want to die. He wanted to survive in this new world. He wanted to keep these people as safe as he could. He wanted to live long enough to find Rachel, no matter how long it took. But Freddie had nothing to keep him going. He'd kept part of himself in the old world, and as the gulf widened between that world and this one, it had ripped him apart. The tragedy of it all was that Freddie could see what a new world might look like, what it would take to survive it. He just hadn't been able to practice what he preached. For that, Adam was truly sorry. Freddie wasn't a bad man. He was a good man who'd been overwhelmed by the new world washing over them, even as he'd been the first to understand it. This was all his fault. He never should have run for mayor. He knew that now. He'd done it not because he was the one with hope. He'd done it because he'd lost hope. Because he could hide from the truth he feared. He could stay here and play doctor and pass laws, and he could fill his head with the rote work of rebuilding society, and he wouldn't have to think about the fact that the search had been a failure. He had even started to believe his own press clippings that his search and his leadership of the town would fuel each other. Bullshit. It couldn't be both because doing both meant cheating both. Rachel deserved better. Evergreen deserved better. Hot shame flooded through him. It ended today. Adam had waited for nearly 90 minutes, with nary a sign of life from the town hall building. A handful of residents were scurrying about, occasionally huddling together like a clump of cells, talking, planning, pointing, and then disassembling once more. No one seemed to know what to do. At about 3 o'clock, Charlotte appeared in the open door frame of the town hall, her hands on her head. Adam's breath caught in his throat. She cleared the door and continued down the steps. Behind her followed Sarah, her hands also on her head. Both looked unhurt. Freddie brought up the rear, his gun pressed to the back of Sarah's head. Mike was nowhere to be seen, and Adam hoped he had the good sense to hide once Freddie had emerged from the hearing room. He said something to Charlotte, but Adam couldn't hear what it was through the glass. The girl nodded, and then fled down the steps like she was on a mission. Adam was well hidden, but if he emerged from behind the counter, he would be right in Freddie's line of sight. He couldn't chance a rescue attempt here. He also couldn't chance Sarah seeing him either. Knowing her, she might well sacrifice herself to give Adam a clear shot at Freddie. Damn it! He'd just have to wait. And for another 30 minutes he waited, as the smoke thickened, giving the sky a grayish, washed-out pallor. As the minutes ticked by, the residents drifted in toward the town hall, presumably rounded up by Charlotte. Eventually, it looked like the majority of the town had assembled at the base of the steps, their necks craned upward at Sarah and Freddie, who looked like a man not entirely in touch with reality. He began to speak, his voice booming across the town, loud enough that Adam could hear him clearly. "My fellow citizens," he bellowed, "the fire at the plant was no accident." Murmurs from the crowd. "Sarah set the fire, with your mayor's help." Adam's blood ran cold. Wait,
Everyone knew Freddie had set the fire. Didn't they? He thought about the chain of events that had unfolded since this morning. He met some others on the way. Surely they had discussed it. Surely everyone knew that Freddie had been on a slow boat to Crazy Town. But as he lay hidden, crouched behind the counter, he wasn't so sure. I know it's hard to believe, he continued, but Sarah's not in her right mind. She's very sick. Oh no, Adam thought. He knew about Sarah's illness. That's not true, Sarah screamed. He killed Gwen. She's terminal, and she's very angry about it, he said. The crowd began to simmer, heads bobbing, people looking at each other, like a pan of oil starting to sizzle. They were buying it. And why wouldn't they? Who wrote the history books, if not the victors? And Freddie was writing it. He was in charge. Already, public opinion would be hardening into something resembling truth, if not necessarily fact. Damn it, Charlotte, say something. But in looking at her, Adam knew she wouldn't. She was frozen with fear, her eyes fixed out at some point beyond the crowd, across the park, in the direction of the burning plant. Fire! Dozens of heads turned, following the point of Charlotte's finger. Everyone looked, including Sarah and Freddie, leaving Adam unexposed, if only for a moment. He scampered from behind the counter and through the door, taking cover behind a brick pillar. Now Adam could see what the crowd was looking at. The wind had quickened and whistled between the buildings. The entire western side of town fronted a giant wall of flame. The bubbling crowd boiled over, and several evergreeners began to run. Now. He had to act now. After making sure the safety on his gun was off, he broke from his hiding spot at a full sprint, quietly, assimilating himself into the angry, frightened crowd, never taking his eyes off Freddie. As he drew near the stairs, he saw that Freddie had made a tactical error. During his speech, he drifted closer to the top step, letting Sarah slip just behind his right shoulder. If he could just get there, he might have a clear shot at him. If he could just get there. 50 feet, then 25, then 10. That was when Freddie must have picked Adam up in his peripheral vision, because he swung his arm around and he was already firing. The first bullet missed Adam, but struck an onlooker behind him. The shooting precipitated a chorus of screams as the crowd devolved into a stinking, terrified mob. As Freddie prepared to fire again, Sarah delivered a roundhouse kick to Freddie's left flank. Her explosive pirouette wasn't enough to bring the big man down, but it knocked him off balance. He staggered to the edge of the step and just barely caught himself. He and Adam were less than 10 feet apart. Adam wasn't going to get a better shot. He steadied his hand as best he could and squeezed the trigger twice at the ample target Freddie provided. The first bullet struck him in the upper thigh, the second in the stomach. He toppled forward like a fallen sequoia. It was Freddie, Charlotte screamed. It was Freddie. He killed the mayor. He killed Jeff. He set the fire. Adam carefully approached Freddie, who lay unmoving. His arms were splayed out above his head, his right leg twisted at a strange angle. Adam bent down and checked for a pulse. Freddie was still alive, but only just so. His heart was beating erratically, and he was barely conscious. Adam put the gun to Freddie's head, his fingers sweating on the trigger. But he couldn't do it. Even if it might have been the humane thing to do, he couldn't do it. He waited by Freddie's side, waited as the man's pulse grew fainter and fainter until it was gone completely. Freddie Briggs was dead. He could feel their eyes on him, the others who heard Charlotte's plea. They closed in around him slowly, tentatively, as though they were worried that Adam might shoot them for almost believing Freddie. He returned their nods, accepted their pats on the shoulder, the squeezes of the elbow. Adam continued up the steps to the porch, where he and Sarah embraced like soldiers after a terrible battle. As he held her tight, he reached out his hand for Charlotte, who was sobbing. I'm sorry, she said between heaves of tears. I should have said something. I thought he was going to kill me. Take my hand, Adam said. She gingerly grasped his outstretched hand, which Adam squeezed reassuringly. It's okay, Adam said. You have nothing to be sorry for. Thank God you're okay, Sarah said, brushing his face with the back of her hand. I thought you were dead. I thought you were. If we don't get moving, Charlotte interrupted, we might all be dead. Adam released Sarah and looked west. The fire was feeding off that part of town like a hungry demon, taking its time now after its quick rush across the tasty grasses of the open plains. Listen up, Adam called out. We need to get out of town. Grab what you can. Meet at the town limits on 815 headed east. His command galvanized the troops, and they began scattering across the town, plundering and scavenging what they could. Then he remembered someone had been shot behind him, and he hurried down the steps. Oh no, he thought. Donna Tanner lay dead in the street, missing most of the top of her head. He ran his hands through his hair and wept. 40 of them hit the road that afternoon in a caravan of 6 cars, the burning remains of the town at their back. They had salvaged what they could while the fire chewed across town. Not everyone was accounted for, and Adam didn't know if they'd scattered to the other points of the compass, or if they'd fallen victim to the flames. Either way, he never saw many of the Evergreeners again. Derek and Jeff and Lisa and so many more. They drove east across desolate scrubland. When it was full dark and their backs ached and the children were in full meltdown, they stopped to make camp along the highway. Mike Stills built a fire, and they cooked what little they had, barely enough for a few spoonfuls per person. Adam worried that a fight would break out, but no one seemed to have the energy. People ate. They yawned. Then they slept in a tight cluster of bodies near the fire, relying on body heat to stave off the deepening chill. Adam and Sarah were tending to the fire with a stick when Mike Stills sat down beside them. He lit a cigarette. "You know, I never smoked before the plague," he said, eyeing the orange filter. "Never. So I was in a 7-Eleven getting breakfast one morning after it was all over. I was still having a hard time dealing with what had happened. And I thought to myself, I bet this is the kind of thing cigarettes were made for. So I took a pack. Looks like nicotine and me are just 2 peas in a pod." Adam liked Mike. "Want the old standby lecture?" "Not really. Mind if I bum one then?" As Mike lit Adam's cigarette with the tip of his own, he asked, "So, what do we do now, Mr. Mayor?" "We try and get some sleep," Adam said. "No big decisions tonight. Today was a hell of a day, and I could barely make sense of it." They sat quietly for a while, smoking their cigarettes. Adam rubbed the back of his neck, the stress of the day settling deep inside him, in every cell, in his marrow, until he could almost taste it. Evergreen was gone. He had no idea where Rachel was. Never had the world felt so dead and buried as it did that night. "I should have known," Adam said. He rubbed his icy nose between his finger and thumb. It was cold, but not terribly so. The sky was clear, the stars bright, like diamond dust on black velvet. "Known what?" Sarah replied. "That he was going to go completely fucking bonkers? You're not the one at fault here, sweetie. There was nothing you could do to stop him." "There's nothing I could do to stop anyone anymore." The words fell out of his mouth like hot, angry coals from an overturned grill. "Sort of a pessimistic attitude?" she said. "Just the way it is," he said. "I think most people are good at their core," she said. "It's the one thing that gives me hope that this won't be a terrible world to live in." "Very Anne Frankish of you," he said. They were quiet a moment. She took his hand in hers as he considered her take on the world and balanced it against his own. Theirs now was a world without rules, without consequences. You could rape and murder and pillage to your little heart's content. Were there enough people left who were good, who'd leave the dollar in the honor bucket when taking a cold pop from the unattended cooler? If there were now, would they stay that way? Would they continue that downward slide, realize how much easier it would be to simply take what they needed? A race to the bottom, all in the name of survival. He glanced at Sarah. How close he'd come to losing her today. Just the thought made him seize up with panic, and despite the fact they'd survived, that they were still here, he still couldn't help but think how easily it could have gone the other way. How quickly it had all unfolded, an entire universe of actions and reactions packed into just a few seconds, decisions that he'd barely been conscious of making. How close he himself had come to dying. He wondered how many chances he'd used up to get just this far. He couldn't let these people rely on him anymore because his fate did not lie with them right now. They had their own way to go, their own trail to blaze, and he had his. How right Freddie had been, after all that. Citadel, Book 4. When bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall, one by one, an unpitied sacrifice in a contemptible struggle. Edmund Burke. Chapter 43. In the end, it was the dreams that told her what to do. She'd wake up in the middle of the night, sweating, and it would take her a moment, sometimes a long moment, to realize that the world in the dream was the imaginary one. It would hold its shape long enough to leave her straddling both worlds, unsure of where she was, before it collapsed and she'd wonder if she'd screamed as loudly as she thought she had. But she would look over at Adam, his breathing deep and even, his sleep undisturbed. There wasn't anything mystical about her dreams. She'd obsess about a problem, and her mind would work on it the way a jeweler might polish a stone, over and over and over, until she breathed it and perspired it, until it invaded her subconscious mind and revealed itself in her dreams. Sometimes she found the way through in the dream world, and sometimes the roadblocks that she'd encountered while awake would find her while she slept. She dreamed about Rachel. Each time, the dream was the same. Early morning. Sitting in the cafeteria of some antiseptic building, a hospital or a lab, maybe one where she'd gone for treatment of her Huntington's. A large cloth napkin was tucked in her collar. In her left hand, she held a knife, in her right, a fork. She sat alone at a two-top as the cafeteria bustled around her, dozens of people, all wearing white lab coats, eating their breakfast, chatting, laughing, all sitting together in groups of 4. She stared at the empty seat opposite her, unsure if she was waiting for someone, and she would become conscious of the fact that she was sitting alone. And then she would think, wasn't she a little bit old for that kind of nonsense? And then there she was. Sarah didn't know how she knew it was Rachel. It was a dream, after all, and she just knew. Rachel wore a biohazard suit, a shimmery silver color that caught the lights in the cafeteria. In her hands was a tray of food, which she set down in front of Sarah. When Rachel reared back up to her full height, Sarah saw that everyone now lay dead on the floor, their noses and lips smeared with the blood of Medusa. Part of the breakfast varied every day. Sometimes she'd get a plate of eggs and bacon, 2 triangular slices of wheat toast. Other days it was waffles, pancakes, a frittata. But with every breakfast, Rachel delivered her bowl containing half a ruby red grapefruit. The fruit's flesh was a deep crimson, the color of fresh blood, and Sarah could not take her eyes off it. Every time she'd will herself to look at Rachel, talk to her, because she never said a word, but she couldn't do it. Her gaze would be transfixed on that red iris, a bloodshot eye forever fixed open, its white center a dead pupil. And that's it, she said, finally telling Adam about it one morning as they ate breakfast. She hated telling people about her dreams because she never quite understood the point. Oh, you had a crazy dream? How novel. It was like telling somebody you had a really good poop. It had been a week since the fire. They'd found a huge abandoned horse ranch in northern Kansas and had decided to make a go of it there for the winter. No power, of course, but after the disaster in Evergreen, no one seemed in any particular hurry to deal with electricity anytime soon. The Caballero Ranch sat on hundreds of acres of Kansas scrubland, ringed by a long perimeter fence. At the center of the tract was the main house. A number of smaller houses dotted the landscape. "Sweetie, it's just a dream," he said. "I know it's just a dream," she snapped, and he recoiled. He smiled thinly. "We have to try and help these women," Sarah said. "I'll keep going until I can't anymore, and I know you. You may not think I do yet, but I do. You'll keep looking until you know for sure, even after I'm gone." Hearing her talk about her own mortality made his jaw clench. With each passing day since the Evergreen fire, her illness had become more and more a real thing. Their love may have surrounded them with its strength, but reality was pushing at the walls, barbarians at the gate. He wondered what she would have thought of him if she knew the truth, that he'd been ready to give it up. "Anyway, I have a plan," Sarah said. "It's crazy. It almost certainly won't work, and if you have a better idea, I'm all ears." "Well?" he asked. She shook her head. "I can't believe I'm even going to suggest this." "Well?" Hang on. If this is going to work, we're going to need some help." "Okay, so what's the plan?" She told him, and she was right. It was an insane plan. If he was going to ask them to do this brave thing, Adam would need to do it face to face. He would be placing himself in harm's way too, of course, but he had the most to gain from the gambit. He packed a lunch from the 2 women and 1 man who, along with him, would make up his team, and they walked out to a rock formation near the eastern border of Caballero. It was a cloudy day and a humid breeze was blowing across the prairie. A small herd of antelope was grazing upwind from them, and they could smell the pungent tang of their hide. "I have a favor to ask of you all," he said. "I'll do it," Mike still said. Adam laughed nervously. "Haven't even said what it was," he said. "Don't care," Mike said. "It's a big deal to you, obviously, else you wouldn't have brought us out here." "It could be dangerous," he said. "Strike that. It will be dangerous." "Count me in, then," Charlotte said. Adam felt his throat tighten. These people, he was about to ask them to go into harm's way for him, for his little girl, and they hadn't even blinked an eye. "You all mind if I tell you what it is?" Silence. The looks on their faces were blank, steely, almost as if they couldn't wait to hear it. "As you know, my search for Rachel has not gone well. I've been picking through a gigantic haystack looking for one tiny needle. It's been hard to keep hope alive. and my search may have blinded me to the threat we all face from Freddy. For that, I apologize." "That's bullshit," Mike said. "If it wasn't for you, he'd have taken over. You should have seen him in that hearing room that day. He was going to clean house." This made Adam shudder, but he tried to block it out of his mind as he pressed onward. "But Rachel's not the only one there," he continued. "According to Nadia, there are at least a dozen women being held prisoner, possibly more. Anyway, there are two parts to this plan," he said. "First, Sarah and Charlotte will travel together, alone. Mike and I will be shadowing you with a GPS tracking device. You're going to make a lot of noise. You're going to build fires at night. You're going to look helpless. You're going to lay a trap. You're going to get captured by Nadia's group, and they're going to lead us to Rachel and the other women. Part 2. We'll launch an assault on this camp and free everyone." The group was silent as they considered it. "You think this will work?" Charlotte asked. "No idea," Sarah said, "but it's all we've got." "What about everyone here?" Mike asked. "I can't lead as long as I keep thinking about Rachel," Adam said. "It's not fair to them. These are good people here, and they deserve better than me." The others exchanged glances and nods, all of them coming to an agreement. "I'm still in," Charlotte said. "Ditto," Mike said. "Then let's do it." After Adam resigned as mayor, the group elected Diane Williams, who'd been the cook in the Evergreen Diner, as their new leader. Years at the helm of busy kitchens had left her well suited to lead the ragtag group of refugees. Adam liked her well enough, even as she all but came out and told him that his search for Rachel was nothing but a wild goose chase. But it didn't bother him anymore, even if what she said was true. "I wish you all the luck in the world," she told him one afternoon. "When you're ready to come home, you know where to find us." He hoped they made it back. He knew they probably wouldn't. "The key to this whole thing is this GPS tracking device," Adam said during their first planning session, holding up the small device, about the size of a flash drive. There was a hasp and clip on the end of it. "A few years back, I dated this real outdoorsy girl, wanted to go camping all the time." "Is that right?" Sarah cut in. "That is right, ma'am," Adam said. "You'd be surprised how in demand a handsome doctor like me was in the old world." "Oh, here we go," she replied, rolling her eyes. Laughter rippled through the room, and for a moment, Adam forgot about the dangerous mission that lay ahead. "Anyway," he said, "I was trying to keep up with her, and so I bought all this stuff I never used until the outbreak. The ladies will keep this on them at all times." He wagged a finger at each of them. "At all times," he said again. "I really mean that." "We got it, Chief." "I can follow the signal with this receiver," he said, holding up a slightly larger device, about the size of a deck of cards. "Fortunately, it's battery-operated. If there is one thing we can find a lot of, it's batteries." "Does the GPS still work?" Charlotte asked. "The GPS and the car navigation systems are still functioning. Maybe not as good as they used to, without someone to keep the satellites in line, but close enough for our needs. I think as time goes by, the GPS will become less and less reliable, without anyone to herd them back into place when they drift out of their orbit. But if we haven't found the camp by then, we probably never will." "Guns," Mike said. "We'll need guns." "Tents," Charlotte jumped in. "The best we can find. We may be out there for a long time." "I have a question," Sarah asked. "What if we're attacked by someone else, some other group that's not connected to Rachel?" "We'll be close enough that we won't let anything happen." "Basically, you're saying you have no idea." "Sort of," he said. Nervous laughter. "I'm playing the odds here. I really believe we're within 50 to 100 miles of the camp. I think if you make a big enough scene, they will find you, which is why, again, I'm going to ask you, all of you, if you're sure you want to do this." "Adam," Mike said, "listen to me now. I think I speak for all of us here. I'm not doing this for shits and giggles. Believe me, I'm in no hurry to die. I'd just as soon stay here at the farm, learn how to raise chickens and sheep, and drink lukewarm scotch for the rest of my life. But I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror, knowing there was someone, a lot of someones maybe, who I could have helped and didn't." Adam looked around the table and saw steely eyes staring back at him, heads nodding. He saw the resolve in their faces, and he vowed never to ask them again if they were sure about wanting to help him. "If you're right, and they're that close, who's to say they don't find this place first?" "They might," Adam said. "All the more reason to put an end to this." He hoped he sounded more convincing than he felt. "You can't beat yourself up," Mike said, reading him as though Adam were projecting his thoughts right up against a wall like a PowerPoint presentation. "This is the hand we've all been dealt." "You're right," he said. They moved on. As Adam and the others prepared to ship out, the farm bustled with activity. Body removal, consolidation of canned goods, sorties to nearby farms to scavenge what they could. Adam hoped they would make it back someday. This was a good group, one that he wouldn't mind sailing to the great unknown tomorrow with. On his last day at the ranch, he helped clear the last of the dead. They stacked the bodies, which had decomposed badly in the humid Kansas air, in a large pile at the ranch's main gate and set the remains ablaze. Adam stood as close as he could to the fire until he felt the invisible heat billowing against his face, never wanting to forget what had happened to these people, to their world. It was becoming harder to remember that the world hadn't always been this way. Blank pages, inserted at the end of a novel. After a series of supply runs to nearby farmhouses and a dozen meetings, the team was ready to ship out. It was December 13th, and although the weather had stayed mild, it had been raining almost non-stop for the past 3 days. They'd follow Sarah's lead in outfitting themselves, the way she would have done it on their long-range patrols in Afghanistan or Iraq. Each carried a full pack, complete with sleeping bag, nested pots and pans, water purification tablets, a compass, a hunting knife, MREs, personal hydration system, first aid kit, several changes of clothes, cigarettes, energy bars, and hand warmers. They went light on water, counting on the abundance of supplies that were still lying around out there in the dozens of tiny towns they'd passed through. The GPS was working splendidly, accurate to within 50 feet. Adam had wanted to give them walkie-talkies, but Sarah had disavowed him of that idea. She didn't want to take the chance that their communications were picked up. The plan was simple enough. They would trek eastward by mountain bike for 3 miles, and then begin moving in ever-widening circles out from the point of origin. Adam and Mike would lag behind, but never following too directly, in the event the bad guys were watching them too. Sarah and Charlotte were leaving first, just after sunrise, so that they could open up a little cushion. They'd said their goodbyes to the others the night before, and the farm was quiet but for the patter of light rain. The rain, the gloomy sky, all of it reminded Sarah of the day the Bronx quarantine had broken, the day the Apache helicopters had blown the 3rd Avenue Bridge. It seemed like a long time ago. There was little chit-chat, just the nervous energy of a group on a journey whose ending was unknown. Sarah felt good, though. She felt alive. Her symptoms had subsided in the past week, a development for which she was eternally grateful. They'd be back, of course, but for now, she felt strong and full of purpose. Adam and Sarah stood by the main gate now. Charlotte and Mike had drifted east a little to give the couple some privacy. Mike checked the GPS device, making sure for the 100th time that it was working properly. "So this is it," Adam said. His voice was caked with anxiety. "What you've been waiting for," she said, taking his hand in her own. "We're going to find her." "You think so?" "Yes," she said. He smiled, and she kissed him. "I'll see you soon," she said. She leaned in and wrapped her arms around him, and they stood there, entwined in each other's arms. It was one thing to realize that they might all be living on borrowed time. It was a much different thing to know for certain that she was, that their marriage was, that his heart was. But whatever happened out there, it was far better than staying here and waiting to die. At least this way, she could thank him for giving her the life she'd always wished she could have, if only for a little while. She was the first one to break the embrace. "Gotta go," she said. "Stop being such a pansy. We'll see each other soon, I promise." After one last kiss, she hoisted her pack onto her shoulders and jogged down the road. She paused to exchange a few words with Mike as he made his way back toward Adam and then joined Charlotte. Adam and Mike watched as the women's profiles drew smaller along the horizon until they were out of view. The die was now cast. If things went according to plan, he wouldn't see her again until she was being held captive. The whole thing made his head swim. The rain intensified some, leaving him cold and feeling alone. "What I wouldn't give for a weather report," Adam said. "What, you want this to be easy?" Mike replied, clapping Adam on the shoulder and laughing. Adam couldn't help but laugh. He was glad Mike was coming along. He exuded calmness. He never seemed to get rattled. Part of it stemmed from his work as a photographer for the Associated Press before coming to run the Evergreen newspaper. He'd seen some crazy shit overseas, he told them, from North Korean prison camps to genocide in Darfur. He made it back to the States less than a week before the outbreak began. He was divorced and had no children, that he knew of, he liked to joke. "You ready to roll out?" Adam asked. "You bet," Mike said. They hit the road an hour later, cycling east, 2 tiny specks of dust in a big, empty world. Chapter 44. For 16 days, Adam and Mike trailed the women like loyal shadows, trusting the GPS signal to keep tabs on Sarah and Charlotte when they drifted beyond the reach of the field glasses. The women quickly established a routine, traveling from about 9 in the morning, making camp an hour before dark, giving them just enough time to set up camp before the sun dipped below the horizon. They made large, smoky fires and played loud music from an old battery-operated boombox. Adam and Mike mirrored them, traveling when they traveled, breaking when they broke. It was maddening for Adam to be able to see Sarah from a distance, but unable to talk to her. He missed her desperately, and being able to lay eyes on her made things worse. It was as if she were already dead, and he was just watching a recording of an event gone by. Their search field grew with each passing day, pulling them farther and farther away from the ranch he doubted he would ever see again. He missed the people there, and he hoped he'd get a chance to make up his absence to them. It was lonely out here, empty. The land was flat and desolate, miles of grassland stretching away in all directions, broken up here and there by the black asphalt veins crisscrossing the plains. It was like standing on a different world. They saw elk and antelope loping across the landscape. Flocks of birds darkened the skies. Deer were abundant, but they couldn't risk building a fire, and so a potential venison feast remained just that, potential. The one thing they did not see was other people. It had only been 4 months since the fall of man, and already it felt like the natural world was wresting control back after humanity's reign had ended. It wasn't dramatic, no palace coup, more of a subtle shift that they noticed as they continued their daily patrols. On this, their 17th day on the road, they passed through a border town in northern Kansas called Mahaska, where Kudzu had wasted little time in launching a full offensive. The vines had invaded the small Main Street corridor and were stretching their green tendrils into every doorway and window. The sign at the town limits, reading Mahaska, population 83, was sporting a very serious kudzu infection, the long, loose vine already curling up the signposts. "Holy Jesus," Mike said, under his breath. They'd paused in front of a general store, the one with the stoop and rocking chair out front, carpeted with the green plant. "We come back through here a year from now," Adam said, "this town will be gone. Kinda makes you wonder what kind of future we've all got." "Makes me realize we can't fail," Adam replied. "These people that are holding Rachel, I doubt they have anybody's interest but their own in mind. If we're to have any chance, we need to start rebuilding things sooner than later. Us, the right way, or these monsters will do it for us. The rest of us will just vanish into the shrubbery." "I hear you." They resumed their trek through town, stopping in the general store for supplies. As Mike wandered the aisles, Adam found himself transfixed by the sight of mushrooms sprouting from the popcorn ceiling. Dark and humid in here for months, and why wouldn't there be mushrooms growing here? Adam found himself glancing over his shoulder as they put Mahaska behind them, as though the kudzu might reach out and grab them, pull them down into its tangled network of vines. Adam's shirt was damp with sweat, and his head hurt. Neither spoke much, focusing instead all their energies on the trek. By late afternoon, they were 25 miles east of Mahaska. The women stopped for the day a little after 5:30, right near the Kansas-Nebraska border. Adam and Mike dropped their packs and lay on the ground, too wrung out from the day's travels to do much else. In the distance, the whine of a motorcycle engine revved, but it was impossible to tell how far away it was in a world absent noise pollution. After a quick meal of cold beans, Adam took the first shift on watch while Mike slept. It was a cloudy night, and the coldest they'd had on the road. The wind blew in from the west, cutting through them. Flurries danced in the sky. Adam watched Charlotte and Sarah with his binoculars, huddled around their fire, wishing he were there with Sarah, holding her. The girls' campfire dwindled as the hour grew late, and Adam switched to the night vision goggles. At 2 a.m., he tried rousing Mike for his shift, but the man was dead to the world. Adam decided to let him be, even as his own eyelids sagged with fatigue. Desperate times called for desperate measures, he thought. He checked his bag for a little pick-me-up, and settled on a handful of coffee beans from their stash. As he chewed the beans, a few at a time, he passed the edge of their tiny little camp, the image of the women's tent appearing in sharp relief in his goggles. An hour went by, then 2. A light rain began to fall. He felt himself falling asleep on his feet, the fatigue pulling him down like concrete blocks chained to a river-bound mafia snitch. Each blink of the eyes became a short nap. Then he saw it. A flicker of movement in the corner of his goggles, just at the edge of the periphery. At first, he thought it was a wolf or fox, but then the blur took shape. 4 figures approaching the camp, each carrying a weapon. His eyes bounced back to the camp, which remained still. His heart was pushing on his throat now. He could feel it almost sealing off his airways. In the planning stages of this mission, he had understood the fact that these women would be risking their lives for him, for Rachel, for all the women they had never met. But seeing it in action was an entirely different matter. A single misstep by any of them could mean the end. He violently shook Mike awake. Of course it would happen tonight, he thought to himself. Freezing rain, the worst possible conditions. Of course it would. Mike seemed to sense the urgency in Adam's touch, and he was awake within seconds. "It's happening," he hissed. As they tended to do, things began happening quickly. Mike checked the GPS receiver, which was receiving Sarah's signal beautifully, while Adam broke down their little camp. Meanwhile, the intruders surrounded the women and hustled them to their feet. The group was on the move less than a minute after the attackers first appeared. Mike and Adam could only hope the assailants had been so focused on their prey that they hadn't been spotted, and they waited until the group's backs were to them before beginning their pursuit. "The GPS, it's working fine," Mike said. "I've got 'em." As they edged away from the camp, the rain changed to sleet and picked up in intensity, showering the frozen grass with a creepy, rattling sound. The conditions were awful, but, Adam realized, in their favor. The bad weather helped mask their presence, and besides, Adam was betting these silent kidnappers had no more desire to be out in the elements than anyone else did. They'd be focused on getting their prey back to home base, not worrying about some 1-in-a-million chance plan unfolding behind them. After a few minutes of cycling, Adam saw 2 vehicles looming in the distance, parked on the shoulder, maybe a quarter-mile away. It was almost time. He held up a clenched fist, signaling Mike to stop. There was no need to draw any closer and risk being spotted. As they crouched down, among the tall grasses, Adam watched the group board the vehicles, Charlotte in the second vehicle, Sarah in the lead. It looked like their wrists were bound. "Jesus Christ," he said, "what have I done?" His dark vision had come alive. His reckless, stupid, suicidal, homicidal, and insane plan was underway. The 2 sport utility vehicles roared to life, the sound of the engines echoing in the still night air, and Adam wondered how he could have missed their approach. With their lights twinkling in the endless darkness that stretched around them, the vehicles looked like interstellar cruisers in the cold vastness of deep space. A moment later, the trucks shoved off into the frigid night. Above them, a sickly orange sky spit down sleet on them. They ran as hard as they could. Sarah and the others had long disappeared into the night, swallowed by the darkness like it was some ancient, mystical creature feeding on unsuspecting innocents. They could only hope that the kidnappers wouldn't find the transmitter before Adam and Mike found the compound. They followed the GPS signal as the crow flew, across the plains, through farmland, through barren tree lines. Eventually, they tired out, and the pair took a break on a long stretch of road fronting 2 adjoining horse ranches. Around them, the crackle of sleet filled the dead night with sound, as though the storm was alive. "You all right?" Adam asked. "I'll be fine," he said. Adam handed him a bottle of Gatorade. "One good thing about this shitty weather," he said. "What's that?" "At least it's cold," he said. "Warm Gatorade tastes like piss." Adam laughed and brushed icy pellets from his clothes. "Goddamn right about that. You ready to push off? Let me check their position." He tucked the bottle under his elbow and studied the receiver's small display screen. "Son of a bitch." "What?" Adam asked, a chill running through him. "What?" "They've stopped, about 16 miles northeast of here." "You're sure?" "Positive," Mike replied. "Well, I'm positive the transmitter has stopped moving. It's possible that they found it and threw it out of the car. Or worse." Their eyes met for a moment, but Mike couldn't hold Adam's gaze. "Yes, that's possible," he said. "Only one way to find out." "Wait," Mike said. "They're moving again, but much more slowly. Now they've stopped again. Let's go." They pushed off again. It was still bitterly cold, and the thin sheen of ice coating the land crunched under their tires. As they moved north, Adam's mind wandered. Who were these people they were following? Survivalists? Doomsday fanatics whose wet dreams of a world blasted by cataclysm had come true? One of those places featured on that stupid Doomsday Preppers show. Adam tried to picture it in his mind. These people live here for God knows how long before their dark dream comes to life. They pull up the drawbridge, isolate themselves as they watch their horrific fantasy play out on television. Did they enjoy it? Did they take satisfaction in knowing they'd been right all along, especially since the world had mocked them for their bizarre obsession? How had they survived? They're cut off from the rest of the world, able to avoid exposure to the virus. As devastating as Medusa had been, you couldn't catch it unless you were exposed to it, right? It was still a virus, subject to the same laws of virology as all the others. When it ran out of hosts, that would have been that, right? But baby Stephen had died, and he hadn't been exposed to the virus at all. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He had been exposed, just like his mother had been during the epidemic. And perhaps he had inherited some resistance from her, but not enough. Because even a mild case of Medusa was like a bullet to the head. Plus, there was always the possibility that Medusa had mutated into a less severe illness, doing whatever it could to stay alive, to the extent the virus was in fact alive, after exterminating its hosts. He then had the terrifying thought, zooming through his mind, that Medusa could mutate into a deadlier strain, one to which he and the others weren't immune. He wished there had been some way to know what, in fact, had killed Stephen. But back to these survivalists. They wait until it's all over, and then what? They chance sending someone out into the world, risk them getting infected without knowing if the virus was still percolating? Maybe desperation had driven them beyond the safety of the wall. Maybe their food supply had failed. Maybe they were experiencing their own little custom-made apocalypse. As they trudged northward, picking their way across the ice-crusted plains, Adam began noticing a dark outline in the distance. At first, he thought he was just imagining it, but it loomed ever larger and sharper against the horizon, tinted green by his night vision goggles. It was dark, monolithic, devoid of the visual spectacle they'd encountered upon first spotting Evergreen. He and Mike exchanged a glance. It was exactly as Nadia had described it. A walled compound, a fortress, a citadel smack in the middle of nowhere. He took stock of their location, there in the middle of the Nebraska plains, not far from the town of Beatrice. A light snow was falling now, which wasn't great, but better than sleet. There was a highway off to the east, identified by the outline of the utility poles lining the shoulder like sentries. The land was flat, endless, but the grasses here were tall, which might give them some cover as they approached whatever lay ahead. They hunkered down in a relative dead zone, a place that didn't seem likely to draw any interest from anyone. Adam told Mike to catch a little shut-eye while he kept the watch. Adam was too amped to worry about nodding off. As dawn approached, the compound began to come into focus, like a vision, a dream finally coming true. Was he really here? Was Rachel in there? Take it easy, cowboy. Take it easy. You didn't come this far to just bust through the doors and get yourself killed like a sci-fi movie red shirt. Dawn began breaking in the east, spreading its light across the land, enveloping their position and then continuing west toward the compound, which had held its dark, monolithic nature as it came into full view. It was still a ways off, probably 2 miles distant. A long wall, roughly 8 feet in height, ran the length of the compound's perimeter. There was a heavy gate at its east entrance. From their slightly elevated position, he could make out beyond the wall a number of buildings scattered about the interior. "Holy shit, this place is enormous," Mike exclaimed. Adam was chewing the nail of his left thumb as he watched the place come into full view. Mike was right. It was huge. The perimeter fence ran at least a quarter mile in either direction before cutting at a right angle and running south, away from their position. His heart beat faster with each passing moment. They had arrived. Chapter 45. Only when his fingers scraped the oily bottom did Miles Chadwick realize that he had eaten the entire bag of barbecue potato chips. They were his weakness, the comfort food he turned to in times of stress. He extracted his fingers and licked them one at a time, savoring the salty tang of the faux barbecue, not afraid to admit, to himself at least, that he wanted another bag. There were no other bags for now, and so he stood at his large bay window, looking west toward the fields. They were bare now, stripped. Depending on how you looked at them, you might say they were a dead place, or you might say they were unspoiled, ready for the coming growing season. It was late December now, and they were living on the fruits of their summer labor, literally, the storehouse stocked floor to ceiling with food. Winter had finally come to these plains. A light snow had begun to fall on this, the third to last day of this momentous year. Erin Thompson was 21 weeks along now. Last week's ultrasound had confirmed that she was carrying a boy, which delighted Chadwick to no end. The baby was his, of course, as the Citadel's first baby should be. A girl would have been fine, he supposed, but it seemed right, it seemed just, that the Citadel's first baby would be a boy. Maybe they'd name him Adam. Things were coming full circle now. Fatherhood. Chadwick should have been a father in another life, decades and worlds before, but that had been taken away from him in an instant, in a moment that had become the keystone for the balance of Miles Chadwick's life. He thought back to that terrible day, that terrible phone call at work that changed everything. This unborn son deserved a world like the one awaiting him, a carefully ordered and controlled world, where life and death wouldn't be subject to the whims of chance, subject to the evil that had stolen his family from him. Impossible, some might say. But did not the world that now lay before them speak as a testament to what man could do, what man could control? Miles Chadwick had directed the fate of the human race. He had not merely changed history, he had ended it. And now he could bring a child into a world where the strongest survived, where the gene pool wasn't diluted by those who depended on modern convenience to stay alive, suckling at the teat of society and never offering anything in return. Sure, there would be complications, like the one he now faced, but he could control it. He could control all these things now. Outside, the snow had changed back over to sleet, and he found himself enjoying the reassuring tinkle of frozen rain against the windows. He loved nighttime storms. They comforted him, providing another buffer from the outside. It helped him forget that there was anyone else in the world. He thought back to the night he'd signed on to the project. What if he'd said no? Gruber probably would have had him killed. No, not probably. He'd be dead. Perhaps there were other worlds, other universes in which Miles Chadwick had heard Gruber's pitch under clear skies and recoiled in horror and run screaming from the compound. But he hadn't said no, because the world was ready to go. That's what it all came down to. The world had been sick, not just sick, but terminally ill, and Chadwick had done it a favor. You had your racists and your religious extremists and your corporate greed and your never-ending war, a battle for money and power dressed up as a fight for democracy. You had overfished oceans and climate change that you ignored, even though the goddamn facts had been there in front of your fat, pre-diabetic faces. You had a population no more enlightened about science than their ancestors had been 2 centuries earlier. Somehow, the more scientists had discovered about the natural world, the less inclined the world had been to believe them. You had more than 1 billion people who didn't even have access to clean water. And you had your family slaying drug addicts. Yes, the world had been very, very sick. You didn't let a sick dog that you loved suffer, did you? No. You made him a big, juicy, rare steak. You let him sleep one last time on his favorite pillow, or maybe on your bed, before you packed him up into the back of the station wagon and drove on down to the vet's office for the last time. You tried not to think about the basket of stuffed toys and the half-full bag of dog food still in the pantry. And when you got home, you ignored the puddle of water by the bowl that he'd splashed in getting his final sloppy laps. Despite the progress they'd made, despite exposing the rebellion before any damage was done, Chadwick felt uneasy, like the control was starting to slip away. The executions continued to loom large in his mind. There was no second-guessing, no regret in having dealt with the traitors in the manner he had. He had 93 other people to deal with, not even counting the captive women, and he couldn't let them think, not for a millisecond, that such treachery would be tolerated. He was unable to sleep. He poured a scotch, which strangely didn't taste all that out of place with the residue of the barbecue chips in his mouth, and pulled a chair up near the wall-length window of his quarters. The rebellion had been a bit of a surprise. He'd had his suspicions, of course, that nagging feeling in his mind that told you something just wasn't right, but he hadn't wanted to believe them. So he'd managed to place a mole inside Roger's group, a young survivalist who was skilled but impressionable. If Rogers had formed a breakaway group, Chadwick thought he might try to recruit the kid. He had, and the kid performed beautifully. He was a big, simple, effective machine that you simply had to know how to program. Now, Miles couldn't help but wonder if the roots of the rebellion were still in place, lurking just beneath the surface, but ready to grow back, stronger than before. What if it were a bigger group next time? What if he'd simply made martyrs out of Rogers and the others? What if this burst of conscience was as contagious as the Medusa virus had been? It could be out there right now, spreading from person to person, one at a time, incubating, waiting to burst forth. He went back into his private office, where he kept the Citadel's personnel files locked in a safe. He grabbed a handful at random, began leafing through them, reading through the psychological profiles, wondering if in these pages lay some hint of trouble, some harbinger of betrayal. As he scanned the documents, doubt about many of the recruits crept into his mind like a thief in the night. He moved from one to the next, unsure of what he was looking for. He paused at one, a red folder containing the dossier of one of his earlier recruits. Eldon Washington, a 37-year-old agronomist from Idaho, a foster child who'd never found a permanent home. He held a Ph.D. in agricultural science and was one of the key players in the development of the Citadel's food supply. He was brilliant, but troubled. 6 years before the Medusa outbreak, he'd been Colin Barton, a professor at the University of Idaho. Then his wife had left him, and he turned to booze for solace. One night, after downing half a bottle of tequila, he had gotten behind the wheel of his F-150 pickup and plowed into a family of 3 on their way home, killing the mother and the couple's infant daughter. Chadwick found Barton while he was out on bond and offered him the deal of a lifetime. a new identity, and a life free of the Idaho Department of Corrections, in exchange for his absolute loyalty to the project. They faked the death of Colin Barton, and Eldon Washington was born. This was the kind of man Chadwick needed, someone who owed Chadwick his very life. How many like those were in these files? Certainly not 93. A thought took root in his mind and began to grow. Like so many businesses that had failed in the old world, he'd overcapitalized, grown too quickly. What did he have, really? Loyal, committed soldiers? Or a large, complex system that was the thing he feared above all else, impossible to control? After all, the more moving pieces a machine had, the more likely it was that it would break down. And it wasn't just the original group he had worried about. They'd captured more than 24 women. All carried antibodies to Medusa, which was good, but had he needed so goddamn many? A decision was made, right there. There would be no more captives this winter. The roads would be treacherous, and the survivors would be taking up shelter indoors, which would make it all that much harder to find them. The first big cut was coming. 1 million could perish out there as winter tightened its grip on the land. A pruning. The Citadel had gotten too big, too quickly. A lot of dead weight now. No, not dead weight. Dangerous weight. The kind of weight that could destabilize the entire community, upset the apple cart he'd spent so many years constructing. No, no, no. It just wouldn't do. The edges of a plan began to form in his mind. He made a list of his 12 most loyal lieutenants, all male, all men who owed Chadwick everything. Men like Eldon Washington. Men like Lewis Hoover, the mole he'd placed inside Roger's group of traitors. The list came together quickly. It was like he'd known all along the ones he could trust. Each would select one of the women from the group of captives. He didn't care. They were to be a means to an end. Either way, they'd have to be broken. The rest would be purged. It was time to evolve. Early the next morning, Chadwick nursed another scotch, which had chased down a pain pill while he waited for the men to arrive. There weren't enough seats for everyone, and so his shocked troops lined the walls like kindergartners waiting for direction from their teacher. Chadwick scanned the faces of these good, loyal men and felt good about what he saw. It reminded him of a lean fighter after months spent in a hole-in-the-wall gym, stripped of the accoutrements of fame and wealth and pomp and circumstance. A fighter built in the crucible of hard work and sweat and blood. The rest of the Citadel, the women, they were nothing but fat that needed to be trimmed, and you trimmed it by being relentless, merciless. Chadwick's quarters were on the top floor of the main building, near the center of the compound, just west of the lab and the clinic. Beyond that lay the east housing units, separated from the wall by a thick copse of pine trees. The 3 other barracks were scattered to the other points of the compass. The men had taken the news in stride. There had been no gasps, no nervous glances at one another, no sense they were wondering whether the old man had simply lost it. They stood silent, ramrod straight, as Chadwick had explained the plan to them. Charlie Gale stepped forward and approached Chadwick's desk. He was a big, strapping man, Nordic, his hair platinum, his eyes blue like glacial ice. He took the heavy bottle of scotch and poured a finger's worth into each of the 2 tumblers on the desk. After a moment of silence, he took his place back in line and raised the tumbler skyward. "To Dr. Miles Chadwick," Gale called out, his voice firm but proud. "To Dr. Miles Chadwick," the other 11 echoed in unison. Warmth spread from Chadwick's core to his extremities. He felt lightheaded, almost dizzy with joy. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt this good. It seemed that the entire project had been snake-bitten since Rogers had sat down with him and told him that the women were infertile. His stomach dropped. He held the smile on his face, as he wanted to know how much he truly appreciated the men's loyalty. Because he did, well and truly so. But he didn't want them to see the sudden panic on his face, even as the room filled with the stench of his flop sweat. Since Rogers had told them the women were infertile. Rogers had been the one to tell him. Had Chadwick ever verified Rogers' report that the women were, in fact, infertile? He must have. Certainly, Rogers must have shown him charts, lab reports, something that documented his testing and findings. Chadwick felt the rage swell up inside him, and he knew that he was doing the right thing. At this point, it didn't even matter. Rogers was dead. They were taking fertile women, the kind who'd trigger positives on home pregnancy tests simply by walking by them in the store. He packed away his rage as best as he could and focused on the moment at hand. He joined Gale in raising his glass. "To you, my warrior poets," he said gravely. "To all of us. To a new beginning." He put away the scotch with one pull and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Let's get to work," he said. We have much to do and not much time to do it. But by this time tomorrow night, the Citadel's future will be secure." The 12 scattered to the winds, each bearing his own task, each holding his own unique piece of the puzzle. Chapter 46. Rachel picked at her breakfast, moving the food around her plate like a government bureaucrat, intent on showing that she'd done something productive with her day. Again, she hadn't slept well. The atmosphere reminded her of the Caltech student cafeteria on the rare occasion she'd managed to make it there for a meal. She'd normally been so busy that she often took her meals at her desk, a protein bar here, a slice of cold pizza there. The old tape in her mind unwound. It made her sad to think about the empty hallways and graveyard campus. She'd spent most of the summer there, having gone home for a 2-week break just before the outbreak had begun. Had her friends, her teachers, her advisors died there? Were their bodies still dotting the campus, the quad, the dorms? Guilt spiked through her like a burst of static electricity. She forced herself to eat, focusing on function rather than form, chewing the peanut butter-smeared English muffin a little bit at a time. She wished she had something hot to drink. It was cloudy and the dorm was dank and cold. She despised cold weather, the way it got into you, how it was almost impossible to snuff out once it had set into your bones. Growing up in San Diego had ruined her on cold weather, just ruined her. To stay warm now, she wore her heaviest sweatshirt, a gray Dallas Cowboys hoodie she'd found on the grounds. Now she was thinking about home again, about how her stepdad Jerry had dragged her to dozens, no thousands of Padres games over the years. How she complained about it during the 35-minute drive there, and how he would threaten, no, promise her that he was never taking her to another game. And then she'd get there and have a corn dog and an ice cream cone, and she'd be happy. What she wouldn't give to be at a Padres game in the middle of May, when the city absolutely exploded with its sharp lines downtown and its green parks, and, of course, the shimmery silver of the Pacific. The exhaustion was wrapped around every fiber of her being, down to the roots of her hair. A mental exhaustion, the byproduct of the strain from being trapped in this hellhole. They were nothing more than slaves, concubines. She hadn't been inseminated yet, but she suspected it was only a matter of time. A few of the girls had been raped, she knew that, but so far, she'd been spared that atrocity. At least 3 were now pregnant. They were being incredibly careful with the program, taking their time, not rushing, making sure that each pregnancy was viable. Their blood was tested weekly for Medusa, and she could see in the way they skittered around the lab that she and the other women scared them, as though there was something mystical about their genetic makeup. A commotion at the table drew her attention. A rumor was sweeping among the women that a couple of new girls had come in overnight and were currently being processed in the lab, undergoing the humiliating medical tests that bonded them together, creating a sisterhood. "You stole my biscuit." It was Julie, a heavier-set woman with thin black hair. "Why would I steal your goddamn biscuit?" replied a fiery Erin Thompson, now halfway through her pregnancy and dealing with a hell of a case of heartburn. Rachel watched for a moment, embarrassed to admit she was fascinated by the conflagration, because it was a break in their awful routine. It was something that fired up the synapses, and all of a sudden, she understood the psychology of prison riots. "Because you're pregnant and all you can think about is your stupid baby." Erin exploded into sobs. Julie reached across the table and plucked the allegedly purloined biscuit from Erin's plate. Then she shoved it into her mouth all at once. "You disgusting cow!" yelled Patricia, who was sitting next to Erin. They'd become close friends, probably as close as any of the women in the group. They were all getting a bit flaky. Fuses were getting short. Despair was growing long. It wouldn't be too much longer before Chadwick and his band of psychopaths would have exactly what they wanted, a group of broken women, capable of reproducing and little else. "Hey, knock that shit off!" Rachel bellowed, surprised by the power of her voice. The other women fell silent. "Don't you let them do this to us," she went on. "Don't you let them!" Patricia burst into tears. "Can't you see they just want to break us?" Rachel said, looking squarely at Patricia. "They want us to give up. They want us to quit." She glanced over her shoulder and saw one of Chadwick's lackeys approaching their table. "You bitches, shut the hell up." Patricia helped Erin out of her seat and escorted her away from the dining area. Rachel lost interest in her muffin like it was a boring book that she had to read for school. She set it back down on her plate and gave up. The fight concluded. The remaining women at the table began chattering away again, their voices on edge, probably not far from another eruption. She wondered if it would be possible to see San Diego again. She wondered if there was a way for all of them to escape. She wondered whether she would be willing to die trying. She thought that she would be. The morning passed by in a haze, Rachel stretched out on her bunk, her mind singularly focused on the idea of escape. She lay on top of the itchy woolen blanket these assholes provided, the one that barely covered her toes at night, but that she dreaded losing. Now that she knew the lay of the land and had absorbed the routines and the rhythms, she knew she could get out of the compound on her own. But that wouldn't do. If she left the others behind, Chadwick's retribution would be swift and terrible. He'd kill the others like he was throwing out a batch of burned brownies and start again. She'd done the math. Even if the epidemic had been as bad as she feared, there were still a couple of million women out there, hundreds of thousands that would meet his needs. He'd slaughter her fellow captives. No, if this were to work, she had to get them all out. No matter how much it ratcheted up the danger, it had to be this way or not at all. At noon, a knock on her door. There was no need to get up, as it was a courtesy knock, and the door swung open a second later. "Get up." She swung her legs over the side of the bed and sat up to greet her visitor. It was one of Chadwick's men, one of the inner circle that she frequently saw by his side. A kind of caste system had come into play since the executions. Some had better access to Chadwick than others, and some seemed to be barely in the mix at all. "Pack your things," the man said, tossing a pair of plastic grocery bags at her feet. "Why? Are we going on vacation?" The retort earned her a hard smack to the side of the head, enough to fill her field of vision with a flash of white light. "Get your stuff," he snapped. "Don't make me ask again. You got 30 seconds. She packed quickly, sticking to the essentials as she stuffed the plastic bags, scolding herself for the pointless, illogical decision to give this guy lip. This was something a child would do, or someone capable of only childlike thinking. If she was going to lead these women out of here, she was going to have to start thinking like a grown-up. No, she would have to think like a machine, a thing incapable of making irrational decisions, incapable of saying stupid things because they felt good to say. She would have to inoculate herself against being human. Outside, the sky was gray, the air cold and damp. The chill had stung her nose, and she thought it might snow soon. Since Chadwick had cut their outdoor excursions, this was her first time outdoors in days, and she couldn't even manage to draw a little sunshine. She climbed in the idling SUV, which zipped away before she even had a chance to buckle her seatbelt. The driver rambled east, away from the lake and toward the road that bisected the compound into two rectangles. Then he turned south toward the group's nerve center. A short drive brought them to a cluster of buildings just east of the road. The driver let Rachel and her escort out in front of a boxy building, slate gray. Nerves pulsed through her like lightning bolts. She twirled the plastic bags containing her meager belongings. The way they spun in her hands and unspooled again gave her a measure of comfort. "Follow me," he said. He paused to punch a code into a keypad at the door, which unlocked with a satisfying click. He held the door open and motioned her through it. They were in a narrow foyer now, empty and hollow. She half expected to see one of those directories mounted on the wall, identifying the occupants of an office building, telling you which floor the accountant was on, where you'd find the physical therapist. She followed him through a door on the left side of the corridor to a stairwell, gray and metal. Again, he yielded her the right of way and trailed up the stairs behind her. They came to a heavy metal door on the second floor, which he knocked on. Her heart was throbbing now, so fiercely that it took her breath away. The door opened. Miles Chadwick stood before her. He had a wild grin on his face, the look of a man who'd just heard a very funny joke. "Rachel," he said, "welcome to your new home." Chadwick and his man spoke briefly while Rachel scanned Chadwick's living quarters. It was Spartan, to say the least. She counted at least 3 rooms, a large living room, a small kitchen, and 2 smaller rooms, just off the main corridor. There was a cheap-looking bookcase in the corner, stuffed to the gills with all manner of tomes. She was too far away to make out the titles. Until now, she had not known where Chadwick lived. Truth be told, she had not recognized him as a person who needed a place to live, to sleep, to take a well and good shit in the morning. He was the boogeyman, a phantom, a monster who transformed into some terrible winged creature and flew back to his cave at the end of each day. But no, he was a man, like any other. He ate and drank and had bad dreams and checked the stove before going to bed at night. A man had rendered this terrible fate on the world. A man. A single, solitary man. Behind her, the door opened and then clicked shut again. They were alone now. "My dearest Rachel," he said. She noticed that he still wore that terrible smile, like the Joker from the Batman comic books, a cosmetic procedure gone terribly wrong. "I suppose you're wondering what's going on," he said. She shifted her weight from one foot to the other and stared at the floor. She did it deliberately and slowly because she wanted him to think that she was frightened, a scared little lamb. It wasn't that she didn't think he was dangerous. Oh no. Miles Chadwick was probably the most dangerous man who had ever lived. 1,000,000 Adolf Hitlers rolled into one. It was just that she had forgotten that he was still just a man who could be killed. "You're very special," he said. "Very special indeed." "Thank you," she said demurely. She wanted him to feel in charge. Now was not the time to show aggression. It was time to play a little bit possum, a little bit geisha. "Well, you're all special," he said. "You and your friends." As he spoke, he drew closer to her. "But I must confess," he said. Now he was uncomfortably close, and the metallic stink of his body odor hit her in the face. It must have been days since he bathed. "I find you a little more special than the others." Her eyes watered from the stench, and it took every ounce of willpower not to gag right there in front of him. He reached out and brushed a tear from the corner of her eye with a thumb. "No need to cry, my darling," he said. "You're safe now." She looked up at him and smiled her biggest smile. He gestured toward the couch, inviting her to sit down. "May I pour you a drink?" "Sure," she said. He went to the bar and fixed 2 scotches. As he made the drinks, she took a seat on the far edge of the couch and took in more of the residence. There was a small kitchenette opposite her, and she wondered how many knives he might have tucked away in its cheap prefabricated drawers. A portrait of a strange-looking older man hung over a gas fireplace. His wiry gray hair seemed to explode from his head, and his narrow features made him look like a wild-eyed bird. His cold blue eyes were empty of life. A small brass plate mounted at the base of the portrait read, "Leon Gruber, father of the Citadel." She tugged her eyes away from the portrait as Chadwick came up on her. He handed her the tumbler and sat down next to her. She took a long drink of the scotch, an alcohol she'd never tasted. It felt hot, like drain cleaner, and it scorched its way down her throat. Her gaze kept drifting back to the portrait, which seemed to be staring at her. "I brought you here because I've been so terribly rude to you," he said. Another soft smile as she looked away. The shy little schoolgirl. "I don't feel like you've been rude." He flashed his own smile. "You're too kind," he said. "But having you over there with the others, packed in like cattle, it's unacceptable, and for that I apologize." "We have a warm place to sleep," she replied. "We have food, fresh water. Things could be worse. A lot worse." "Again, you flatter me," he said. "And that might be fine for the others, but not for you." A shiver ran up her spine, as though Chadwick had run a shard of ice along the bare skin, along each one of her vertebrae. "The others, you see, they're just a means to an end." "Mm-hmm." "You, on the other hand." "What about me?" "You're part of the Citadel's future. Part of my future." She paused, processing what he was telling her. She didn't like where this was headed at all. Bunking in with the ladies might have been ideal, but it sure beat the hell out of this debutante role he seemed to have in mind for her. "It's a big empty country out there," he said, "and it's waiting for us. We're not going to be inside these walls forever. If we're going to rebuild this world, we're going to have to spread our wings. A new world, with you as its queen." Her head rocked back at this. She was growing more uncomfortable by the minute, but she had to hold it together. She had to make him think that she was broken, because that was the point of all this, right? To break them? "I want you to take your place at my side," he said. "Together, we can make the Citadel everything that the old world never was. A perfect world." Jesus. "You really think that's possible?" "I do," he said. "I really do." "Is that why all this happened in the first place?" she asked. She bit her lip and waited for an eruption. "My dear, this happened because it was meant to be." "It was?" "I know that's hard to understand," he said. "Do you believe in God?" She had, once upon a time, when they first moved to San Diego. Her mom had taken her to church every Sunday, when it was just the two of them, before Jerry. They went to a nice little Methodist church where things didn't seem as religious as she thought they would, and for a while she considered herself one of the faithful. But then she started learning about science and math and evolution, and she couldn't reconcile one with the other, and so when it had come down to it, she had chosen the one that could be proven empirically. Then the plague had hit, and it seemed biblical in nature, a terrible judgment for man, if you believed in that. But she didn't, and she was right. This wasn't God's judgment. This was the work of man, as evil as anything that man had wrought by his own free will. "No." "That's good," he said. "I appreciate your honesty. It's very rare indeed." He took a long drink from his scotch. "We lived in an evil world, Rachel. I hesitate to even call it a sinful world, because I think that sugarcoats it too much. Sin. It's such a pathetic little word. Thou shalt not steal? Well, you pop a grape in your mouth at the supermarket before paying for it. That's sin right there. And the idea you could just repent at the end, and it would all be okay. Well, that didn't seem right to me. You could blow up a commuter bus, or molest little children, or murder a young wife at an ATM machine, and all would be forgiven if you just accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Does that seem right to you? She shook her head. No, I suppose not. Of course not, he said, swirling the tumbler of scotch now. It was a story we told ourselves to minimize the impact that these terrible acts had on us, to protect us from the idea that there was true evil in the world, evil that no God could ever stop. The truth is that we are the gods of our own existence. We can control what happens, which is why the plague had to happen. But won't you have evil in this new world? People will still do bad things. We're going to do it correctly this time. What about the people out there, beyond the walls? He smiled and placed his hand on her knee. She wanted to chop his fingers off. For a moment, she considered shattering her tumbler and stabbing him in the neck with a shard of glass, but she dismissed the idea as quickly as it had occurred to her. All in good time, he said. All in good time. You're goddamn right about that, she thought. Chapter 47. It took every bit of willpower Adam had, but he was finally able to convince himself of the old adage that time spent on reconnaissance was never wasted. They needed to watch the place, study the activity, look for patterns, get a sense of its rhythms. Nadia's tale of this place was proof enough that caution should be their watchword. And so that was what they had done. They retreated from their position, back across the highway, and surveilled the compound with their field glasses. In the first day on watch, Adam worried the place would remain a cipher, a mystery, that it would never disclose any of its secrets, and they would have to launch a blind assault on the place, the type of frontal attack that would almost certainly end in disaster. But eventually, a bit of useful intelligence revealed itself. At 9 a.m. on the second day, the gate opened, and a dark red pickup truck emerged from the interior. It rolled along the access road and then turned west along the main highway. The windows were dark, but not completely tinted, and Adam could make out two figures inside the cab. The bed of the pickup looked empty. As the truck zoomed out of sight, Adam made a note of the time and resumed watching the compound. At 10 o'clock, they split a meager breakfast. Then Adam dozed while Mike kept the watch. He didn't think he'd be able to fall asleep, but sure enough, he'd been out as soon as he closed his eyes. When he woke, it was nearly noon. He was cold but refreshed, and he had to pee. He crept deeper into the grasses for some privacy, away from the compound. As he began to relieve himself, he heard Mike hissing for him. "Adam, the truck's back." Of course. Midstream, and something important happens. As he prepared to zip up and leave himself with a half-empty bladder, he primed his ears and sliced through the oral clutter, focusing on the sound of an engine. He did hear it, a throaty whine, and he reminded himself that sounds carried a lot farther than they used to, and he told himself to finish. He couldn't panic about every little thing. If he wanted his body to perform at its peak, he needed to let it do what it needed to do. He waited until his bladder was empty, and then he zipped up and resumed his post with a clear mind. A small but important sign he was evolving. He glanced the horizon and spotted the pickup on its inbound trip. When it was within about 200 yards, he lowered the binoculars. The truck slowed as it neared the intersection with the access road, and then it turned north toward the gate. Adam checked his watch as the gate slid open and the truck disappeared inside the compound. It was noon on the nose. It paused long enough for Adam to note that it was carrying cargo. The tarp was stretched out across the top of the pickup bed, the load secured with bungee cords. Out at 9, back at noon. The tedium of the stakeout built through the early afternoon. He looked for signs of activity near the wall, but saw none. At 3 o'clock again, squarely at the top of the hour, the pickup truck headed back out for another sortie. Again, it was gone 3 hours, returning at 6 o'clock. Again, there was cargo in the bed area, tucked away under the beige-colored tarp, its corner flapping in the wind. The pattern repeated itself the next day, and by the third day, the outline of a plan had formed in Adam's mind. There would be a very small window of time in which to execute the plan, almost impossibly small, but there really weren't any other options. They had to get inside the compound, and the main gate seemed like the only way in. It was a dank day, chilly. The clouds hung low in the sky, a thick gray blanket over the world. Around 5:30, about 10 minutes before launch, it began to rain heavily, in sheets, relentless and pounding. With the world so quiet, with nothing to absorb the sound, the rain roared across the plains, washing across the roadway in waves, as though the world was trying to clean itself of some hidden shame. At 20 to 6, they made their move. They stayed low, knifing through the grasses like jungle cats. Their packs were light, relieved of all their contents but the bare essentials. The closer they got to the wall, the tighter Adam's throat felt, as though the place had a psychic grip on his windpipe. It took 10 minutes to cover the 200 yards, but they made it with a little time to spare. They took cover in the grasses about 10 yards from the main gate. At 3 minutes past 6, the tardiness owing perhaps to the terrible weather conditions, the pickup truck made the turn for home. A creepy gray darkness had fallen, and the truck's headlights shined like UFOs floating in the ether. "This isn't going to work," Mike said. "We both can't do it. We'll be spotted." Adam grunted through clenched teeth, pained to admit that Mike was correct. The entire operation was dancing on a razor's edge as it was. Getting one of them inside the gates, at least the way they'd mapped it out, was going to be hard enough. Completing the feat in duplicate would be expecting to win the lottery 2 weeks in a row. It was a terrible tactical blunder. "Yeah," he said, "you're right." "I've got an idea," Mike said. "Stay low." "Wait, what?" Before Adam could blink, Mike burst out of the grasses, his arms waving over his head like a driver stranded by the side of the road. "God damn it!" Panic flooded Adam's insides like water overcoming a sinking boat, and he froze, wondering what the fuck had possessed Mike to reveal himself like this. The truck rolled to a stop as the driver waited for the gate to slide open. As it idled there, the rain plinked the truck's rooftop, adding a strange hollow twang to the deluge. Mike approached the driver and banged on the window. "How you doing?" he yelled out over the rain, loud enough for Adam to hear. To Adam's right, the gate began to open, sliding from left to right, revealing the interior of the compound like some game show door prize. Muffled voices from the cab. "I'm lost. Can you guys help me?" From his vantage point, Adam saw Mike blanch and turn his body away, but it wasn't fast enough. The gunshot roared over the rain, and Mike collapsed to the ground. The men emerged from the vehicle and tossed Mike's lifeless body under the tarp. Then they climbed back in the cab. The man's sacrifice galvanized Adam. He stayed low, shuffling from the cover of the grasses onto the roadway, praying the driver's blind spot was big enough to hide him long enough to do what he had to do. He stayed low, right at the muffler, the stench of the exhaust blistering his nostrils, even in the rain. The truck continued to idle, and there was no indication he'd been spotted. Yet. The timing would have to be perfect. The gate thudded home as it finished sliding into its groove. Adam remained crouched, his muscles burning as he kept them coiled, ready to pounce. When the truck shifted back into gear, Adam leapt, grabbing the edge of the tailgate and rolling over its edge as the truck began moving. He could only hope that Mike's diversion and the truck's acceleration had masked the subtle shift in the payload, surreptitiously increased by about 170 pounds. He eased himself down into the truck bed and covered himself with the tarp. Shockwaves of grief rippled through Adam as the truck motored its way inside the compound. Adam wanted to smack Mike's blank face for his stupid, selfless act. Later, he thought. There would be time to grieve later. Don't piss away what Mike just did for you. Behind him, Adam could hear the gate grinding along its track again, slamming home with a hollow thud. The truck continued to roll. He had to move now, before the truck picked up too much speed. He poked his head out from under the tarp and quickly scanned the area as the truck turned right onto a narrow access road. A drainage ditch ran parallel to the road, and a line of pine trees just beyond. No other signs of life, vehicular or otherwise. The rain was easing up, but changing over to snow. Now, he told himself. It had to be now. He touched Mike's cheek one last time. Then he grabbed the lip of the truck bed and pulled himself up from the cover of the tarp. Without taking a breath, he pitched his weight toward the back edge of the liftgate and waited for it to happen. For a moment, he felt weightless, like a feather caught on a breeze, and then the ground came up on him all at once. His left flank hit first, the impact with the ground stealing his breath away, and then he was rolling. His ankle became caught up underneath his spinning body, and he felt it wrench in the wrong direction. The pain shot from foot to waist, but there was nothing he could do but wait until his body came to rest. A body in motion. Finally, friction and gravity won out, and he lay in a heap at the side of the road. The truck trundled along, blissfully ignorant of its now unloaded stowaway. He remained still as the truck's taillights faded into the snow, curling out of view as the road turned north. He wasn't far from the ditch, and so he crawled to its edge and rolled down into it. From his hiding spot, He scanned his new surroundings. The place seemed even bigger from the inside than it had from beyond the wall. To the northwest, maybe 100 yards clear of the opposite shoulder, Adam saw a large tract of undeveloped land, marked off by wire fencing. It was barren, but it bore a certain kind of symmetry. He swung his gaze northeast, where he saw the faint glimmer of light. But for the hoot of a snow owl, the place was silent. He could scarcely believe it. He'd made it. That stupid bastard Mike had pushed him over the goal line, giving all he had to give, just so Adam would have a chance to find Rachel. His bravery, his total lack of hesitation, was almost more than Adam could believe. The mission was all but doomed, that much was clear, so he had done the only thing he could do, no matter the price. Despite the fact that Adam was in more peril than ever, or perhaps because of it, it seemed important to acknowledge how far he'd come. He thought about all they'd seen and lived through in their nearly 5 months on the road. All to bring him to this point, just to give him a chance to rescue his daughter. He thought about something Sarah had said, not long after they'd met, that she'd be doing something and forget that the world hadn't always been this way. But as the days had cascaded along like tumbleweed, stretching into weeks and months, that seemed less and less apropos. A strange sense of the familiar had begun to pervade his life. From the constant scavenging for supplies, to ensuring the water was safe to drink, to burying his own waste, it had all become routine. This was neither a good thing nor a bad thing. It simply just was. Perhaps the key to all this had been simply finding a way through, a way that, after a while, simply became the new normal. The less time spent looking slack-jawed at yet another urban ghost town, stopping to look at each cluster of corpses that dotted the landscape, reliving the past, the better. And it had become clear that he wasn't trying to find Rachel because she was his past. He was trying to find her because she was his future. He was stiff and sore from his truck dive, but it appeared he'd pulled through without too much damage. The ankle he'd been certain was broken was mildly sprained and would likely loosen up with continued work. After the systems check, he slithered out of the back of the ditch and disappeared into the trees. Fortunately, these were evergreens, full with needles, like a green wall. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and he was reminded of the smell of Christmas tree lots. He trekked eastward through the trees, toward the lights, slowly, as though each step might find a landmine. A thick layer of pine needles muted his footsteps. It was cold, but his Gore-Tex jacket was doing what it was supposed to be doing, keeping him dry and warm enough that he wasn't excessively worried about how cold it was. It took 40 minutes to reach the eastern edge of the compound, each one soaked in fear of stumbling across a late-night patrol sweeping the grounds or setting off some invisible alarm. After a quarter mile, the tree cover began to thin, and so he was left to slink along in the shadows, almost trying to melt into the wall. He paused for a short break at the wall and ate a protein bar. As he snacked, he glanced the terrain ahead. A cluster of development awaited him to the north, starting with a row of nondescript buildings, shadowy monoliths in the night. This chilled him and made him hot with rage all at the same time, this human presence, the people holding Rachel captive. He gave himself 5 minutes to rest and then set off again, mentally cataloging each landmark he came across. A long rectangular building fronting on a cut-through access road. Across the way, a fenced-off generator field, the machines lined up like silent soldiers. A low hum filled his ears. Beyond that, he spotted 2 more nondescript buildings, also inside the fence line. He studied each carefully, but he was unable to identify either structure's purpose. That was when he heard the rustle of activity just around the bend, possibly coming from the intersecting road just north of his position. He froze as the conspiratorial whispers of men on a mission drew closer, scanning their surroundings. A row of bushes lined the road, perhaps ornamental by design, but life-saving by function. He ducked down behind the hedges as a group of 3 men came by. They walked briskly and with purpose. They continued past his position, and as the gulf between them grew, he felt his heart rate decelerate. They hadn't seen him. He maintained a northerly course, torn between competing desires to tread carefully and to finish his sweep as quickly as possible. As he continued, the development seemed to thin out, and he began to hear a strange sound, coupled with a tickle in his nose of an earthy, fecund smell. Not mechanical, but not human either. The sound of livestock. The grunts and braying emanating from the animal pens pushed him along. He had no desire to find out if these animals served some early warning function, alerting their masters that an intruder was present. As he ventured farther north, the odor intensified, and the snorts and chortles grew clearer. A pig here, a chicken there. In the ever-faint ambient light, Adam could just make out the edge of a barn. Again, he found himself wondering who these people really were. This kind of installation would have required an astonishing amount of capital. Some eccentric billionaire? Perhaps a secret government project? And how had they survived? The flash of approaching headlights derailed his train of thought, sent his testicles up into his stomach. There was very little cover along the wall, so he had drifted to the inside shoulder, toward the middle of the complex. Ahead, there was a copse of bare tree trunks, toward which he bolted, hopefully covering him before the oncoming vehicle lit him up like a Christmas tree. He slipped between the trees, like a flea burrowing into a dog's thick coat. The tree line was shallower than he expected, and a moment later he burst through the other side. The terrain dropped away sharply, and Adam went tumbling downward like a runaway snowball. He waited for the white-hot pain of a snapped leg or torn knee ligament to light up his body, but he came to rest in an unscathed heap on a damp patch of ground. His mind went immediately to the gun, which had come off his shoulder as he barreled to the bottom of the hill. His hands scoured the immediate area around him, scraping and clawing against damp, cold earth, and he nearly let out a sigh of relief when his fingers clamped around the cold steel of the barrel. He primed his ears and listened for the sounds of pursuit, of a car door slamming shut, of footsteps closing in, and waited to be discovered or not. Seconds ticked by, then minutes, then 15 minutes, and no one came through the tree line behind him. When he was confident that he'd avoided detection again, he took a moment to run a quick systems check. He rose to a crouch and was surprised to see a large lake shimmering before him, the night babbling and gurgling, the plink of fish splashing about the rippling surface. The sight of the large body of water stopped him cold. Discounting the quick traverse of the Mississippi River in St. Louis, it was the first he'd seen since his terrifying exit from Holden Beach so many months ago. Seeing this lake scared him. It reminded him how little he knew about this place, and how powerful a foe he was dealing with. He took a deep breath and let it out, enjoying for a brief moment the cold, briny tang of the lake in his nasal passages. He got up and brushed the grit from his pants. He staked out a position just under the lip of the rise and lifted the glasses to his eyes again, back toward the lake. To his right, a large plot of land, and Adam recognized the long, even rows of a crop field, several acres worth. Scarred, barren columns of earth for now, but, he suspected, part of this place's lifeblood. It would be up and running sooner than later. To his left, more of the development he'd seen during his northern passage along the east wall. Frustration lacquered his mind. He felt almost as lost as he'd been before they'd found the place. It seemed as though he'd seen too much of this strange place to keep it all straight, but not enough to make any informed decisions about how to proceed next. And fatigue was starting to become a problem. His thinking was becoming soft, disjointed. How long before he made a fatal misstep because his mind was too cloudy to function? He checked his watch. It was already after 4 a.m. The sun would be up soon, meaning he'd have to be safely out of sight by then, perhaps tucked into the deep woods he'd seen just inside the main gate. With a deep sigh, he abandoned his post and trekked west along another access road, back toward the main road that seemed to encircle the compound. There was a thick cluster of trees across the way, and just a hair south, which he set as his target for the night. He scampered across the highway like an errant possum and dove back into the trees. Thick evergreens here, swallowing him whole. When he looked back, he couldn't even see the roadway, and the darkness was almost total. There was just enough light by which he could make out the outline of his hand. It was unnerving, being this deep in the most unknowable spot of an already mysterious land, but he had no choice. And on the plus side, the trees were so thick here, the needle-laden branches so overgrown and interlaced, that very little precipitation was making it to the forest floor. Adam set out his bedroll and covered it with a layer of pine needles. As he slid into the sleeping bag, he was certain that he'd be too consumed with the knowledge that Rachel was right here, so close by, to sleep. But within seconds, he was asleep deep in the bowels of the Citadel. Chapter 48. Something was happening, Rachel thought. Something fundamental had changed. Wearing a black dress that Chadwick had selected for her, she looked out across the darkened grounds of the Citadel, her eyes bouncing from landmark to landmark. The fields, the amphitheater, barely in her line of sight, the lake, near the women's dormitory. The sun had dipped low over the plains and was close to dropping out of sight for the last time this year. It was New Year's Eve, nearly 6 o'clock, and Rachel Fisher had her dancing shoes on, which was a somewhat remarkable development for her. In the handful of years that she'd been old enough to go out on New Year's Eve, she never had. She had never wanted to. She liked to stay in with her few friends and eat Chinese food and watch Will Ferrell movies. She wasn't one of these types that had bragged about not going out on New Year's Eve, as though doing nothing had become the cool, hipster thing to do. And she wasn't one of these types that fell asleep at 10 o'clock either, because she rarely went to bed before 1 or 2 in the morning anyway. And if the world had continued along its track rather than derailing, its cars piling up on one another, that's probably what she would be doing right now. But now she stood here at a window in the middle of the great empty nowhere, wearing a cocktail dress and waiting on her date for the evening. It had been a weird few days. She had planned to kill Chadwick that first night. She had fully expected him to take her into his bed, have his way with her. In fact, she was counting on it, and she was going to let him do it. So help her God, praise Jesus, hallelujah, she was going to let him do whatever he wanted. Because when he was done, when he was sleeping the sleep of a man with empty balls, she was going to take the knife she had hidden under the mattress and turn that genocidal son of a bitch into a shish kebab. But he hadn't done anything she had expected. Any fears that she'd have to submit to his sexual desires had been totally unfounded. Not only had he not touched her, he had barely even looked at her, so preoccupied he'd been with his work. The first night, she'd stayed up until nearly 4 a.m, certain that he'd be back for his prize. He was a man, after all. But eventually, her eyes had drooped shut, and when they'd opened again, sunlight was streaming into Chadwick's sparsely furnished bedroom, and she was still alone. Yesterday morning, Chadwick had brought a stack of files home with him. She'd gotten the briefest of peeks at them when he'd stepped inside the bathroom, and he'd left them on the table. There were 2 files, each bearing a woman's name written in thick black marker. Rachel didn't recognize the names, Sarah and Charlotte, which seemed to confirm the rumor that there were 2 newcomers to the women's camp. But before she'd been able to dig into them at all, he'd rushed out of the bathroom and snatched the files off the table before heading out again. He didn't seem to care whether she'd seen them or not. At noon today, he'd returned with the dress and told her to get ready for a very special party. A New Year's Eve party. He was in the bathroom now, primping for tonight's event. She debated trying to take him in the bathroom, naked, his face dusted with baby powder, but she froze. She didn't know if she would really go through with it. Could she kill a man, even a monster like Miles Chadwick, in cold blood? What if she hesitated? What if she screwed it up? He would skin her alive. And if she did manage to pull it off, would that bring about the desired result? Or would it accelerate her demise and that of the other women? And Rachel cared for these women, so much that she couldn't bear to put their lives at risk. But what if it did work? What if she stabbed him in the neck? What if she exacted justice for the dead world around her? What if he was the proverbial head of the snake, that without which the Citadel could not survive? They would be free. Free to pursue whatever life they could cobble together in this new world. She became aware of a presence behind her, but she acted as if she hadn't noticed him. "Is the lady ready?" he said. "I am," she replied, finally turning to face him. He was wearing a tuxedo, his skin pink and fresh from a decent scrubbing. His first one in a couple of days, if her nose was serving her well. The sweet stinging scent of Old Spice tickled her nose, and it reminded her of her father, when she used to give him the courtesy hug at the end of their semi-annual visits, wrapping her arms around him just long enough for it to qualify as a hug, and she could smell it on his clothes. She tried to recall the last time she'd seen him, and she tried to remember the length of the hug. She didn't think about him much anymore, not as much as she used to. And she thought that there'd been a chance when she'd finally gotten through to his voicemail. But day after day, the cell phone signal had sluiced away, like a slow drip from a faucet, until it was gone completely, and that had been that. He was as dead to her as the world gone by. Cocktail hour started promptly at 6. They had walked to the party in almost total silence. As they had exited the apartment, he had complimented her on her appearance, but it seemed forced, as though he were working through a checklist for a night on the town. She thanked him, and they remained quiet until they arrived at the party. Others were streaming in as they arrived, beautiful men and women dressed to the nines in what was likely the only New Year's Eve party on the face of the earth. Before she could stop herself, her mind conjured up images of empty hotel ballrooms across the country, from sea to shining sea, and it made her sad. Everyone was there, of course. This was a landmark moment for the Citadel, she supposed, closing the book on what had been a most eventful year for them. She imagined there would be speeches and glad-handing and a lot of patting themselves on the back for a job well done this year. Oh, sure, the executions had been a messy affair, but all new businesses had challenges to face in their first year. Look how far we've come. Look how many people we killed. Cross last year's resolution off the list because that mission had been motherfucking accomplished. In Jesus' name, amen. People seemed eager to interact with Chadwick, lining up 2 and 3 at a time for a chance to speak to the great man, issue good tidings, tell him how proud they were to be part of the Citadel, blah, blah, blah. She remained quiet, nodding a greeting when she was acknowledged by the others. As she glided through the party, she looked for other captives, but there were none. Chadwick was keeping her close, his arm clamped around her waist, making her feel very much the captive she'd been for these past few months. He chatted with the others, but it was all surface work, one canned statement after another. Doing great, really pleased with how things have gone, you've done terrific work. It sounded like the words of a losing politician comforting his staff after he'd made the concessionary telephone call to his opponent. Complete with the fake smile, twin rows of pearly whites flashing every few seconds. He was charming, effusive, and terrifying. Traffic at the bar was light. A few guests nursed strong drinks, but most stayed away. No one wanted to be falling down drunk in front of the boss, she supposed. There was chit-chat, but it was muted. From the bits and pieces of conversation Rachel was able to distill from the other attendees, this was the first many of them had seen of Chadwick in some time. At precisely 7 o'clock, a bell tinkled, and the groups began to dissolve as everyone made their way to their seats. The room was set up for a formal dinner, but it was a very utilitarian design, lacking any levity or manufactured glee, the feel of a party thrown together at the last second. She had a seat on the dais, and she could feel the scorn, the heat from her captors, who must have been wondering where exactly she fit in the pecking order, now that she was shacking up with the big kahuna. There were 12 seats on the dais, 6 on each side of the podium. 2 new faces joined her, replacing the pair of now headless traitors from Chadwick's high command. She thought often of the sad little rebellion, wishing it had gone a different way, if only to buy her enough time to get herself and the other women out of here. She still wondered what secret Rogers had been preparing to divulge before Chadwick's men had stormed the warehouse. Chadwick popped down to the bar and brought back 2 drinks, one for each of them. This seemed to open the floodgates, and before she could blink, the line at the bar was 10 deep. She accepted the scotch, neat, a double. She took a long drink, and it made her head swim, but it helped calm her nerves. He sat next to her, and they drank together for a few minutes in silence. "Look at these people," he said, so softly she wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly. "What about them?" she asked. "Never mind," he said. He lifted his glass, and his smile was back. This one seemed genuine, the grin of a man who is truly pleased with things. "Where were you from?" he asked. "I grew up in San Diego, born in Richmond, Virginia. Ah, the capital of the Confederacy," he said. "I'll drink to that. And your family?" "They're dead, remember?" He scrunched up his mouth, and his cheeks flushed. At first, she thought it was from rage, and that he might simply kill her there on the spot, but he simply looked away from her and down at his drink. "That was insensitive of me," he said. "I apologize." She looked back over the crowd, many of them armed now with their own tumblers of liquid courage. "Well, I suppose it's time to address the troops." He polished off his scotch and wiped his lips with his fingers. Before he got up, he reached under the table, just over her lap, and for a moment her breath caught, as she feared that he might simply cop a feel right here in front of everyone, let her know that she was simply his property, that he could do with her as he pleased, whenever he goddamn well felt like it. She vowed that if he touched her, she would plunge the butter knife lying next to her plate into some vital organ, an eye, his neck, whatever, the consequences of it all be damned. At least she would die knowing she'd gone down fighting. She tensed as his hand rooted around under the table. It could only have been a few seconds, but the moment stretched out interminably as she waited for his cold, sweaty hand on her thigh, or worse. But again, he didn't touch her. He fiddled with something under the table, directly underneath her plate, before stepping over to the podium. She let out a quick sigh, her heart galloping, slamming against her ribcage as she approached the podium, her body icy with sweat. She trembled, and her breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. She wondered what was under the table. He tapped the microphone, and immediately the buzz of conversation died away. At a table near the front, Rachel could hear the crackle of ice cubes in a tumbler, sweaty as though with anticipation. A light clearing of the throat from somewhere in the back. "Good evening, my fellow citizens," Chadwick said. A long pause, long enough that the partygoers began exchanging glances. The moment drifted past oddity and into awkwardness, until even Rachel found herself shifting in her seat. "What a year it has been," he said. Chadwick began to clap, slowly, methodically, the pop of his hands echoing through the dining room like a metronome. A few moments later, the others on the dais joined in, and the applause spread across the room like the virus that had brought them all to this point in their lives. It was robust, yet reserved, the way you might clap when hearing the name of the colostomy bag salesman of the year. Applause wearing its Sunday best. He began to speak, issuing a series of platitudes. As he spoke, her curiosity got the better of her, and her hands drifted under the table. Her fingers danced along the grain of the cheap particle wood until she felt it. A bulky plastic bag, taped to the underside of the table. Whatever was inside the bag was irregularly shaped, about the size of a football. It was hard, smooth in the middle, with 2 protrusions on either side. She was careful not to dislodge it, or make any sudden movements as Chadwick spoke. She glanced up at him as he plowed through his speech, but he either hadn't noticed or didn't care about her exploratory mission. Her hands returned to her lap, but her thoughts remained fixated on the mysterious object under the table. She glanced to her left, toward the 4 other men on her side of the table. They, too, either hadn't noticed what she was doing or were uninterested in her reconnaissance. She wondered if there were plastic bags taped under their place settings as well. Chadwick kept speaking, and she refocused her attention on his speech, the way she might have watched the president deliver the State of the Union address in the old days. Paying attention at first, ooh, a bag of microwave popcorn sounds good. Think I'll check my email, and then coming back to the speech, and it sounding more or less the same than when she had tuned out. Now then, Chadwick was saying, perhaps the blame lies with me. A low murmur from the crowd now. Perhaps I didn't do this the right way. He paused, and she stole a glance at him. A tear had broken loose from the corner of his eye, and he wiped it away with a finger before it had a chance to stream down his cheek. Rachel was on full alert now, the pit in her stomach growing deeper as the seconds ticked by. And that's why tonight we begin anew. He lifted a hand to his forehead and delivered a bizarre half-salute. Then everything began to happen very fast. Rachel detected movement from the corner of her eye. 4 of the guests had gotten up from their seats, each streaming to a different corner of the room, where decorative pieces had been set up, topped with some kind of ornate covering. In one fluid, almost choreographed maneuver, the men yanked the covers clear like magicians and reached around to the back of the pieces. Then Rachel realized what the item taped under her table was. "Rachel," Chadwick barked, "under the table! Put it on right now!" The room filled with a loud hissing noise, as though someone had dropped in a crate full of snakes, and when she blinked again, each of the men was wearing a gas mask. Her hands dove under the table, and she wrenched the bag free. The room erupted into screams as people realized what was happening. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. She fumbled with the mask as the hissing continued. She fitted the straps around the back of her head and tugged the faceplate down around her nose and mouth. She reminded herself to breathe normally, that the filter was taking care of whatever poison that Chadwick had just unleashed on his people. Once it was on, she froze, unsure of what to do. She glanced over at Chadwick, now sporting his own mask, his hands clenched tight on the sides of the podium. The lower half of his face was a cipher, virtually blank. No smile, no frown. She briefly considered attacking him with the knife, but she dismissed the idea, as she couldn't risk the mask being knocked from her face. So she simply watched the scene before her unfold. To her right, the others on the dais were also wearing masks, a police lineup of futuristic-looking bugs, sitting calmly at their seats as the scene unfolded before them. They sat there, watching. A cloud of gas filled the room as the terrified guests leapt from their seats. Plates slid off tables, shattering on the floor with symphonic crashes. A group at the back sprinted for the back door, which was locked. A man desperately rattled the door handles, and for a moment it looked like his adrenaline might give him the edge he needed to rip it open. But then the mob was upon him. Dozens of people attacking the door. Too many chefs in the kitchen. Just a massive weight against a door that opened toward them, rather than away. Rachel's eyes swung toward one of the corners, where a canister continued unloading its poisonous cargo. 6 people lay writhing on the floor, overcome by the gas, their hands clawing at their necks and faces. One of them, a woman that Rachel recognized, had a smart idea to try and deactivate the canister, but she'd come up short, and she lay still at its base, her hand slapping gently at the metal. Back at the door, screams and yelps of pain and panic amid the mass of writhing, desperate bodies, as the gas continued to do its work. Some gave up and staggered back toward the center of the room, trying something, anything to escape. One covered his face with a cloth napkin, but it only bought him a few moments, nothing more. Gripped by a terrible coughing fit, he dropped first to a knee, then to both knees, and then lay down and curled up into a fetal position. A gunshot rang out, its roar inside the room deafening. Rachel dove to the floor as a squeal of pain erupted near her. "Shoot them! Shoot them!" she heard someone call out. She stayed low on the ground between the podium and the dais, which gave her a tiny sliver of a view toward the mob at the door. One of the doomed guests had come to the party armed and was doing his level best to take revenge on his would-be executioners. He was down on a knee, firing blindly, his face buried in the crook of his arm. "Kill them all!" another voice screeched. Sounded like Chadwick, his voice coated with panic. The air filled with the staccato whisper of machine gun fire. Two men who'd been stationed at the corners drew toward the pulsing mass of humanity and raked the mob with their machine pistols. The screams ramped up in intensity as the shooters continued the slaughter, cutting down every last person trying to escape. Rachel shut her eyes tight and tried to block out the screams of the dying. It was like watching the plagues march through humanity concentrated into a few seconds. Eventually, the guns fell silent, and her sobs were the only sound in the room. "Stand up," Chadwick said. She was on her hands and knees, her face toward the ground. She couldn't bear to look at him. "Fuck you," she croaked. He kicked her in the side, not hard enough to do damage, but sharply enough to sting, and she dissolved back into the floor. After taking a moment to catch her breath, she climbed to her feet, afraid his next reaction would be to strip the mask from her face. "You're going to treat me with some goddamn respect," Chadwick hissed at her, "or I'll make you suffer like you've never known." Her shoulders sagged. She felt broken, finally, as though Chadwick had reached inside her and snapped her will to fight clean in half. If he was willing to do this to his own people, his own kind, what did he have in store for her? For the others? And of course, his inattention toward her in the past few days now made perfect sense. She felt the presence of the other survivors around her. A hand at her back, and she fell in line with the others as they made their way off the dais. She kept her eyes down, in no rush to view the carnage before her. She heard a moan to her left, which was greeted by a quick burst of gunfire that silenced it forever. She stood by Chadwick's side as his soldiers cleared the doorway of the bodies. It was as bad as anything she'd seen during the plague. The heavy-caliber bullets had done so much damage that it was difficult to tell where one body ended and another began. They worked silently and quickly, some of them slipping in the pools of blood, then getting right back up and dragging the victims out of their way. By the time they were done, they were shiny with it, their clothes sticky and glistening. They lined up in front of their leader like a group of butcher's apprentices. "Let's go," he said. "It's time for Phase 2. Chapter 49. Adam Fisher spied on the building from a distance, trying to wrap his head around the formally dressed partiers arriving for what, unbeknownst to him and them, would be their very last meal, their very last anything. He'd been inside the walls for more than 24 hours now. He'd spent most of the evening slinking in between and around the buildings like fog, concluding that he was going to have to start taking bigger chances if he wanted to get anywhere. Otherwise, he ran the risk of running out of supplies, out of water, or just stumbling into a patrol and getting himself captured or killed before he accomplished anything. At dark, he'd made his move toward the developed sections of the compound. No pain, no gain, as his father had used to say. His father had had a lot of sayings, most of them angry bullshit, but that one Adam had agreed with. No pain, no gain. He was in the east central section of the compound again, near the security fencing ringing the array of generators that powered the citadel. It was dark, the night gripping him tight with its chill as the snow continued to fall. He had deduced that there weren't that many people who lived here. Oh, he was vastly outnumbered, of course, of that he had no doubt. But based on the ambient noise, the number of patrols, the general aura of the place, he thought the population numbered in the dozens, a couple of hundred at the most. He wasn't sure if this helped him or not. The larger the population, the better the odds would have been that he could simply blend in with the citizenry at large. But the smaller population made it more likely he'd be identified as an intruder. As evening had leached the last weak light from the sky, he'd spotted a man and woman approaching his position behind an empty storage shed that he'd found the night before. They walked casually. The man wore a tuxedo, the woman a long blue dress. He prepared to follow them, but just as they passed his hiding spot, he noticed a slightly larger group approaching from the same direction. They, too, were dressed to the nines, and Adam felt his heart begin to race. He didn't know why he was getting excited. Just the idea that he might be witnessing something important unfolding was fuel enough for his flagging engine of hope. Over the course of the next quarter hour, he counted no less than 50 people, all migrating west toward the center of the complex. When the coast had finally cleared, he fell in behind them, marking their progress as he slipped down alleyways and through clusters of trees. About a quarter-mile west, the smaller groups began clumping together into a larger mass in front of a low-slung building near the intersection with the road that cut through the middle of the complex. They filed inside, their chatter growing in intensity as it did when crowds began to gather, and a thought took hold in his mind. He checked his watch again, looking at the date rather than the time. 31 December, New Year's Eve. A New Year's Eve party. A wave of rage swept through him. Killers and kidnappers and God knew what else, and they were going to put on their Sunday best and dance the night away. The last 5 months had been a post-apocalyptic wet dream for these psychopaths, their dark fantasies fulfilled beyond anything they could have hoped for. He kept his eyes peeled, but he didn't expect to see his companions. He tried not to let them dominate his thoughts, but he couldn't help but wonder if Rachel and Sarah had met. What would they think of each other? How would Rachel react to the news that he was still alive, that he had used Sarah and Charlotte as bait? Did they regret coming on this mission? Had it seemed a much better idea in theory, from the safety of their camp? Adam had a nice line of sight toward the main door. He didn't know what he would learn by maintaining this stakeout, but at least he'd gotten a sense of their overall numbers. Maybe he'd wait until they were all good and sloshed, walk in, and party along with them. Maybe they'd just tell him where the women were being held. This wishful thinking buoyed him as he bobbed slowly along the river of time, every second and minute stretching out into an eternity. It was cold, perhaps the coldest night he'd experienced yet this season, and as he huddled between the drum and the exterior wall, the chill burrowed into his bones until he couldn't feel anything, pushing his outerwear to their limits. A cold wind was blowing in from the west, and the snow continued to pile up. Another night of precipitation, and he'd probably die of exposure. A few minutes past 7, the howl of the wind spiked in intensity, but oddly, it wasn't blowing any harder. He primed his ears, cupping his hands around them. It wasn't wind. The howls were coming from inside the building. Screams. Terror gripped him like a vice, the fear of not knowing what the hell was going on. Perhaps they'd brought in the captives from another entrance and were executing them as part of the festivities. What if Rachel was in there, dying right now? Then gunfire. Multiple shots, one after the other. That was followed by the steady chatter of automatic weapon fire. It was over before Adam could crack the shell of terror that had hardened around him. The screams died away, as though someone had pulled the plug on the speakers during a horror movie, and Adam was left with the ghostly echoes of the howls. He was afraid. He was afraid of whatever had happened inside that building. He was afraid of what had happened to the world, of what the world would become. He was afraid that the world had already become a dead place inhabited by dead souls. People immune to the virus, but susceptible to the horrors man was capable of without the watchful eye of civilization, the thing that had inoculated mankind from the evil inherent in itself. That's what civilization was, really. Mankind's immune system, creating antibodies that protected the people. Law, order, community. The thing that let kids grow up and play with trucks and dolls and have first dates and go to movies and become interior designers or bus drivers or surgeons or soccer players. The thing that let them devote their leisure time not to primitive survival, but to strengthening the body and the mind. And now that membrane of protection was gone, erased, ironically enough, by a plague, leaving the patient sick and vulnerable. Few subjects had fascinated Adam in his life more than the human immune system. The idea that the human body could adapt, on its own or with the assistance of vaccinations, to virtually any pathogen had been nothing short of revelatory, a single point of focus that had hustled him along a path toward a life in medicine. What really took his breath away, the thing that made his mind spin like a top, was that the body protected itself against microscopic invaders with a version of the invader itself, much like civilization. Controlled chaos in an organized world where there were rules and freedoms alike, where people were even free to kill one another, as long as they were willing to pay the price, kept the civilization healthy. That's what immunity was, really. Controlled chaos. And when you had a Hitler or Osama bin Laden, the immune system kicked in, strafing the malignancy until it was destroyed. That's what these doomsday nuts didn't understand. They probably envisioned some perfect society that they controlled, where thoughts and actions were homogeneous. But it didn't work that way. To stay healthy, the human body required exposure to a variety of pathogens, both naturally and via vaccination. Civilization needed the same. You'd always have your sexual predators and suicide bombers. It kept civilization strong, on its toes. But without civilization, you had children slaughtered with impunity, and Freddie Briggs destroying an entire future with no way to undo it. And he was afraid that it would continue this way, that they'd all toddle along until there was no way back. And these last few months, struggling to survive, his desperate search for Rachel would be nothing more than epilogue. That's why he couldn't fail here. He had to find Rachel and whomever else was here. As stupid as it sounded, the good guys had to win. The door to the building swung open, pushing Adam deeper into the shadows of the storage shed. A small group emerged, about a dozen in total. All, or nearly all, were men. There were a few shorter people at the center of the throng. He looked for Rachel, but it was too dark to make out faces. Adam closed his eyes and primed his ears to pick up on the discussion that was underway. The The chatter was heavy and animated, the tone of people who'd just experienced something dramatic. As the seconds ticked by, the noise softened, and a single voice rose up over the others. "You, take 5 with you to the dorm," a voice said. "Bring the ones we talked about to the lab. Kill the rest." Adam's brain lit up like a pinball machine. "You mean to do the procedures tonight?" a voice asked. "Yes," the leader said. "Tonight. The time is right for a rebirth. After all, it is a new year, and there's no New Year's show on ABC tonight." A small ripple of laughs. The group split like a mitotic cell. About half staked a westward course, the rest, including the leader, followed a pathway behind the building, back toward the generator field. That must have been where the lab was. Adam had no choice. He had to follow the group en route to the dorm, where many women faced certain slaughter, including, very possibly, the women he loved best in the world. His hands shook as he checked his weapon. Sarah's M4 was locked and loaded, and the spare magazines were secure in the inside pocket of his coat. Again, he was dancing on a razor's edge. His only decent card was the element of surprise. He couldn't act too soon, lest he blow his chance to find where the women were being held. But the longer he waited, the closer to doom the dial of fate would spin. Adam emerged from the cover of the shed and followed the dorm-bound killers. He kept a safe distance as they moved north across the compound, his heart beating so fiercely he felt like the main character from the Edgar Allan Poe story. They made no effort to travel silently, and so the sounds of their passage easily swallowed up his own, for the most part. About a quarter-mile into the trip, Adam stepped on a large branch hidden under a layer of snow, which snapped with a sharp crack. The man at the back, trailing just behind the main group, paused for a minute, and Adam froze, silently cursing his stupidity, his dumb luck, what he hoped was not his destiny. To come so close to his goal, and to die just before the end. But after a quick glance over his shoulder, the man resumed his trek, and jogged to catch up with the others. Adam let out an inaudible sigh, tears of relief welling in his eyes. As he continued the pursuit, his eyes bounced from ground to group, carefully scanning for any wayward tree branches or piles of leaves. A sense of familiarity began edging its way into him, like a tide just coming in and darkening the hot sands. The hours he'd spent combing the compound had been worth it, he realized. A tree, the curvature of the land. He was becoming familiar with it the way you got to know the city you'd just moved to for that new job. You got out there in it, and wandered around, and got lost, and found your way home again. You found the little Chinese restaurant with the good cashew chicken, and the place that did your laundry just right. Half a mile up the road, the group angled to the northwest, back toward where Adam remembered spotting the lake. They were on a path ringing the lake now, looping around the southwestern edge of the shore. There was a building up ahead, one he hadn't seen during his previous incursion in the lake's vicinity. It was as forgettable a structure as he'd ever laid eyes on, very little else besides 4 walls and a roof. The building was protected by a square of industrial chain-link fencing. A portable spotlight, powered by a buzzing generator, kept the building illuminated. One of the men unlocked the gate and the group streamed inside, leaving the gate open behind them. "Bring them out here," one said grimly. It was very quiet on this side of the compound, and their voices carried a long way in the darkness. "We'll do this outside. Less mess to clean up." Adam's stomach churned. 5 of the men went in the building, leaving 1 behind. Adam weighed his options. If he struck now, he could eliminate one of the threats against him, but if it went bad, then he may hasten the women's demise. He decided to wait. He crept closer toward the gate, but held his ground near a row of bushes, just beyond the fencing. It was as close as he could get and remain hidden. He was about 20 yards from the entrance of the building. Close, but he'd have to move very quickly to maintain the element of surprise when the time came to strike. He crouched down and kept his eyes fixed on the lone guard, passing the time by imagining what it would feel like to kill the man. He didn't have to wait long. Not 10 minutes later, the door to the building opened, and women began streaming outside, their hands on their heads. His heart was in overdrive now, as he desperately scanned their faces, looking for the ones he'd begun to fear he'd never see again. Out they came, one after another, some bearing fresh injuries, their eyes hollow with shock and fear. After another half-dozen or so, Sarah. His breath caught in his throat. In the harsh bone-white luminosity of the spotlight, he could see the swollen cheek, the spot of blood above her right eyebrow. She was working, he could tell, surveying the scene, eyes sliding from side to side. By now, he supposed, she'd given up hope that he'd be coming for her. As was her wont, she was going to take matters into her own hands. Part of that came from her awareness of her own mortality. And that frightened him. But she looked okay. She didn't look like she was too badly hurt. Her eyes sat hard in her head like two bits of steel. Charlotte came out two behind Sarah, her head down, her gait slow and tentative, and Adam wanted to die for letting her put herself at risk like this. He turned his attention back to the door, waiting for the thing that would have made their risk worth it. After all, he'd asked them to give their lives for her, and Mike already had. For him. True, they'd volunteered, but he could have rejected their offer. Had Rachel's one life been worth their 3? He thought about this as he waited for Rachel to emerge, but no one followed Charlotte out. Maybe a group of stragglers was still on its way. 30 seconds passed, then 60. No Rachel. Dread wormed its way through his insides like a colony of termites chewing their way through hidden floor joists. Had he been wrong all along? Was Rachel not here? Focus, he told himself. Focus. Sarah was here. Charlotte was here. And if he didn't do something soon, they'd all be dead. One of the men barked at the women, and although Adam couldn't quite make out the words, the meaning was clear enough. His admonition drew whimpers and screams from several of them. The other men grabbed the women by their elbows and shoved them toward the wall of the building. A captive turned and fled. She made it a few steps before her feet got tangled underneath her, and she stumbled to the ground in a heap. She lay there weeping. A man walked up behind her and fired a single bullet into her head. Then he fired another round into the air. "Shut the fuck up!" The remaining women fell silent as they stood at the wall. Some of them had dropped their heads, paralyzed by fear. There were dozens of them, upwards of 50 in all. The men lined them up 10 across. It reminded Adam of the old Miss America pageants. 50 young women lined up, bearing satin sashes emblazoned with the name of the state they so proudly represented. But there was no talent show, no swimsuit competition here. One of the men stepped forward and, after some preliminary instructions, called out 6 names. The 6 women stepped forward and were led like sheep to the edge of the yard. They huddled together, hugging, whispering, some of them crying. One of the men watched them like a hawk, his machine gun up and twitchy. Then each of the men took his turn, roaming through the lines, examining each captive before making a selection. Adam found he could barely breathe as he watched this bizarre recruitment unfold. He noticed that the chosen women tended to be younger, fitter, more attractive, as it always had been with men and women. 3 women were selected, including Charlotte, leaving 3 men to choose. The first was a tall, thin man, his face angular, his hair cropped close to the head. He took his time, studying each one closely before shaking his head and moving on. Adam's jaw clenched tight when he reached Sarah. He rubbed her face with the back of his hand, a sign of affection that earned him a vicious fist to the chest and a trip to the ground. The other men laughed, and Adam was certain Sarah had just signed her death warrant. But the man got up and dusted himself off. He took Sarah by the elbow and yanked her out of line. He looked over his shoulder and said something to the others, but Adam could not hear what it was. Sarah joined the other women who'd been selected by the gate. They held hands, forming a chain of women who stood in solidarity with one another. The draft continued, like children selecting kickball teams at recess, until each of the men had selected a captive. But that still left nearly 40 women, and Adam had a pretty good idea what was about to happen to them. He couldn't wait any longer. Adam burst from the cover of the bushes and rushed at the shooters at an angle. He came in low, which he hoped would buy him a few seconds before they spotted him. He raised the M4, but held his fire until he had a clear shot at the men. It had been a while since Sarah had taught him to use it, and he had to remind himself to account for the recoil. It didn't help that his hands were shaking badly. Sarah's handgun was tucked safely into his waistband. He'd just hoped that he'd be able to get it to her so he could even the odds. A singular, terrible thought zoomed through his mind as he kept his finger on the trigger. Haphazardly firing this gun was the only chance these women had. He fired at the 2 shooters nearest him, who fell as the bullets sliced into their flanks. Screams erupted as things began to happen very quickly. Chapter 50. Sarah closed her eyes and prepared to die. She squeezed Allison Willis's hand twice to make sure the woman understood. They looked at each other, and Allison nodded. Allison repeated the signal down the line, and one by one, the women nodded, ever so slightly. They had come to the end, and here, in the dark, in the cold, at the end of the world, they would make their stand. She wasn't going to let these men slaughter 40 innocent women, not without a fight. She would almost certainly die, but death here was better than what awaited her, and she would finally win her sweet release. I win, Huntingtons. I win. She felt sick to her stomach. Adam would never know how close he'd come to finding his daughter. To her great regret, she hadn't met Rachel. But the other women spoke about her like a beloved friend who'd moved out of the neighborhood, about her strength and courage, about her quiet manner. She'd tended to the sick ones. She'd kept their spirits up when they descended into despair. But all Sarah knew of her whereabouts was that the group's leader had taken a liking to her, and perhaps had moved her to his quarters, somewhere deep in the compound. She'd known all along that this was a suicide mission. She was glad she'd done it, though. It had been a pretty good idea to use them as bait, she had to admit to herself, and she'd been right. But there had been too many unknowns beyond that to believe that this was anything other than a one-way trip. The other women being held here, they'd really been something. They'd taken her and Charlotte in as one of their own. They were thrilled to learn that Nadia was still alive. And now, they stood here, watching these men finish up their impromptu draft. It had been worth it, though. Just knowing what Rachel had done for these women had made it all worthwhile. She wished desperately there was some way that Adam would know about her work here. The leader of the group called for the other men to join him, and they spread out, lining up in a firing formation, not 10 feet from the terrified women. Would they just stand there as the men prepared to fire, she wondered? Would they try to run? Were they so paralyzed by fear that the fight-flight connection had been severed like a power line in a storm? Now. It had to be now. She let out a primal scream, deep from the depths of her soul, and together, she and the others launched their suicidal attack on their would-be killers. They were a swarm, a single entity, a whole greater than the sum of its parts, e pluribus unum and all that. She hoped they could take out a couple of them before they were overwhelmed by the guns. As they ran, hand in hand, chewing up the ground between herself and the shooters, she heard the staccato burst of small arms fire, that familiar rat-tat-tat that clicked in her brain, like a key sliding home into its lock. It was an M4A1, and not just any. It was her M4A1. Adam was here. Across the way, she saw him running toward the group, the tongue of flame from the M4 bright like a meteor in the night sky. 2 of the shooters went down before they realized what was happening. The other 4 turned their focus toward this unexpected assailant and ignored the doomed women. "Adam!" she screamed. He flung something toward her, and she watched it arc, end over end, through the night sky. It glinted in the harsh sodium light illuminating the cold steel. She reached up as it descended toward her, a runaway satellite that might save them all. It hit her hand awkwardly, the buzz of pain shooting up the length of her arm, and toppled to the ground. She dropped down and retrieved the gun. When she came back up, ready to fire, the scene had dissolved into chaos, reagents swirling together to form some new unknown solution. She found a target, dead ahead, one of the bastards firing indiscriminately at a group of women running for the edge of the building. She fired once. The bullet slammed into the man's back and he seized up like he'd touched a live wire. His gun clattered to the ground, and his lifeless body followed a moment later. Sarah scampered for the dead man's gun, her body buzzing. A chance. That's all she'd wanted. A chance. No guarantees, no promises. Just a chance. She scooped up the rifle and found cover behind the southwest corner of the building. From there, she fired a burst, dropping another shooter with a shot to the head. The air was metallic as the surviving killers began exterminating the women, many of whom were pinned near the building. Screams of pain and horror filled the night. From the other side of the building, she heard the M4 firing again, and she was hopeful they had the shooters pinned in. "Run!" she screamed. "Run, girls, run!" She paused again to wipe sweat from her eyes. After clearing her vision, she took stock of the scene. One of the shooters remained upright and had retreated away from the building. She cut him down with a burst from the M4. Some of the women began streaming indoors, drawing pursuit from 2 more surviving shooters. She hugged the wall and picked her way toward the door. Movement. Across the way. She looked over and saw Adam approaching the building. His gun was up, but his eyes were focused on the ground, which was littered with bodies. At least a dozen women lay dead, including Allison. She looked at them and reminded herself that these women were doomed from the start. They'd never have been able to save them all. But there was still more they could save. Adam nodded toward the building. She responded with her own nod. She wanted to grab him, hold him tightly. He looked exhausted, gaunt, his eyes shiny. "You okay?" he asked. "Fine." They kissed lightly and continued inside. 2 short bursts of gunfire echoed through the building. The barracks were wide open. There would be no place for the women to hide. It would be easy pickings. But then she cleared the short foyer and saw something amazing. Both shooters were on the ground, dead. Pools of blood spread out from their heads. Aaron Thompson held one of the guns, the barrel still smoking. The look in her eyes was one of rage. Justice for these women, for all the women that lay dead outside. Another woman, whose name Sarah did not know, held the other gun propped on her shoulder. Erin looked at Sarah and smiled, but the smile disappeared a moment later, and the gun was now pointed directly at her. "Whoa, whoa," she said. "Behind you," Erin said, the words like smoking coals. She glanced up and realized that Adam was just off her shoulder. "No," she said. "This is Rachel's father." Erin's face fell, and a ripple of gasps echoed through the room. "Her father?" Adam nodded. Charlotte broke loose of the pack and threw her arms around Adam. She didn't say anything. She didn't shed a tear. She simply held him tight for a moment. "Do you know where she is?" he asked. Erin burst into tears, and Adam expected to get the news he'd been dreading. "I don't," she said. "They came and took her 2 days ago. We haven't seen her since." Sarah turned and hugged Adam tightly. He wrapped his arms around her, and for a moment, for just a brief moment, equilibrium had returned to her life. It was fleeting, the way a broken wall clock could give the correct time twice a day, but for that moment, everything felt right. When they released the embrace, she saw the women had filled in around them in a semicircle, 2 and 3 deep. They murmured their thanks, but they appeared to be in shock from their ordeal, from the long captivity to the sudden spasm of violence that had set them free. "How many of them are there?" Adam asked. "We're not sure," Erin said. "Somewhere between 100 and 150. My name's Erin, by the way." "Adam," he replied. "Rachel's father," she marveled. "First, let's check the others," Adam said. "There may be some wounded out there." "What if the others come?" "I don't think that's going to happen," Adam said, flashing back to the sounds of pain and dying inside the building he'd scouted earlier. Adam led them back through the foyer and outside, where they found a killing field. Bodies were scattered across the hardscrabble, blood soaking the snow like a cherry snow cone, the work of a sick, impressionistic painter. They spread out in 2s and 3s, looking for signs of life, for anyone that might be within the scope of saving. But the killer's weapons had been too powerful, too devastating. The heavy-caliber bullets had ground their victims into slabs of meat. His eyes fixed on one of the dead women. She lay on her back, her eyes open wide but empty of life. She'd caught a burst in the upper chest, the bullets stitching their way along the right side of her neck, shredding her carotid artery and destroying her jaw. If she suffered, it hadn't been for very long. He took her hand in his own and stroked it gently. This brave woman had deserved far better than she'd gotten. All of them had. It hadn't been enough for them to watch the world disintegrate, to watch their families die horrible deaths in front of them. No, they had to end up here. He felt Sarah's hand on his shoulder. He glanced up as she took a knee next to him. "You sure you're okay?" he asked. "Fine," she said. "Truth be told, it was pretty uneventful until tonight. They drew some blood, that kind of thing. Where's Mike?" Adam shook his head. "Damn," Sarah whispered. "So what is this place?" Sarah shook her head and looked away. The look on her face scared him. "What, did they do something to you?" "No," she said. "Like I said, pretty routine stuff." "Then what?" "Something one of the women said," Sarah said. "Rachel told her." "Rachel told her what?" She opened her mouth to speak and then closed it again, delivering instead a sad, wan smile. She cocked her head to the side as she searched for the words. "That they started it." Adam heard the words as they tumbled from her mouth. He felt his knees buckle, and he eased backwards down to his bottom. He felt dizzy and hot, despite the cold that was socked in around them. "It," he repeated. Sarah nodded, and Adam was up on his feet. It. The plague. The motherfucking plague. The end of all things. The mommies and daddies and babies and poets and Thanksgiving and pizza delivery guys and accountants and interpreters and jazz music and whomever had invented French fries and 200,000 years of human progress from the discovery of fire through putting a man in goddamned outer space. All wiped out in the blink of an eye. The empty houses and restaurants and schools and churches, riddled with the wasted bodies of the dead in every city and town and village in the world. It hadn't been a bad evolutionary break, an FU from Mother Nature for digging too deep into some tropical jungle in the pursuit of more land for a new resort. It had been a war against humanity, one declared and waged and won, before they'd even had the first chance to defend themselves. He felt dizzy again and he bent over, placed his hands on his knees. "Is that possible?" she asked. "That someone did this on purpose?" "I never thought it would be possible on such a big scale," he said in between deep breaths. "But I just don't know." He scanned the bodies for one of the shooters and stalked across the field toward the dead man. Then he reared back and kicked it as hard as he could. He kicked it again and again and again. The rage coursed through his veins like hot lead as the magnitude of what Sarah had told him settled in on him. It all came rushing back, from the moment that Kate Sanders from Annapolis had knocked on his door at Holden Beach, through his surreal bike ride through the city streets, to his anger at the goddamn good guys for not catching them before it was too late. All those years we'd spent worried about little bottles of shampoo and taking our shoes off in the security line, Adam thought, and here, in secret, these guys had been as busy as bees, building their dark dream. Did Rachel ever say how she knew? A few weeks ago, there was some kind of uprising, Sarah said. A breakaway group tried to recruit Rachel, and they confessed to her. But this Chadwick guy, he sniffed it out, executed everyone but Rachel. He seemed to have taken a shine to her. Adam felt a chill ripple through his sweat-soaked body. A thought began to scratch at him, like a puppy pawing at a door. Did she spend a lot of time with him? He asked. That's what the other women said, she replied. They think he took her to his quarters. The thought broke through, the puppy clearing the fence and running free, and all of a sudden, he knew where he had to go. I know where they are. Chapter 51. 18 women, including Sarah and Charlotte, had survived the massacre at the barracks. 16 had died. No matter how many times he reminded himself that they all would have died without his rescue attempt, he felt like he'd made a terrible mistake, and their deaths haunted Adam Fisher for the rest of his days. But as the surviving women gathered together, he saw no blame in their worn, weathered faces. Do you mind if I say something? One of the women asked. She was a short, stout woman, sturdy through and through. She looked so tired. Adam shook his head. Ladies, she said, we've become a family these last few months, and our family has suffered a terrible loss. But I want to tell you something. When we rushed the shooters, I was ready to die. I was fucking terrified, but it would have been worth it to try. To get these SOBs and rip their balls off. Muted laughter. So we mourn our fallen friends, she said, but know that they died fighting. They died on their feet. They died for the rest of us. But we're still inside these shitty walls, so we owe it to them to keep fighting until we're free. A chorus of savage cheers went up with the force of fireworks. I need to find Rachel, Adam said as the cheers died out. The rest of you need to go. Get out of here. There's a group of us on a farm. There's room there for all of you. We're trying to rebuild. I can't promise a lot of amenities, but it's safe, or as safe as anything is these days. You know I'm with you, Sarah said. Like Chewbacca and Han Solo, he said. Who's Chewbacca in this little scenario? She asked. Well, obviously I'm Han, Adam said, for which he earned a stiff punch on the shoulder. I'm in too, Charlotte said. No, Adam said. You've done enough. I've already asked too much of you. But no buts, Adam said. Besides, I want you to lead everyone back to the farm. We'll meet up with you after we get Rachel. But he waved Charlotte to the side for a private discussion. She followed, her arms crossed, a look of pain on her face. Sarah joined them. I need you to go back to the farm, Adam said. This thing Sarah and I are doing, we have to do it alone. By all rights, you should probably be dead by now. It would have been my fault. And the world is going to need you in it. You're going to have to lead. She looked at Sarah, her eyes wide with longing. No, sweetie, Sarah said. He's right. Adam is right. You're too important. Charlotte's eyes filled with tears as the finality of the decision slammed home. What if I never see you again? Adam and Sarah glanced at each other, but they had no response to her question. Promise me you'll make it back, she said. Sarah again didn't reply, instead wrapping the girl up in a fierce hug. They both cried silent tears, and Adam felt his own throat catch. I know, Charlotte said, her words thick with grief and tears. That's a dumb thing to say. I can't make you promise. Go on now, Adam said. Load up these trucks and get the hell out of here. You know the way back to the farm? She nodded, wiping her face clear with her hands. 15 minutes later, the women had loaded into 3 of the Suburbans parked near the barracks. It took a while to find the keys, which had been scattered among their would-be killers' bodies, but they had finally tracked them down. The women were packed in tight, like a crowded city bus, but they didn't seem to mind, not a bit. There were a few laughs and the nervous chatter of a group on an exciting new journey. The engines roared to life, and the trucks pulled away one by one, following Adam's directions to get back to the main gate. With any luck, they'd be at the farm before midnight. Adam and Sarah watched the taillights wink out of view. As the trailing vehicle disappeared around the bend, Sarah took his hand in hers. A few moments later, the sound of the engines faded away, leaving them alone in the dark graveyard that the Citadel had become. He looked down at her, his jaw set tight. Let's finish this goddamn thing, she said. He squeezed her hand. They trekked east-southeast, cutting across the north-south road and behind the generator field. It hummed along, powering a community coming apart at the seams. There was a wide dirt pathway running along the fence line, well worn with tire tracks. At the end of the fencing, they passed a locked gate, which seemed to be the primary maintenance access to the generator field. It looked like the fence surrounding Evergreen's power plant. He realized with some sadness that it would be a long time before the world could rely on electricity again. Electricity had been a feature of a technologically advanced society, which they no longer were. In many ways, society had regressed to infancy, and that meant relearning everything, starting over. It had been folly to think that they could just continue on the way they had, simply by dint of finding Evergreen. Food and water, shelter, everything would have to be done anew. They'd have to adapt. It made him sad, but it was good to be free of the false promise of a fallen world. "How are you feeling?" he whispered as they drew closer to their destination. "It's fine," she said, but her answer lacked conviction. He didn't have to inquire any further. Her disease had begun to make itself known. Well, he thought, that was just another thing they would adapt to. "Where are we headed?" "I saw 2 groups tonight," Adam said. "The one that came to you, and another smaller group that went inside a building near this development. I think Rachel was in that group." "Any idea what they were up to?" "No, but I think that something very bad happened, some kind of slaughter." "Maybe they turned on each other," she said. "Maybe." They curled around the eastern edge of the generator array and moved south, toward the road that led back to his storage shed. Their eyes swept the landscape for threats, but nothing was moving but the swirl and dance of snowflakes, peppering their eyelashes and stinging their cheeks with icy kisses. No words were exchanged, as there was no telling how far their voices would carry across the snowpack. They reached the shed unmolested and paused to survey the scene. There were 2 sets of sloppy tracks in the thin layer of snow. Sarah pointed at them, and Adam nodded. She checked her weapon and started to move across the street. Adam grabbed her by the elbow and turned her toward him. He held her face in between his gloved hands. "Wait," he whispered. "What?" "Happy New Year." She leaned in and kissed him hard. "Never forget how much I love you," she said. She didn't wait for a reply. She turned back and scampered across the silent, windswept road. Adam fell in behind her as she tracked the messy footprints cutting north between the building from which the group had emerged and another building just to its west. Their pace slowed as they moved deeper into the shadows, approaching a boxy, 1-story building that Adam hadn't seen before. A single sentry was posted at the door, clumsily smoking a cigarette through heavily gloved hands. He was armed, but his rifle was slung over his shoulder. They watched for a quarter of an hour as he maintained his lonely watch. No one else entered or exited the building. "I have an idea," she whispered into his ear. "Stick your gun in my back and follow my lead." She bounced out of the shadows, her hands on her head, overcome with a bout of sad tears. Adam understood and followed, pushing the barrel of the rifle into her back. "Who's there?" the sentry called out. "This one's being a bit difficult," Adam said, hoping his voice wasn't as shaky as it felt. "Where are the others?" he asked. With each snippet of conversation, Adam and Sarah drew closer to their prey. "They're coming," Adam replied. "This one caused quite the ruckus." "Nothing's ever easy—" "Hey, who the hell are you?" The guard's eyes went wide and his hands clamored for the rifle, but the gloves made for difficult work. Sarah was on him like a tiger. She crippled him with a devastating kick to the knee, buckling it in a direction it wasn't meant to turn. He dropped to the ground, where Sarah snapped his neck with a vicious corkscrew twist. His body twitched, once, and fell to the ground. Together, they pulled his body away from the door and deposited him on the side of the building, out of view. Sarah searched his pockets and removed his walkie-talkie. After combing through the channels, hearing nothing but static, she pocketed it. The gun she threw into the snow. Keeping their backs to the wall, they slinked back around toward the front door. "Inside?" she asked. Adam toyed with the idea of waiting for the group to come back out, but there was no telling what might happen to Rachel if they didn't attempt a rescue now. They would soon know that something had gone terribly wrong with the executions, and then all bets would be off. He pointed firmly at the door, and Sarah nodded her assent. Adam reached out for the door, wondering what they would do if they found it locked, but the knob turned easily, as though the building couldn't wait for them to enter. He opened it slowly, an inch at a time. The door opened onto a darkened corridor, silent and dim. The air was redolent with the clean, sharp smell of disinfectant, some kind of medical facility, perhaps their famous clinic. There was something disquieting about the place, knowing that Rachel was in here, now, under cover of night. Something that whispered suffering or experimentation. They continued down the hallway, Adam's heart slamming against his ribs like a jackhammer, his mouth dry. They passed by a few small offices. All of them looked dark and locked. The building was larger than it looked outside. The structure must have stretched up to the southern edge of the generator field. Ahead of them, the darkness abated a bit. They came to the end of the corridor, the mouth of which opened onto a large control room, also quiet and abandoned. There were 3 rows of individual workstations, and large monitors hung on the walls of the rectangular room. Here, a dark voice in his mind whispered. It happened here. The apocalypse had been midwifed into the world in this building. He felt Sarah's hand tapping him on the shoulder, directing his chin upward to the near wall. The front pages of a dozen newspapers had been mounted behind glass, a bizarre, twisted museum-like display. They bore the familiar headlines, their oversized fonts virtually screaming the terrible events of the previous August. CDC, no progress on cure. Report, China launches nuke attack on Iran, Russia. Mass burials underway. And so on. Adam felt sick to his stomach and looked away. He couldn't bear to read another headline from the world in its death throes. In the dim light, Adam could just make out splotches of water, leading toward the far edge of the room. Sarah followed his gaze and picked up the trail there. The puddles led to a small door, nestled just under the darkened screen. Adam crossed the room, his gun up and ready. Sarah trailed close behind, keeping an eye on the rear flank. The door was stark white and bore the universal symbol for biohazard, 3 connected rings superimposed over the center of a 4th. Underneath that, the following words were stenciled. Biosafety levels 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. An alphanumeric keypad was mounted on the wall, its red lamp shining red. What's that mean? Sarah asked. More labs, he replied, where they handle infectious agents. 4 is the most dangerous. Is it safe in there? Probably, he said. I assume they've got the various levels compartmentalized. If they created Medusa, they had to be very careful in handling it. You think they've got her in there? He scrunched up his mouth as he considered the question. I don't know. You guard the door while I check out the rest of this area. If they're down there, we may have to wait them out. Assuming they follow standard protocols, this will be the only way in or out. Sarah kept her gun trained on the door as Adam scouted the rest of the floor. There were no other offices, no key codes, no keys anywhere, and he rejoined his bride by the door. 30 minutes went by, then 60, and he began to worry that they'd missed something, that Rachel's captors had slipped past them somehow. But after 80 minutes, a noise, the first of any kind they'd heard. The keypad on the wall beeped, and the light toggled to green. Adam studied the door briefly and was thrilled to see the hinges on their side. The door would open into the room, giving them a place to hide. They crouched low against the wall as the door swung open toward them. 2 men emerged, both armed. Adam and Sarah slipped in behind them and disappeared behind the door. As the door swung closed, Adam could just make out the men marching down the corridor. They'd find the sentry missing in a minute at the most. They were just about out of time. The door clicked shut behind them, and he heard the magnetic lock engage with an ominous thud. They were in a stairwell now, on the top landing. Opposite them was another door, marked with the numeral 0. Adam peered down the middle of the staircase, which swirled down out of sight. Level 4, he presumed, would be at the bottom, the end of the line. The entire lab appeared to be buried in the earth. A quick check revealed that the 0 door was unlocked. Adam cracked it open just a sliver and heard voices. His vantage point didn't give him much of a view, but it was a hospital-like setting, a number of beds lining the walls, similar to a hospital's emergency department. If Rachel were in this building, she'd have to be on this floor. There would be no rational reason for her captors to take her to the other levels, unless they planned to use her as some sort of guinea pig. And that didn't necessarily comport with the previous reports, that this man had taken a liking to her. He paused there. The door cracked ever so slightly open by the barrel of his rifle, and he realized he was waiting for something. The right time, perhaps? He felt a gentle squeeze on his shoulder, and it was as if Sarah could read his mind. Now. He opened the door and slipped inside level 0. The floor was dark but for a small corner at the far end of the corridor. There was a bed there, 2 men standing beside it, their backs to them. They appeared to be tending to someone in the bed. Could it be her? He pushed those thoughts aside as he crossed the linoleum floor, slinking along in the dark. 30 feet away, then 20. Then a sudden clang behind him. He turned his head in time to see Sarah draw her arm tight against her body. She must have bumped into something. The sound drew the attention of the men, who began rotating toward them. As they did so, a gap opened up between them, giving Adam a clear look at the person in the bed. Rachel. Chapter 52. Shit. A goddamn tremor had wrested her arm from her control, slamming it into the metal rail of one of the empty beds just as they passed it. Another second, and she would have been clear. A lesson from one of her sergeants, way back during officer candidate school, snapped into focus. You cannot change the past, he'd said. You can only deal with the consequences. She grabbed Adam and yanked him down between the two of the beds as the men opened fire on them. They took cover behind a telemetry machine that was pushed up against the wall. That's Rachel, he gushed. It's her! Okay, she said as calmly as she could. Let's keep our heads. If we fire now, we might hit her. He nodded, his face lit up and panic-stricken. He was in shock or something akin to it, and she had to bring him back to the reality of the situation. The room filled with the staccato pulse of gunfire. They needed a plan, or they'd be dead within seconds, and this whole trip would have been for nothing. She had to draw them away from Rachel's bedside. Across the aisle was another row of beds, a dozen or so. If she could create a diversion, she might be able to give Adam an opening to slide in and grab his daughter. Listen to me, she said. I'm going to buy you a few seconds to slide across the aisle and hide. On 3, 2, 1. She pointed her gun skyward and squeezed off 3 short bursts. The ceiling above the men crumbled, showering them with dust and pulverized drywall and briefly distracting them. Go, go, go! Adam scampered across the open floor, and her heart stopped until he had resumed cover behind a bed. Behind her, the door to the stairwell opened, revealing the silhouette of another armed soldier. She turned and fired at him, a clip of bullets stitching the wall but missing her target. The fusillade was enough to push him back toward safer pastures, though, and the door swung closed again. Now they had 2 fronts open on them. Ahead, the 2 shooters crept toward them, using the beds for cover. Adam was pinned against the wall, drawing heavy fire. God damn it, she'd forgotten how fast combat could spin out of control, especially this kind of close-quarters fighting like she'd experienced overseas. She scanned the room for inspiration, looking for anything that might help their cause. She unplugged the telemetry machine and gave it a light shove. It rolled smoothly on its wheels, but it had real heft to it. She ran the same test on the bed behind her. Compared to the telemetry machine, it was as light as a feather. She crouched down close behind the machine and started pushing it across the floor, picking up speed as she did so. The machine crashed into one bed, then another, then a third, and the room became a disco floor of spinning hospital beds. When she felt like she'd accelerated enough, she let go and dropped to the ground in a prone firing position. The shooters popped up to avoid the runaway machine, exposing themselves just long enough for Sarah. From less than 10 feet, she fired 2 more bursts from the gun, striking both men in the upper legs. They went down in a heap, dropping their weapons and writhing in pain on the ground. Sarah moved in and shot each of them in the head. With those 2 out of the way, she turned her attention back to the door. It was propped open, ever so slightly, a strip of light from the stairwell cutting an angle across the floor. A black barrel was poking through, a cold, steel snake looking for prey. She fired again, but it was just a diversion. There was no other escape route. They could simply wait them out. She turned back toward Rachel, who had climbed out of the bed and was hunkered down between it and the wall. The look on her face appeared to be one of disbelief. Adam, grab her and let's go. She hunkered down and prayed they'd be able to find a way out. That's what it had come down to. Prayer. Adam stepped gingerly toward his daughter, who looked at him like he was a ghost. He wanted to scoop her up and hold her tight, the way he had the first time he'd laid eyes on her, the day she was born. Much like he'd been unable to fathom ever seeing her while Nina had been pregnant with her, it had been almost impossible these last few months to visualize an actual reunion with her. He thought about it. He dreamed about it. But it seemed nothing more than idle fantasy. Dad? Hey, chicken wing. She smiled and clambered to her feet. They hugged, a quick, fierce embrace. He never wanted to let her go, but he knew he had to. The road out of here was going to be harder than the one in. In fact, this rescue attempt may have done nothing but significantly shorten all their life expectancies. How the hell did you find me? She asked. It's a long story, he said. We got to get you out of here. There are others, she said. Other women. I know, Adam said. We saved as many as we could, but we have to go now. Sarah! We've got a problem, Sarah said. They've got the door blocked. Shit. How are you doing on ammo? He checked. Half a clip, 1 spare. Drop your weapons, called out a stern voice. Adam turned to find 3 men standing there. All wore tuxes, all splattered with blood, and all were armed. The man in the center appeared to be the leader. He was a big man, broad in chest, silver-haired. One of the other men spoke into a headset. A moment later, a door to the stairwell opened, and 2 more armed men entered the room. Sarah seemed to understand that the battle was over, and although she kept her weapon trained on the new arrivals, the ones she tried desperately to pin down, she did not fire. She screamed, a deep plaintive howl that told Adam that their goose was all but cooked. Adam expected a smile, perhaps an evil smirk from the man, the look of a man who knew he'd won. The master villain, his devious plan preserved. But instead, he began the discussion with an introduction and a crude question, one that suggested he was totally befuddled by this bizarre turn of events. "My name is Miles Chadwick," the man said. "Who the fuck are you?" Adam considered the query for a moment, and then replied with the only answer he could think of. "It doesn't matter," Adam said. "It does to me," Chadwick said. Adam didn't care anymore. If they were dead, so be it. He'd done it. He'd found his little girl. Rachel knew he'd never given up on her. Maybe it wasn't going to finish with a happy ending, but that was okay. Just seeing her, even if it was for just a few minutes, had been better than years of stumbling around a plague-scarred world, wondering what had become of her, replaying her last voicemail to him over and over again, even long after he'd forgotten the details. "So it really was you," Adam said. "What was me?" Adam glared at him. "Yes, it was me." "Jesus fucking Christ, why?" The two newcomers filled in behind them, the proverbial noose tightening around their necks. "I don't think I need to explain myself to a trespasser." "Fine," he said. "I guess it doesn't even matter." "I must say, though, I'm terribly intrigued by you," Chadwick said. "I'm an intriguing kind of guy." "Oh, you're a cowboy type," Chadwick said. "Mouthing off. Disrespectful when the only thing that might save you is some goddamn respect. See, the world is already better off without your kind. Again, I have to ask, who are you?" Adam held Chadwick's gaze, careful not to look at Rachel. "Were you here for her?" he said, nodding toward Rachel. "Do you know her?" "No," Adam said. "Just looking for a place to stay warm for the winter." "Really?" Chadwick said. "Well, I would very much like to believe you, my friend, but I'm unfortunately cursed with this obscenely high IQ. It prevents me from buying bullshit stories like this one you're selling." "Sorry you feel that way," he said. Keep the conversation going, Adam thought. What was it like? What was what like? Killing everyone. "You think I enjoyed it?" he asked, his voice cutting now, as though he'd run it across a knife sharpener. A nerve. He'd touched a nerve. "You didn't?" "I'm not saying the outcome wasn't what we'd planned." Again, to what end? Chadwick ignored him, instead turning to one of his confederates. "Bring me the girls," he said. The man to his right, to Adam's left, stepped forward and grabbed Rachel by the elbow. As he did so, Sarah made her move. Taking advantage of this odd intermission, she turned and cut down the two soldiers behind her with a final burst from her machine pistol. Rachel howled and wrenched her arm free from the other man, who began scrambling for his own weapon. Rachel lost her balance, spinning around to her left, crashing into Chadwick's midsection, and the pair crashed to the ground. Adam fired a burst, but the fusillade flew wild, burying into the wall beyond. He fired again, but the clip had run dry, and the trigger snapped impotently against the guard. The surviving guard was moving now, faster than Adam could decide what to do in light of his empty weapon. The man squeezed a burst from his gun, which missed. He held the barrel like a baseball bat and swung it at the shooter's head. The stock clocked solidly against the man's temple, the sickening sound of his skull cracking making Adam's skin crawl. He crumpled to the ground in a heap. "Take another step and she dies." This froze the room. From the corner of his eye, Adam saw Chadwick's arm securely under Rachel's neck, the Uzi against her skull. He stumbled backwards, his hands up in surrender. "Guns on the floor," Chadwick said. "Slide them toward me." Adam looked at Sarah, whose gun was still up. "You hurt one hair on her head," Sarah said, "and I'll splatter your fucking brains all over this room." "Yes, that does appear to be the case, doesn't it? Except..." "Except what?" Sarah asked. "I doubt dear old Dad wants it to come to that," Chadwick said, nodding toward Adam. Adam's jaw clenched. He could feel his teeth squeezing together. "It just hit me," Chadwick said. "The resemblance, I must say, is remarkable." Again, Adam said nothing, his eyes locked on Rachel's. "And both of you, immune to the virus," he continued. "Incredible. You're the first blood relatives I've encountered who survived." Adam had been curious about this, so it had just been dumb luck that had brought them to this point. If he had succumbed to the plague, Rachel would have simply disappeared into this new world, subject to the whims of this madman for however long her life lasted. And if she had died, or if he'd never gotten her message, he'd have wandered aimlessly about the empty world. He never would have met Sarah. That was the nature of the world. Events, lives, civilizations turning on random chance. A guy forgets to set his alarm and misses the plane that crashes into the Atlantic Ocean. They stopped to loot a UPS truck and they cross paths with Nadia. Roll the dice on humanity 100 times and Chadwick never brings the Medusa virus to market on 99 of those rolls. But this one time, it had hit. And in this empty world, where connections were simultaneously fragile and profound, you need to be able to deal with the randomness of events. Who lived? Who died? Who suffered? Who thrived? Even bad guys had to deal with it. After all, random chance had brought this monster to the brink of ruin. And when you accepted that, you realized there was nothing to be afraid of. He lifted his gun back up. "I'll kill her," Chadwick said. "I don't think you will," Adam said. Chadwick backed away from them, edging closer toward the door to the stairwell. Adam and Sarah followed as the situation reached a certain kind of stasis. There was an endgame here, Adam was certain of it. There was no way Chadwick would get out of this alive. But he wouldn't want anyone else to escape either, and they were in the one place where he could make sure that happened. It all seemed choreographed now, the four of them moving in tandem, Chadwick's head bobbing from side to side as he continued using Rachel as a human shield. There was no way to draw a clear shot on Chadwick, so Adam stayed focused on his daughter. Her face was like stone, her eyes sharp. She had to be afraid, hell, he was. He hated that there was nothing he could do about it. He hated that he'd been the one to put her in this predicament, noble as his motivation might have been. Random rolls of the dice. They were in the stairwell now, descending into the bowels of the Citadel. Down past level 1, the stairs echoing with their footfalls, but nothing else. No one spoke. There was nothing either Adam or Sarah could do but follow, wait until Chadwick had delivered them to the last stop on this crazy ride. Another minute brought them to biosafety level 2, where things began to get interesting. Here you had your influenza, your Lyme disease, your antibiotic-resistant bacteria. The descent was adding fuel to his already overheated heart, the steps carrying them down into a pathologic hellhole. Downward to level 3, yellow fever, SARS, tuberculosis, scary stuff. Then level 4, the big boys, the major leagues, Ebola, Marburg, Lassa, smallpox, hemorrhagic fever, and their spiritual leader, Medusa. Adam was the last one on the platform, the big red 4 painted on the door virtually screaming at him. This was Medusa's dark birthplace. He could almost feel its presence, its shadow over them. This might as well have been the gate of hell, because hell was what had spewed forth from that door. "It's not every day you get to witness something so momentous," Chadwick said. "What did you do before?" "I was a doctor," Adam said, his eyes locked on Rachel. "A man of science. Splendid. Specialty?" "OB-GYN. How appropriate," Chadwick said. "How do you figure?" "You shepherded life into the old world. I shepherded the new world into existence. We're like mirror images of each other. Two sides of the same coin." Adam was dumbfounded. "Are you really giving me the we're not so different you and me speech?" Chadwick laughed a little. "Yes, that does seem a bit cliched. But then again, how does a cliche become a cliche?" Adam ignored him, his attention now focused on the doors separating them from level 4. "Rachel, be a dear and type in the following code for me," Chadwick said. "Go to hell," she said. "Type the numbers I say, or I will shoot you." "Then you'll die too, you piece of shit," Rachel said. "Do what he says, Rachel," Adam snapped. Rachel sighed and dropped her head as Chadwick ticked off the code. 591-617-2443. Rachel mouthed, "I'm sorry," to her father and then typed in the code. The locks disengaged with a muffled thump, and the door slid open. "Do come in, won't you?" Chadwick asked, with the verve of a proud dinner host. Chapter 53. Adam followed them inside level 4, Sarah trailing close behind. He heard her curse under her breath. He knew she was thinking the same thing he was. If they could just get a clean shot at him, this could all be over. But Chadwick was being careful with his positioning. The risk was too great. They'd have to continue this stalemate until an opportunity presented itself. Level 4's anteroom was unremarkable in every way. There was nothing to suggest that death itself resided here, that there was no more dangerous place on the planet. There were 2 lockers, a bench and a sink. They followed through to the next room, the door sticking a little thanks to the negative air pressure, which drew air into the room. You always wanted air flowing into a level 4 hot zone, not the other way around. Blue light swirled about the room. This was ultraviolet light, a defensive measure that killed any viruses escaping from the lab, shattering them at a subatomic level. A second door stood on the other side of the small foyer. The room contained a decontamination shower, a bar of soap, a bottle of shampoo. Deeper into the lab, Chadwick drew them, into the third room, the last safe room before entering the lab itself. Adam and Sarah followed, their guns up and ready, but Chadwick was still using Rachel as a shield. The third room was the staging area. There was a desk and a computer mounted on the wall near the curved door on the far side of the room. That would be the airlock, the last checkpoint before death by organ liquefaction or hemorrhaging. There, men like Chadwick could dream up things like Medusa. There, mankind had destroyed itself. "So this is where you built it," Adam said. "Indeed," Chadwick replied. "How did you get away with it?" Adam asked. "How did you never get caught?" "You want me to explain my evil plan? Really?" "Have you taken a good look out there?" Adam snapped. "I think it's a bit late to foil your plot." "Fair enough," he said. "The truth is very simple. How did you get anything done in the old world?" Adam considered the question for a moment. "Money, I'm guessing?" "Precisely. The very thing that would have no use in this world was the very thing that helped bring it about. This was all made possible by money. The lab, the equipment, recruitment of the staff, the safety protocols." "Dangerous work, and you were willing to die for it?" he said. "Any good pathologist, any good scientist, really, must be willing to pay the ultimate price." "Don't suppose you thought about using all your intellect and resources for the greater good, did you? The CDC probably could have used a guy like you. Where the hell do you think I started my career?" Adam blew a noisy sigh through his lips. He wanted to keep asking questions, both to delay the inevitable and to satisfy his own curiosity. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything to ask, and then one question roared to the forefront. "You must have had a couple of close calls," Adam said. "You ever come close to getting busted?" Chadwick laughed softly. "A couple of times, actually," he said. That was hard for Adam to hear. To hear that there'd been a chance to stop Chadwick's nightmarish vision from coming to life. To know that opportunities had been missed. To know that the clock could not be unwound, no matter how close they'd come to stopping him. The die was cast. This was the world now, forever and ever, amen. "Once I nearly had to activate the fail-safe." He said it with the verve of a man at a barbecue recounting an old fishing trip. "Fail-safe? This lab is sitting on top of a thermobaric bomb," he said. "Jesus," Sarah said, shifting her weight from one foot to the other, as though she were afraid she might detonate it. "What's a thermobaric bomb?" Adam asked. "It's the most powerful non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military," she said, looking at Adam. "It would vaporize 10 city blocks. It burns at 4,000 degrees. But I don't understand something. It's an airburst bomb. It won't work if it's buried underground." "Very good," Chadwick said. "We had some modifications made. It's a one-of-a-kind piece. Amazing what you can accomplish when you're a military contractor." "And it would have vaporized any evidence of what went on here." "Exactly," he said. "And how would one detonate this bomb?" Adam asked. "I think our conversation is over," Chadwick said, "but I have enjoyed this little discussion." It was worth a shot, Adam thought. He'd gotten the man rolling a little bit. Worth a shot. "What do you think you're going to do now?" Adam asked. "There's nowhere else to go. We've got you." Chadwick grinned. "You know what they call the guy who graduates last in his med school class?" Chadwick asked. It was an old joke, a good one, and Adam knew the answer, but he didn't want to engage in this banter, so he remained silent. "What?" Sarah asked. "Doctor," Adam said quickly, not wanting to give Chadwick the pleasure of delivering the punchline. Chadwick laughed. "What's your point?" "Your doctor friend here hasn't thought this through," Chadwick said. "You think you've got me pinned down, my back to the wall, but it's not like that. It's not like that at all." Adam was numb. At the moment he needed to be at his sharpest, he found himself dull and slow. All he could think of was Chadwick sending Rachel into a fog of disease as some kind of revenge for having his plans derailed. The man continued to hold his gun to Rachel's back. Adam had seen enough. He took a step forward with killing on his mind. But as he prepared to make his move, he felt Sarah's hand on his elbow, giving him a squeeze. She squeezed it again, this time for a long second, and he realized she was trying to tell him something. Dread poured into Adam's heart like fresh concrete. Chadwick drifted over to the far side of the airlock, pulling Rachel along, where a touch-screen computer was mounted, and typed a series of commands into the monitor. "What the hell are you doing?" Adam asked. "Tying off all my loose ends," Chadwick replied. He racked his brain for a solution that saved the three of them until it finally dawned on him. There wasn't one. All he could do was destroy the pathogen. They would have to be humanity's immune system, the antibody, the killer T cell that finally rose up and snuffed out this terrible infection. The airlock door whooshed open, revealing the small cylinder inside, the purgatory between the heaven of this safe room and the hell of the hot lab beyond. "Inside," he barked at Rachel. Her eyes widened in terror, and she began squirming like a chicken headed to slaughter. "Don't worry," he hissed, tightening the crook of his elbow around her throat. "All the goodies are locked up in the biosafety cabinets. Just don't break anything." Together, they backed into the airlock. The door whooshed shut, sealing them off. A moment later, the far door slid open, and Chadwick and Rachel stepped into the Level 4 lab. "What the hell is he doing?" Sarah asked when they were alone. "He knows we'll follow them all the way," Adam said. "All the way." The safety glass distorted their figures, giving the appearance of two apparitions floating about the lab. Chadwick puttered around the lab for a minute, checking a few items, before settling in at a computer workstation on the back wall. He continued to hold the gun on Rachel, but she looked frozen, too terrified to move or breathe. "He's not trying to escape, is he?" Sarah asked. "No," Adam said. "I don't think so. He knows it's over for him. We have to stop him from setting off the bomb." "Into the breach, then," she said. "Into the breach." Adam pressed the button that unlocked the airlock and stepped inside, Sarah trailing close behind. The door sealed shut behind them. The room was very tight. He held Sarah close, and he breathed her in, knowing that it was probably for the last time. Her body felt warm against his. He could smell the cold in her hair, the hint of vanilla that always seemed present. It was over for them, but holding Sarah, being there with Rachel, managed to take the sting away a little. If they could stop Chadwick, he'd be okay with dying. He'd lived a lifetime in the past 5 months, and he was tired. So tired. The airlock door opened with a hiss. The lab shimmered in a soft blue light, reflected in the glass from the UV room. Adam stepped in, his gun up. Chadwick turned to face them, but didn't seem fazed by the gun aimed at his head. He wasn't even holding one anymore. Adam steadied the gun, but he couldn't find the resolve to pull the trigger inside the lab. "Too scared to pull the trigger?" Chadwick asked. "I would be too, with all these scary vials in here. It doesn't matter anyway, you're too late. I've already triggered the shutdown of the generators. When the power goes, the security protocols will go, and one of us will become a new patient zero." Adam's head swam with confusion. "What are you talking about?" "We didn't know for sure that Medusa would work, so we had a plan B." Rage swelled inside Adam. He sensed that time was of the essence, and here he was dealing in riddles and vague threats. "What was plan B?" Sarah snapped. "Look around you," Chadwick snapped back. "This lab houses the deadliest airborne pathogens known to man. Weaponized viruses and bacteria. When the power goes, the biosafety cabinets will be compromised. They'll disperse out of the lab, into the ventilation system, out into the air beyond. They'll infect wildlife, birds, other survivors. Who knows what'll happen then?" "Shut it down," Adam barked at him. "I can't." "God damn it," Adam whispered. "God damn it." "Oh, he did," Chadwick said. "God did damn us." "Why do this?" Adam screamed, his voice tinged with panic now. "You've gotten everything you've wanted. What possible good would come from starting another plague? Let the world have a chance." "The world doesn't deserve a chance," Chadwick said with a terrifying finality in his voice. "Don't you get it? The world was a shitty place before the plague, and it's a shitty world now." "Then you should have just eaten a bullet like any other psycho fed up with the world," Adam said, his rage pushing his needle into the red. "And not make my mark on history? I couldn't have that. I simply could not have that." "How much longer?" Adam asked. "How much longer till the viruses are released?" 12 minutes, Chadwick said, looking at the monitor. "And then they'll spread for miles, infecting every living organism. You might be immune to Medusa, but you won't be immune to all of them." Rachel, who'd backed up toward them, took Adam's hand in hers. Despite everything, Adam couldn't help but feel good about having found her. If nothing else, he'd kept his promise to her. That insane promise he'd made on his porch, drunk on Jack Daniels, listening to her desperate voicemail message. He'd found her. He could die in peace. That was when Chadwick went for his gun. "No!" Sarah screamed, diving in front of Rachel and Adam just as the gun roared. The round struck her in the shoulder and she tumbled to the ground in a heap. "You son of a bitch!" Adam bellowed. As Chadwick prepared to fire again, Adam rushed him like a bull, slamming into him like an open-field tackler. The collision lifted the men off their feet, and they crashed to the ground. Chadwick grunted hard as his back hit the ground, absorbing much of the impact. He delivered a hard right hand to Adam's head. Adam's field of vision exploded into whiteness, and he rolled off the big man's chest. "That's for ruining my plan," Chadwick snapped. His head swimming, Adam launched himself at Chadwick, and how strange it was that this was now being resolved via a glorified bar fight. The greatest crime in human history, perhaps humanity's extinction, and justice was being delivered via fisticuffs. Maybe we never did learn. He delivered a swift shot to Chadwick's kidneys, then another, and then another. Chadwick responded with another swooping fist, and that one connected purely with Adam's ribcage, stealing his breath like a thief. He dropped to a knee and he gasped for air, a grouper flopping about the deck of a fishing charter. This was it. Chadwick had the upper hand. He tried to get up, but Chadwick stunned him with a knee to the chin. Adam's teeth clicked together, his jaw snapping shut before he could get his tongue out of the way. A burst of blood filled his mouth, and he toppled backwards onto his seat. His consciousness began to fade, and the world began to recede from view, made opaque by a dark curtain. Chadwick had the gun again, and he pressed it to Adam's forehead. "Sorry, world," he thought. "I tried." The gun roared, but Adam felt nothing. He wasn't sure if he would feel pain or if the lights would simply go out on him, but he was still there, staring at a red stain blooming on Chadwick's stomach. Adam gingerly turned his head to the left, a punch-drunk boxer on his stool looking for a loved one in the stands, and saw Rachel, and a gun in her hand. Chadwick dropped to one knee, then to both. He grasped at his midsection. Blood seeped through his shirt, coating his hands, spilling onto the ground. Adam slapped the gun out of Chadwick's hands and brought a fist down on the back of Chadwick's neck as hard as he could. The impact of the blow sent Chadwick flat on the ground. Adam reared back for a second blow, but before he could, Chadwick delivered a heavy elbow to Adam's midsection. Adam rolled away, gasping for air, his lungs burning. Now. It had to be now. They were running out of time. The men struggled to get off the ground. Adam focused his whole existence, every microgram of energy, on beating Chadwick to his feet. He dialed back through his personal hard drive through every mile he'd run, every weight he'd lifted, every sit-up he'd done, every power song, the anthem from the Rocky movies, anything that might get his ass off the ground before this monster. "Dad, move!" Rachel screamed. "I can shoot him!" "No!" Adam called out as he struggled to win this most elemental battle. His voice sounded thick and muffled. "We need to know how to stop the viruses. Check on Sarah." "I'm fine," she called out weakly. "The bullet grazed me." And then he was up. As Chadwick began pushing up off his knee, Adam reared back and drove his foot square into the killer's chest. The crunch of rib bones was audible, and Chadwick flew backwards, back to the ground, emitting a desperate screech of pain that Adam worried might shatter the safety cabinets. Adam was on him like a hyena, grabbing him by the collar and pulling his head off the ground. "Tell me how to stop it," Adam pleaded. "There has to be a way." Despite the stomach wound, despite the shattered ribs, Chadwick managed to smile. And as he did so, a trickle of blood bubbled from his lips. "They're in final shutdown mode now." "I know that," Adam said. "Tell me how to stop it." "There's only one way to stop it," Chadwick said. "How?" "The bomb." Adam's heart fluttered. "Shit." Chadwick giggled like a toddler who found a cookie. "And you're running out of time," Chadwick added. "No more than 8 minutes now." "Tell me how to detonate it," Adam said. "No," he said. "You can go fuck yourself." Adam hesitated for a moment, just a split second, and then he pressed down hard on Chadwick's bullet wound. The screams of pain echoed through the lab. Adam looked into Chadwick's eyes as he tortured the man, and he realized he didn't feel bad about it. Not one bit. This wasn't a man he was dealing with here. This was hell personified, Satan's imp, God's fallen angel, sent to Earth to destroy all things. But then he did the most human thing possible. "Oh, God!" Chadwick howled. "Stop!" Adam released the pressure. His hand was damp and sticky with Chadwick's blood. "The biometric sensor," Chadwick gasped. "It will read my right thumbprint and open the program that controls the security protocols. Look for an icon called failsafe." He paused, grimacing as another wave of pain washed over him. "The detonation will be instantaneous." He closed his eyes. Adam had heard all he needed to hear, and he rushed back to Sarah's side. "Rachel, keep an eye on him." "I got him," Rachel said. "Let me see it," he said to Sarah. Her face was pale, and her eyes a bit cloudy. He pulled up the side of her shirt, which was thick and cold with blood. "Ah, fuck," he said. "You sugarcoat bad news like that with all your patients?" she asked. "Shit, I'm a terrible liar." Rachel stepped toward Chadwick and delivered a wicked boot to his groin. He could never be certain, but Adam thought he heard the man's testicles rupture, the final layer of pain over the walls of his mortal wounds. Chadwick moaned, his hands covering his battered genitals. "That's for all the women who died here, you asshole." A few seconds later, the moans faded away, and Miles Chadwick died on the floor of his laboratory amid the ethereal afterbirth of his soulless creation.
"You need to get out of here now," Sarah said.
"We'll never make it," Adam said. "The viruses will spread in every direction."
"The bomb," Sarah said. "I'll do it."
"No," Adam said, and he felt silly saying it. It was a knee-jerk reaction, the ideal, the easy way out. Of course she wouldn't stay to detonate the bomb. They'd figure a way out, and all of them would survive. Jesus, the human mind was an optimistic little shit sometimes. "Someone has to stay and detonate the bomb," she said softly. "Look, it may not be that bad," Adam said, looking for a way, any way out. "If there's no one left to infect, the viruses will die off.
But you and Rachel will be exposed."
This, Adam had no response to.
"Sweetie, there's no other way, and you're running out of time."
Adam shut his eyes tightly and tried to silence the clinician that was always inside him. "She's right," the voice was saying. "Either she dies or we all die, and she's going to die anyway." His stomach churned as he thought it, and he felt his mouth water. It was not unlike the sensation he'd experienced the day the fox had bitten him. "The bomb will destroy everything, right?" she asked. "If it's as powerful as you say it is, the heat will vaporize everything." "Then someone has to stay." Adam had to remind himself to breathe. The only thing he was aware of was a ripping sensation in his chest, as though someone had reached in and torn his heart straight out. "You kept me going when I'd given up," Adam said behind a curtain of tears. "And now I'm supposed to leave you here to die?" She took his face in her hands. "Yes," she said, "that's exactly what you're going to do. This way, I don't have to die of Huntington's, and I can save you and Rachel. You won't have to watch me fall apart a little bit at a time. You won't have to watch me suffer, and I know you wouldn't do what had to be done." I would, I promise." "No, sweetie, you wouldn't," she said, "and I wouldn't want you to." He held a clenched fist to his lips as Sarah turned to Rachel. For a brief, terrible moment, he found himself wishing he'd died in the plague, thinking about detonating the bomb himself so he wouldn't have to feel the pain of losing Sarah. But that wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be fair to Rachel. "You get your dad out of here now, okay?" Sarah said. Rachel nodded. "Dad, he kept a truck parked in the back of this building," Rachel said. "He always kept a spare key in a little box in the wheel well." Rachel stepped forward and hugged Sarah hard. "I'm sorry we won't get to know each other," Sarah said. "I think I would have liked that." "Me too," Rachel said, her words coming on a canvas of light sobs. "Let's get his body over to the computer," Adam said. Adam slid his arms under Chadwick's armpits and slid him across the room. There was nothing graceful about it. He dragged him like a side of beef. All he cared about was getting the thumb near the sensor. He'd bite the asshole's thumb off if he had to. It took about a minute, leaving them precious few. Sarah tottered over, a bit more alert now, her hand holding her shoulder. Adam pressed Chadwick's stiff finger against the sensor, and the computer beeped loudly. A screen titled Security Protocols popped up, sporting a series of icons. The icon on the bottom lower screen was tagged Failsafe. "You better go," Sarah said. "God, I fucking hate this," Adam said. "I love you so much." "I know. Now go." "Dad." Adam looked up toward the sound of the forceful summons, a bit amazed it had come from his little girl, from his chicken wing. He'd missed so much of her life. He vowed he would spend the rest of his days making sure he didn't miss any more of it. He owed that to her, and to Sarah. He turned back to Sarah and wrapped her tightly in his arms. He kissed her hard. "Remember how much I love you," she said. "Now get the hell out of here. You've got 5 minutes." "Dad, it's time to go," Rachel said. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but her face was hard and full of resolve. She'd accepted Sarah's gift, and she'd be damned if she was going to blow it. "I love you," Adam said as he felt Rachel's hand take his. Then she was pulling him, back through the anteroom of level 4 and into the stairwell. Simply being outside that horrible place galvanized him, and now they were both hauling ass up the stairs. Their footfalls echoed through the silent stairwell. The Citadel was a dead place now. Up 4 flights of stairs and then through the empty control room. Tears blurred his vision as he thought about Sarah, down there, with that red failsafe trigger, the Holocaust that would consume her and bring a storm of fire and ash on this place, this terrible place. And after that storm had passed, Sarah Wells would be gone from this earth forever, an earth that might be a bit better because of what she had done. They ran and ran, back down the corridor, past the encased newspapers of a world that no longer existed, down the hall and out into the cold New Year's morning. Being out there now, that's what drove it home that Sarah was gone now, and he froze there in the doorway. "Dad!" Rachel screamed. "We have to go or it was all for nothing." They snaked their way around the building, where they found the Suburban waiting for them. The keys were right where Rachel promised. "I'll drive," Rachel barked. She climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. Adam got in the passenger seat, and they drove away. "Thank you for coming after me." "Thanks, Sarah and Charlotte." So, Sarah thought, this is what it's like to die. She stood at the terminal, her finger hovering over the icon, watching the clock wind down toward 0. She wanted to give Adam and Rachel as much time as she could. 1 minute, 3 seconds. It would be like no death that she'd ever envisioned. Since her diagnosis, death had consumed her every waking thought, the obsession itself a virus that had infected her. And when she survived the plague, she couldn't think of a crueler fate to have befallen her. To be left alone in a world of the dead, while her Huntington's took its goddamn sweet time. That was, at least, until she met Adam. For a short time, at least, he had protected her from her own darkest thoughts. He had inoculated her with love. 48 seconds. She wasn't afraid of dying. You think about something often enough and it becomes familiar. It becomes the cranky neighbor next door that freaked you out at first, but that you eventually got used to, even when he stumbled into your living room drunk and naked, and claiming he thought he was in his own house. She wasn't looking forward to it exactly, any more than you look forward to the drunk neighbor's antics. But she wasn't afraid. She wished she'd had more time with Adam. She wished she'd had time to get to know Rachel. And Adam had been right. There was a certain demented beauty to this post-plague world, where you'd been able to think clearly for one goddamn second, without worrying about email or Facebook or this new political scandal or that potential carcinogen in your pantry. Okay, she told herself, enough pontificating. Time to go. 10 seconds. She held her breath and pressed the failsafe icon, waiting for the flash of light, the boom, whatever it was that would be her last sensation in this mortal coil. But nothing happened. A single window popped up on the dark screen. Error. Oh no. 7 seconds. She tapped the X in the corner of the window, which returned her to the screen of icons. Now she was pissed, a bolt of anger spiking through her. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They were entitled to this happy ending, as shitty as it was. She tapped the icon again. 3 seconds. This had better work. This had better work. This had better goddamn... A bright, terrible light filled the room. Chapter 54. Adam told her to turn east at the main highway. She drove a mile and then stopped at a 45-degree angle in the middle of the lonely road. Her father sat in the back seat, looking west toward the Citadel, awaiting the fiery holocaust that would mean the end of this brave woman. He'd barely said a word since they'd pulled away from the lab, but he was here. That was something she was still trying to wrap her head around. It seemed to be an improbability of the highest order. She looked at the outline of the walls, distant and shadowy now, the residue of a bad dream. How often had she dreamed about being clear of them? It was the oddest sensation. Being outside the walls was making her jittery, as though she'd downed one too many cups of coffee. She'd become used to them over the long weeks and months. It had become a shell from the world beyond, a way not to deal with the thing that had happened. But now she was here, outside, free of the Citadel forever. Snow continued to fall on this virgin morning of the new year, jaundiced in the harsh glow of the Suburban's headlights. "How did you find me?" she asked. The question popped loose like a fart, but the truth was, she had to know. She didn't like uncertainties, loose ends. She liked closed systems, where everything matched up. "Nadia," he said, shifting slightly in his seat. "We met her on the road. She saw a picture I had of you." "How is she?" "She's safe," Adam said. "You had my picture?" "Yeah." He had my picture. She wondered what their relationship would have been like if the plague had never happened. If she were being honest with herself, and what the hell was the point of lying to yourself anymore, the relationship hadn't been going anywhere fast. She wasn't quite at the stage where she addressed her father by his first name, but on the continuum from Dad to Adam, she figured she'd been closer to the latter. They were always pleasant, to a fault, splashing around in the shallow end of the relationship pool, where no real damage could be done. She'd felt no real connection to him, and only when the world was literally ending around them had she thought to call him. Absence had not made the heart grow fonder. Absence wiped away connection like a pencil eraser, leaving nothing but a faint residue behind. "I'm sorry," Adam said. "What?" "I blew it. From the moment your mom and I split up, I blew it. I should have been there for you. I should have been where you were. You ended up here in this place because of stupid, selfish decisions I made 20 years ago. If I'd been nearby, like any good father with a lick of sense, you wouldn't have had to go through that. But then you would have missed out on your exciting cross-country adventure. He laughed at that, a definite chuckle. And I would have met the women I met, she said, and Chadwick would have gotten away with his little plan. It was hard to argue with her logic. They'd have survived, and Chadwick would be here, building his empire a little bit at a time. When did they take you? He asked. Mid-September, I think, she said. I was headed towards St. Louis. You heard about that too? Yeah. Don't feel bad. There was nothing there. I couldn't get your message out of my head, she said. I kept thinking there was a chance you were still alive, and until I knew one way or the other, there was no reason to stop. It wasn't like I had anything else to do. On your own for a month, Adam said, mostly to himself. Hey, I'm sorry about your mom and Jerry. Yeah, she said. Hey, thanks for the flowers. What? You sent me flowers. I forgot all about that. I got them the day I first heard the news about the flu outbreak back east. Silence descended on the passenger cabin once more. One way or another, whatever time they had left was running out, because if Sarah couldn't detonate the bomb, another bomb was ready to take its place, an invisible bomb that could take them all down. The waiting became a rapidly expanding balloon, the stress fracturing the thin membrane, keeping them sane. They didn't have to wait much longer. A pinprick of light told them it was happening. Like a supernova, the tiny dot of crimson inflated exponentially into a star of fire, followed by the sonic boom of the explosion. No words were exchanged, but they both got out of the car at the same time. Rachel shielded her eyes. Even from this distance, the explosion had hastened an early, if temporary, dawn. Despite the deep chill, the blast wave blew its warm breath across the plains as it turned the citadel into a memory. Maybe they should come back here one day and put up a sign, she thought, to remind the world what could happen in secret labs when no one was paying attention. The fireball continued through its life cycle, narrowing at the throat, expanding at the top into the familiar mushroom cloud shape. It lit up the night, the air filled with the strange sound of snowflakes hissing as they were extinguished by the gigantic blaze. They watched until the fire began to recede, having gorged itself on its fuel supply and now quickly running out of gas. Rachel glanced over at her father, his face illuminated by the orange glow of the blaze. Tears cut through the grime, caked on his face. 15 minutes later, they were back in the truck, making their way east toward the farm. Adam was driving, puttering along at less than 15 miles an hour. Snow had begun to sweep across the blacktop, making it difficult to distinguish between highway and the rough terrain of the plains. The sparse road signs and billboards served as lane markers, but even then, he drifted onto the shoulder a couple of times, and then had to pray the four-wheel drive had the oomph to get them back on the road. The whole drive, he was consumed by the image of the fireball erupting in the snow-laden sky. She had done it. Part of him was glad for her. Nothing had scared her more than the prospect of a slow death by Huntington's. And the idea that he would watch her die, a process that could have taken months or years, was too horrible to contemplate, especially in a world where access to modern medicine was limited at best. That was the mature part of him, and it had been a small one at that. No, the selfish side of him, the greedy chief executive officer of Adam Fisher Incorporated, was sick with grief because the woman he'd searched for his whole life had been delivered to him tied in a bow of cataclysm and then taken away from him just as cruelly. What had been the point of all this, then? What had been the point of heaping pain upon pain, sorrow upon sorrow? He felt Rachel take his hand in her own. Dad, I'm sorry about your friend. He squeezed her hand. You would have liked her, I think. He chewed on that for a moment. Or not. Hell, maybe you would have fought like cats and dogs, but I would have been okay with that, because it would have meant that I had both of you around. How did you meet her? Adam told her, starting with the Fox, continuing through Freddie and Caroline, to meeting Nadia in Kansas, to Evergreen and Freddie's betrayal, and finally through Sarah's sacrificial plan to find the camp. He told her about Sarah's confession about Huntington's, and he saved the best part of the story, their wedding, for the end. His words came in a flood, the discussion with his daughter watering a part of him that had been left dry long ago. It began filling a hole inside him, one that he'd barely been aware was there, one that may have remained empty if the plague had never happened. That was a hell of a thing to wrap his mind around. These great and pure things that had filled his life in the past few months, this reunion with Rachel, his relationship with Sarah, they'd only been possible in the face of humanity's near extinction. When he was done, he felt a little better. They made it to the farm a little after 4 in the morning. Adam carefully navigated the narrow road servicing the main house, his heart in his throat as he scanned the scene for the vehicles carrying Charlotte and the other women. Then he saw it. Lanterns bobbing about in the dark. As he got closer, the outlines of the other survivors began to take shape in the dim light cast by the lanterns. "They made it," Rachel said excitedly. "They made it." A smile stole across Adam's face. "Welcome home, Rachel." Chapter 55. Spring. Adam stepped outside the guest house he shared with 3 other men, his back aching but otherwise not feeling too bad. It had been one thing to be a 42-year-old man in the world before the plague. It was another thing entirely for that man to be thrust into a pre-industrial revolution world. They'd spent the day before sowing the fields with the early season vegetables, the seeds harvested from the stores of farms around the area. A check of the local almanacs had given them the data on when to plant what, and they were following the intelligence they'd uncovered to the letter. None of the survivors were farmers, and so it was a lot of trial and error. But it was something they had to get right if they had any hope of establishing a permanent settlement here in northern Kansas. Adam sat on the old weather-beaten rocking chair and looked out over the farm. It was early, the sun just poking over the horizon. The air was sticky with humidity, promising the first real warm day that year. The feel of the thick air on his skin reminded him of those terrible days when Medusa had carved its initials into the world. It was Sunday, and the farm was quiet, the sole day off from working in the fields that the group had agreed upon. He missed Sarah terribly. Once the rush of finding Rachel had passed, her death had hit him hard. Someone organized a memorial service for all those who had died at the Citadel, including Mike Stills, whose crazy-ass sacrifice had proven perhaps more important than anything Adam himself had done. The service was nice, those lost memorialized by wooden crosses at the sunny end of the farm. The winter had been long and harsh. Temperatures struggled to climb out of the 30s for most of January and February, and each thick gray front that moved in brought with it the threat of heavy snow. Most of the time, the clouds brought with them flurries or no moisture at all, but a few times they found themselves socked in with a heavy snowfall. It was during this time that everyone wished they'd never spoken a bad word about meteorologists in the pre-plague world, because a somewhat accurate forecast, it turned out, was far better than no forecast at all. The cold weather months had been spent living day to day, foraging for food and clean water. There was no shortage of cold weather gear or wood stoves, so the low temperatures had not been much of a problem. 2 residents, both on the north side of 60, had died during the winter. One succumbed to a massive heart attack, or at least that had been Adam's guess. A second had developed pneumonia and had not responded to treatment. With the addition of the Citadel refugees, the population of their collective rose to 73 souls. 24 men, 35 women, and 14 children. There weren't enough beds at this farm to accommodate everyone, and so they'd spread out to 5 neighboring farms. Each farm elected its own representative, and together, the representatives formed a governing body of sorts. The women from the Citadel had clung together, occupying the farm closest to the central compound, and selecting Rachel Fisher as their representative. Diane Williams, the chef who'd stepped up in Adam's absence, was elected to serve a 4-year term as mayor of the collective. The group had decided that a single leader was necessary, but the 5-member board carried an override power to ensure that no single person amassed too much power. Fresh water was a priority. Each of the farms sported its own well, which had been a good start, and they taught themselves the basics of well maintenance with books from the library in a nearby town. To be extra safe, Adam directed that all water used for drinking and cooking be filtered through charcoal, sand, and gravel, and then boiled for 2 minutes. That had seemed to do the trick, as no one became ill from drinking water. There was no shortage of things to worry about. Security of the farm was never far from his mind. They hadn't seen many others, which didn't surprise Adam given the remoteness of the farm. But, he suspected, that wouldn't last forever. He worried about bandits and warlords and rapists and folks who'd been bad guys in the old world, now living in a world without any filters at all. And it wasn't just bad guys they'd have to worry about. At some point, they'd have to interact with other people for trade, or for the far more basic need of pairing people off for procreation. Adam's greatest concern was for the welfare of one Erin Thompson. She wasn't the only pregnant woman in the collective, but she was the first one due to give birth. The baby's fate might well be all theirs. There was no way to know whether all babies born to immune mothers would die, or whether baby Stephen had just drawn a shitty hand. There was no way to know what fate awaited Erin's baby, the progeny of a naturally immune mother and a vaccinated father. Adam hated Miles Chadwick, but he found himself praying on a daily basis that the monster's vaccine was as good as advertised. He had a recurring nightmare in which he was the only one left on the planet. He was so lost in thought, he didn't notice Max toddling up the steps. "Hi, Doc," he said. "Hey, Maxie," Adam replied. "Have a seat." Max sat in the other chair, and they rocked in silence for a while. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but Adam didn't force the issue, lest he scare the boy off like a frightened puppy. He had shot up over the past few months, looking less like the scared boy they'd found in the chip aisle of that grocery store so many months ago. His resilience had surprised Adam. These were heady times he was living through, and a sudden change might knock him on his ass for a bit, but he was always back up on his feet in no time. Maybe it was because kids weren't as set in their ways as adults. They were more malleable, more adaptable to change. "Can I ask you a question?" Max finally said. "Shoot." "Why did he do it?" Adam's chair stopped rocking. Max was asking about Freddy. Freddy, who Max had worshipped. Freddy, who had destroyed so much. "Well," he began, and then he paused. He thought about Freddy and Caroline and Sarah. He thought about how much Freddy had lost when so much had already been taken from him. He had died because he had no hope, much like Caroline had. Sarah, on the other hand, had died for precisely the opposite reason. "I'm not entirely sure about this," Adam said gently, "but I think it was because he didn't think things would ever be good again." "What do you think?" Max asked. "Do you think they will be?" Adam considered the question for a long moment. "I do." Erin Thompson went into labor on the 4th day of June. She toddled up to his house as the sun was going down, just as he'd sat down to enjoy his evening whiskey and cigarette. He allowed himself one of each every day, but no more. There were no other nurses or doctors in residence at the farm, and so Adam had to be on call 24 hours a day. Rachel and Max had expressed interest in learning medicine, and so Adam was doing his level best to teach what he knew. How inadequate it all seemed compared to his own medical training, but what choice did they have? No more medical schools meant doing it this way, or not at all. "How far apart are the contractions?" he said. "About 5 to 6 minutes, she said. On the porch with him was Harry Maynard, another refugee from Evergreen. "Harry, run and find Rachel and Max for me, please." Harry was a big man, but he bolted off the porch like a cheetah. Adam saw the terror in his eyes. Everyone had been anxiously awaiting the baby's arrival, as they all wanted to know the same thing as Adam. Would the baby live or die? He escorted Erin over to the makeshift clinic he'd set up on the first floor of one of the guest houses, where he'd cobbled together instruments and supplies as best as he could. No one had needed major surgery yet, but their luck would run out at some point. He could only do what he could do, he told himself over and over. Frontier medicine would be all they had. Part of him wondered if they should try and relocate to one of the smaller cities, where they'd have access to a hospital. But then he would think about the avalanche of corpses or roving gangs, and the fact that a hospital with no electricity was no better than the clinic he'd set up here. Rachel and Max were already at the clinic when he and Erin arrived. They were busy setting up the gurney and the stirrups and all the supplies for what would hopefully be a routine delivery. Based on his weekly checkups, they should be in good shape, but he didn't have to wander too far down his mental corridors to find that dark room marked Patient A. After Erin was settled in the bed, Adam pulled on a pair of latex gloves, fresh with powder, and palpated her abdomen. A test he'd done 1,000 times, 10,000 times, so often that it was like breathing. His stomach flipped when he realized that the baby had turned breech since he'd last examined her a few days earlier. Naturally, he thought, nothing was going to be easy. Erin was in a fair amount of pain, but holding up well. She needed to know what was going on, but he didn't want her to panic. "Erin," he said, using his most doctorly voice, "the baby's flipped, but it's going to be okay." Huge droplets of sweat had beaded on her head, and she paled at the news. "Breech? It's breech?" "Yes, but I know what to do." He was terrified, but he kept his voice calm. So much was riding on this baby, and that bet wouldn't even kick in unless he got it out of her womb and into this world. "Anything," she said. "Do anything you have to do to get the baby out." Adam couldn't help but smile a little. He was reminded of the crusading mom-to-be he'd occasionally encounter in his practice, the ones hell-bent on executing a specific birth plan, cleaving to it like it was some religion. He worried about these women, those who lost sight of the big picture, the only picture that mattered, getting the baby out safely. That was all that mattered. Now whether the baby was born in a loud hospital or underwater or with a doula or on the back of a circus elephant. He was thrilled to see that Erin was on board. "I'm going to manipulate the baby a little," he said. "That can often work. He may just need a little encouragement to flip back around."
Okay, she said, her voice small and quiet. It was all on him now. Erin had done all she could do. Now was the time that he earned that honorary at the end of his name, the respect accorded him since the day he'd been able to call himself Dr. Fisher. He began a procedure called the external cephalic version, carefully moving his hands around her swollen belly, poking and prodding the little one along. It was painstaking and risky work, especially without an ultrasound machine, ensuring that he was putting the right amount of pressure here, easing up there. But he didn't want to do a C-section unless it was absolutely necessary. His mind had cleared out all the clutter that he'd once allowed to distract his thinking. Then he let an image of the hidden fetus fill his brain, and he could see in his mind's eye the baby rolling, rolling, rolling. He didn't let himself think about the happy outcome he was hoping for, or the devastating outcome he feared. He worked solely in each moment, in each centimeter that he moved the baby's head downward. He paused and wiped his brow with his forearm, and then went back to work. Everything had fallen away around him. Rachel and Max, even Erin herself seemed very far away. This was Adam and the baby, Adam and the future of their little community, perhaps the world beyond. Then it was done. He checked again and felt the baby's head oriented in the proper position. He exhaled loudly. If it hadn't worked, he would have no choice but to perform an emergency C-section. Then he let the world back in. He found Erin eyeing him like a hawk, trying to read his face for any nugget she could interpret and obsess over as he conducted his work. "It's going to be okay," he said. "His head is in the right position now." She cupped a hand at her lips and began to weep. 8 hours later, and the time was drawing near. "One more big push," Adam said. "Wait for the next contraction, and then really bear down." "I can't," Erin Thompson said. She was red-faced and sweaty. Her hair was matted down on her face. She was at the end of her rope. Thoughts that she wasn't going to make it began to creep around the edges of his mind, and plans were being made for a C-section. They were equipped for it, sort of. Adam had performed a few hundred of them, but it wouldn't be the relative piece of cake it had used to be. Without proper equipment and infection control protocols, so many things could go wrong. And yes, the day would come where he'd have to perform one. He just didn't want it to be today. "Yes, you can, Erin," he said, gentle but firm. "You lived through the last year. You can damn well make it through this." "No, please, I want to rest." Rachel, who'd been at the bedside, watching, learning, leaned over and whispered into Erin's ear. Erin listened, rapt, her eyes wide and unblinking. As Rachel spoke, Erin nodded a few times. Adam couldn't say under oath that she smiled, but a look of peace came over her face. He didn't know what Rachel had told her, and he didn't much care, because the patient was back in the game now. They were getting to the end now. They'd survived the final crisis. "You ready, Erin?" "Hell yes," she said. "Let's get this baby out." He heard her taking some deep breaths as he kept his eyes on her baby's head, now crowning. One more push, and the baby would be out, and the clock would start all over again. He'd been dreading this day as much as he'd been looking forward to it. Again and again, his mind returned to the variables at play here. A naturally immune mother, a vaccinated father. Would the baby's blood carry the necessary antibodies to fend off Medusa? Miles Chadwick had seemed to think so. Then Erin gave one mighty push, and all modesty was lost. A deep, manic howl of pain and effort, a small bowel movement, and then the shoulders were clear. "One more!" Another push, and out came Baby Thompson, shining, glistening with viscera, and a little bit blue. Adam guided the little boy into the cleanest towel they had, one they'd been holding for this very moment. As he cleaned the baby off and checked his mouth and nostrils for any obstructions, he began marking the seconds on his watch, his old friend, the watch that now marked the way forward. At 8 seconds, the baby whimpered once and then screamed. The blue-skin tinge began to fade as the pink hue of health began seeping in like a morning sunrise. At 1 minute, he ran through the APGAR testing. Heart rate and breathing were good. Arms and legs flailing about. At 5 minutes, he repeated the testing, and the baby passed with flying colors. "Great job, Mom," he said to Erin. Rachel was leaned over, hugging the new mother. Both were crying. Max was looking down at his feet, his hand shielding his eyes. Even Adam felt a few tears well up. Erin Thompson held her swaddled baby close to her chest and nuzzled the little boy's forehead with the tip of her nose. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." It was after midnight. A full moon hung in the sky, fat and happy and bright.
Adam was far too jazzed up to sleep, and so he sat outside the clinic, smoking a cigar. He'd spent the last 2 hours monitoring Erin and her baby, but she seemed to be recovering quickly. Max and Rachel were tending to Erin now. The others were celebrating the news of the birth. It was a bit of a hollow celebration, given that they'd be on pins and needles for the next week to see if the baby would come down with Medusa. You didn't need a medical degree to know which way the wind was blowing. But until then, they would have themselves a party. Someone had built a bonfire out in one of the fields, and they drank warm beer and toasted to the group's good fortune. Several had come to congratulate Adam and invite him to the party, but he declined. He wanted to be near Erin. He heard the door behind him, and Rachel stepped outside the clinic and onto the porch with him. "How is it in there?" he asked. "Both asleep," she said. She tried nursing, but he didn't seem terribly hungry. "At this point, it's more important that she goes through the motions, establishes a routine," Adam said. "Babies usually aren't super hungry the day they're born. By tomorrow or the next day, that's when he'll start chowing down." "Oh," Rachel said. "And if the baby doesn't nurse?" "We'll go with formula." "And if the baby gets sick? Then we'll deal with that too." Rachel began to weep. "I don't want that baby to die," she said behind a curtain of tears. Adam plugged the cigar into the ashtray and got up from his chair. Rachel threw her arms around her father and buried her face into his shoulder. He held her tightly, letting her cry it out. He tried to remember the last time he'd held his daughter to console her, but he could not. He wasn't sure he had ever done it. "There's no way to know what's going to happen," Adam said. "I just wish there was something we could do," she said. "I know," Adam replied. "Me too. But all we can really do is wait. How about you wait with me?" Rachel nodded and sat down in one of the chairs. Adam reclaimed his cigar and sat down as well. The air was warm and redolent with the smells of summer. The cicadas chirped loudly, and the fireflies pinged the farm with their warm yellow light. Together, they began to wait.